Chapter 651. Old News. Come nightfall, not a soul was around the riverside, where only the sound of rushing water could be heard. Zhongheng was looking for something with a flashlight. For reasons unknown, a cloud of mist mysteriously appeared on the river surface, blurring Zhongheng's vision. It prompted him to instantly pull out his filter lens from his pocket. However, the reliable filter lens that had offered so much help to Zhongheng in his previous quests had unexpectedly failed this time. In other words, he couldn't see through this thick fog. After realizing the threats he might be facing, he backed up and walked towards his car. When he looked up, he saw a group of densely packed people standing on the embankment. They were bowing their heads together and grinning at him with silent smiles, smiling as if they were looking at food on a plate. At that time, Zhongheng opened his eyes and saw the alarm clock on the table. The time was 0:36. 2 hours ago, he finished copying his homework and lay on a chair to take a break. Unexpectedly, he instantly fell asleep and dreamt of getting surrounded by those things. Maybe the dream was due to Bai Qing talking about her family that noon. Zhongheng began to realize that those things might have infiltrated human society deeper than he thought. If left unresolved, they might secretly take control of the entire society after a while. And in the end, the entire human race would be wiped out. Fortunately, it was something that only happened in this quest. Zhongheng got up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and brushed his teeth. Initially, he planned to head to the river again tonight. Due to the nightmare, however, he hesitated and gave up on the idea. He had searched the river continuously for 2 nights without any gains, and it was time to consider changing the direction of his investigation. Besides, he had to look for a way to earn more money. If he relied on his grandpa's weekly pocket money, Bai Qing might have to buy him a burger again next time. In this modern society, money could solve most issues, and with sufficient funds, Zhongheng could quickly speed up the investigation. In this quest, Zhongheng was given a chance to relive his past life. Zhongheng then started to think about how a time traveler like him could make more money. It turned out that the tricks commonly used in novels and movies didn't work on him, and he could forget about buying lottery tickets since he had never paid attention to such matters. And he had neither the energy nor the time to start a business. It was the same for buying stocks. Even if Zhongheng remembered the market trend, he would need a lot of patience and enough capital to start up. After looking around, Zhongheng realized that he could only return to what he did best. He changed into a set of clothes he rarely wore and borrowed his grandpa's car again. Zhongheng was cautious when he drove out late at night. When he returned, he had to park the car back at its original position and carefully arrange the cushions and foot pads. There was also a need to clean up the mud that he brought into the car. One thing, though, consumption of fuel was the only problem that he could not solve. His grandfather might not notice it if he only drove out 1 or 2 times. Over time, however, the latter would definitely find an abnormality in the fuel gauge. If Zhongheng had enough money, he could have easily solved this problem, where all he needed to do was buy 2 cans of gasoline and refuel the car every time he was done with it. Zhongheng drove the Volkswagen to the overpass, then continued southward until he arrived at a new district. It could be considered a new district on the surface, but in reality, it was actually a ghost town. The new city's mayor announced with great pride that he wanted to turn it into an Oriental Manhattan, but just when work started on the grand blueprint, he was transferred away by his higher-ups. For some reason, the new mayor had lost all intention to continue with the grand project. Hence, the new district was vacant, its occupancy rate very low. Zhongheng could feel that once he got off the overpass. Almost no other vehicles were nearby, and the high-rise apartments surrounded by residential areas were devoid of light. He slowed down the car. According to the description in the news, he finally found his target after circling the area halfway. As compared to other deserted areas, this street was actually quite lively. It was now midnight, but many still gathered around the area. There were also no fewer than 10 customized luxury cars parked there. Zhongheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. What he worried most was that this group of people never appeared in this dungeon or that they did not come out to party tonight. These were the members of a car modification club, its members mostly consisting of wealthy businessmen's children. When the abundance of material pleasure could no longer satisfy their lust, they naturally turned to the pursuit of excitement. Every week, they would gather at this spot to drag race. This had been going on for a year and a half. During this period, some had gone overseas to study, and some quit due to a deteriorating financial situation for their families. Fresh blood constantly joined the exclusive club reserved for society's upper echelons. Since very few lived in this new settlement, and because of some families' ties to the authorities, no one cared about them until two of them got into a car accident. During the race, a Porsche and a Mercedes rammed each other, the collision so bad that it caused the Porsche driver's death. The whole thing was exposed after that. Zhonghong was not too bothered by the news. After all, it was their own people who died in the end, and they did not hurt passers-by. Moreover, they chose to race in a new, sparsely populated township. In other words, whatever they were doing wasn't considered a nuisance. Compared to some who made a racket on the streets, these were a much better lot. Despite all that, street racing was still an illegal endeavor. They became nervous when they saw a Volkswagen appearing on the other side of the street. One guy who looked very young, probably the most arrogant among them, said to Zhonghong, "What are you looking at? Get lost now." Although the others did not say anything about Zhonghong, it was obvious that they wanted him to get lost as well. Instead of leaving, Zhonghong stopped the Volkswagen next to them. As the windows wound down, the crowd saw the person in the driver's seat. They were surprised to see that the driver was a millennial. Zhonghong was no stranger to such a situation. Although everyone was giving him hostile stares, he showed no fear like an ordinary man would, asking instead, "Drag racing?" "It's none of your business," snapped a young man who was sitting on his Porsche 911's hood while puffing a cigarette. He was the only racer tonight that came without a female companion and seemed to be the group leader. "It's boring to race among yourselves." "Let me join in," Zhonghong said. The moment Zhonghong said that, everyone started to laugh at him. One of the girls who wore a cap and a plaid suspender dress laughed the loudest. Laughing and clutching her belly at the same time, she almost burst into tears. "You're a funny one, aren't you? Are you planning to race with this piece of junk?" Chapter 652. Racing. What's wrong with my car? Zhonghong asked. In 1983, the Santana resulted from SAIC and Volkswagen's first joint venture. Pushed out from the assembly line using the CKD method, it was 4,546 mm long, 1,710 mm wide, and 1,427 mm tall and had a wheelbase of 2,548 mm. With a curb weight of 1,100 kilograms, the sedan came standard with a 1.6L four-cylinder engine that put out a maximum of 87 horsepower. The girl in the cap was dumbfounded after hearing a bunch of numbers. She did not understand cars that well. However, she still knew that some of the classic cars were very valuable. She could not help but ask respectfully, "Is your car the first batch of the joint venture?" "No, this is a 2004 Santana 3000. "Then why are you talking about the car of the 80s? The girl in the cap felt as if she had just been brought on a ride by Zhonghong. Feeling cheated, she became outraged. "Just to tell you not to underestimate Santana," Zhonghong said. "HMPH. The price of any cars that parked here tonight is enough to buy 10 of your stupid cars." The cap girl sarcastically jeered. "Really? But it's a pity that they can't overtake my Santana." Zhonghong's expression remained unchanged. "Pretty smug, aren't you? Really think that junk you're driving is an AE86, a tattooed man in a Supreme t-shirt asked from the other side. His words drew laughter again. When the laughter had subsided, the young man who was on the Porsche 911 spoke again. "Okay, enough." Then, he looked at Zhonghong and warned, "You'd better leave quickly. We haven't raced each other yet." "We don't race with outsiders," the young man said, "and we are all gamblers here. Do you have money with you?" "How much?" 30,000 yuan. The winner takes all. I have no money, but I can bet my car, said Zhongheng. The young man shook his head. Your car is not worth 30,000 yuan. At most, you can get 10,000 yuan out of it. And you stole this car from your house, right? Does it belong to your dad or your grandpa? When your parents wake up tomorrow and they find that the car is gone, how is your dad supposed to send your mom to work? The crowd broke out in another roar of laughter. That means I have to win the race come what may, Zhongheng said. First, you can't win. Second, as I said, you can't even pay the entrance fee. The young man flicked the ash off his cigarette. Go home. It's for your own good. Suddenly, the millennial who scolded Zhongheng spoke up. I can help him with the money. Putting his arms around the Cap girl, he said, I want to see him racing his Santana against us. It should be fascinating. My family runs a debt collection company. I will make sure that he pays us. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. Since you have joined our circle, you must abide by the rules I've set. The young man sitting on his 911 frowned. I said, we don't race with outsiders. Clearly, he was indeed an influential character among this group of people. After he dropped the order, the millennial did not dare to say anything. Consider yourself lucky. Leave now with your broken car. The tattooed man in a Supreme t-shirt made a shooting gesture at Zhongheng. Instead of leaving, Zhongheng turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and parked the car at the side of the road. Sorry. I don't want to leave yet. I feel this place is growing on me, and I plan to stay here a little longer. Maybe I should come here every night to see if there's a race going on. So, you are taking our kind words for granted. The leader of the group glared at Zhongheng. You seem to have misunderstood something. Do you really think that we can't do anything for you? We will beat you up if you make us. I don't want to cause trouble because it is troublesome. Don't you think for a second that we can't deal with a brat like you? After he finished speaking, all the people from the club gathered around, and someone took out a wrench and a portable fire extinguisher from the trunk, waiting for their leader to give the order to smash Zhongheng's car. Most of them were the kind who had the stomach to do anything that would cause chaos. And they were unhappy with Zhongheng's attitude ever since he stepped into their territory. I will give you one last chance. You better get lost within a minute. The leader gave Zhongheng an ultimatum. Zhongheng glanced at the people around who were ready to charge at him at any time. He then said to the leader, so you'd rather fight me than race me? Is this a modified car club or a fight club? Fine. The leader seemed amused by Zhongheng's perseverance and desperation to race. He threw the cigarette butt in his hand and got off the 911's hood. If you lose, I don't want your money or your stupid car. I want you to crawl on the ground in a circle, and you'd better not show up in front of me again. To everyone's surprise, Zhongheng shook his head when he heard this. Let's not apply the rule to the two of us. Everyone here should do it together. The more, the merrier. Finally, the leader had become really irked by Zhongheng. Glaring, he stopped saying anything unnecessary. Okay, you have the final say. Little K, tell him the rules, he growled coldly. A large-bosomed petite girl approached Zhongheng with a sweet smile. The rules are straightforward. Once everyone is ready, the drivers will go to their respective positions. I will announce the start of the race from here. Use whatever means necessary to win the race. Sounds fair. Where is the finishing line? Zhongheng asked. Do you know where the stadium is? The swimming pool at the west gate is the finishing line for this race, Little K went on. When the two chatted, four cars fetched the girls to the finishing line of this race. They did not want to participate, and Zhongheng had no intention to force them to do so. There were 8 cars left. Since each would have to pay the racing fee of 30,000 yuan, Zhongheng stood to gain a whopping 240,000 yuan if he won the race. It was more than enough for him to survive the dungeon. Before he got to enjoy the money, he had first to win the race. The Cap girl was right when she said that even the cheapest car here could buy 10 Santanas. not to mention that the leader's car was race-tuned. Taking only 3.9 seconds to make the century sprint, its horsepower and handling both completely outplayed Zhongheng's Santana 3000. And this time, Zhongheng did not have the time to modify his car because it belonged to his grandpa. He could not do it without his grandpa's consent, or the old man might suffer from a heart attack the moment he stepped on the gas. But there was good news. Zhongheng checked out the route with GPS and discovered this to be an ordinary course. Considering that many of the new township's infrastructure was half completed, the road conditions were quite rough. Only a skillful driver would compete and win this race. Besides, the leader did not seem to want to take untoward advantage. The route that he chose this time was brand new for everyone. That would mean the race was just as tough for everyone. Chapter 653. Competing. About 25 minutes later, Little K received the news that the others had reached the finishing line. And at the same time, she sent out pictures of the road conditions to the drivers for their reference. Including Zhongheng's car, 9 cars had already lined up at the starting line. The starting grid had 3 rows. The leader decided to abandon the lot drawing system, where they all agreed to let Zhongheng's Volkswagen be placed in the middle of the first row. On his left was the Porsche 911, and on his right was the Millennials Mercedes-Benz SL. Behind them were BMWs and Jaguars. Regardless of the advantage of their modified cars, Zhongheng was at a disadvantage even if their cars were not modified. The Porsche 911 could make the century sprint in 3.9 seconds, and its engine could churn out a healthy 420 horsepower. As a comparison, a Santana 3000 would get from 0-100 kph in a leisurely 11 seconds, its engine pumping out a lethargic 110 horsepower. These two cars were not even on the same tier. The odds were firmly stacked against Zhongheng, and there was a 99.9% chance that he would lose the race. The 911 couldn't reach its maximum speed due to the complicated road conditions, but even if Zhongheng was a more skilled driver than the club leader, it was still not enough to make up for the gap between the two cars. Although Takumi Fujiwara pitted his humble AE86 against cars that were a lot more powerful, the AE86 was heavily modified. If Zhongheng could use his Polo to compete, he was confident he could win the race. For now, though, he needed to think of other ways to win. Having planned for the worst, Zhongheng was prepared to use the water-soluble metal to cause some trouble. Before heading out, he had already put a thumb-sized piece of water-soluble metal into the half-finished plastic water bottle, and since it had been sitting there for almost 2 hours, it should come into effect right about now. After checking out the route, however, Zhongheng felt that there was a chance for him to win in this race. After all, now, only it was convenient to use water-soluble metal to stir up some chaos, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble afterward. Although the modified car club members weren't professional drivers, they at least knew a thing or two about cars and would instantly spot the anomaly if they did a thorough check. "Are you ready?" A skimpily dressed little K stood in the middle of the road, looking at the 9 cars in front of her. Her eyes deliberately stopped at Zhongheng Santana for half a second. After she asked the question, the drivers all revved their engines up, like a group of hunks showing off their muscles. Zhongheng knew his car well enough to know that no matter how hard he stepped on the gas, the roar of the Santana's tiny engine would be drowned out by the imports around him. So he simply extended his hand out of the car window and made an OK gesture, causing everyone to laugh at him again. Little K smiled at him too. After confirming that all the drivers were ready, she raised both arms and started the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! And then, her arms came down. Thus, the late-night racing competition finally commenced. All 9 cars lunged forward, like tigers breaking free of their cages. VV. To make up for the gap between the high-powered roadsters and his sedan, Zhongheng used the launch control technique to gain the upper hand. He first engaged the clutch in a semi-depressed state and revved the engine up to 3,000 revolutions per minute before the start of the race. When the lights went out, he completely released the clutch and put the pedal to the metal. Once the rev counter neared its red line, he shifted into second and continued to push the engine as hard as he could. After that, he would change gear again until the tires emitted white smoke. Once little K said go, Zhongheng released the brake immediately. As the car took off from the starting grid, the Santana's engine was forced to squeeze out every last Nm of torque it could muster. The powerful acceleration threw Zhongheng back into his seat, his acceleration only a little slower than the 911 on his left side. Zhongheng breathed a sigh of relief. That said, using such a method to get off the line was actually extremely detrimental to the Santana 3000. It wore down not only the clutch, but its tires and gearbox would be damaged to a certain extent. It was a technique used only occasionally in an emergency. Fortunately, the car was well maintained and completed the launch control. But soon, the Porsche 911 on his left overtook him, and so did the Millennial's Mercedes SL on his right side. The driver even wound down his window to flip Zhongheng the bird. And this was just the beginning. After a while, 2 more cars overtook him. It was not until the first corner that Zhongheng caught up with them a bit. His lead, however, didn't last long. Once they were on a straight road again, the sports cars easily overwhelmed Zhongheng's Santana 3000. The 911 took the lead. After overtaking Zhongheng, it was in the first place. It headed into the tunnel, followed closely by the SL. The tattooed man initially placed on the second row had now caught up with him. The 2 cars were basically moving side by side. At that moment, Zhongheng and his Santana 3000 had dropped to 5th place. Considering how he was driving the worst-performing car among the lot, his position had caused the club leader to stare at him for a long time. Unfortunately, 5th place wouldn't be winning him the race. It seemed that he could keep his 5th place until the end of the race. Half a minute later, by the time they were out of the tunnel, Zhongheng's Santana had fallen to the 6th position. Although he tried his best to tailgate the cars in front of him, the road was very wide, and once the left and right car overtook the Santana, the ones behind would have no problem overtaking it as well. Zhongheng was a skillful driver but an overconfident one. This was how the club leader judged Zhongheng. There seemed to be a great distance between the finishing line and the starting point, but it would only take them 6 or 7 minutes to complete a lap at their current speed. In other words, they had completed almost 1/5 of the course now. Zhongheng's Santana was now 4 cars away from the Porsche 911. After a while, he lost sight of the 911's tail lamps. It seemed that his fate had been sealed. However, Zhongheng did not appear to be in a hurry. Although cars were constantly overtaking him, he still maintained his previous speed, mainly because the car wouldn't go any faster. Another 2 minutes passed, where most drivers had completed half of the lap. Zhongheng and his Santana were now in the final position. On the other hand, the Millennial wasn't doing too good as well, where 2 opponents overtook him. The tattooed man, on the contrary, was doing exceptionally well today. He actually found a chance to surpass the Porsche 911 in one fell swoop, temporarily holding on to 1st place. Then the club leader noticed in the rearview mirror that the Santana had disappeared. Did he give up? Did he flee from the race after knowing that he had no hope of winning the race? If Zhongheng had listened to his advice earlier, the club leader had no intention to cause him any trouble. But now Zhongheng's speech had successfully triggered his anger. He would not let Zhongheng off the hook just like that. He was not the kind of man that one should mess around with. Before the race started, he had memorized Zhongheng's car plate number. With the power of his family, he could locate Zhongheng quickly. By that time, he would be able to force Zhongheng to carry out his promise. But now, the race was not over. Even if Zhongheng quit, there were still 8 racers competing with him. As the club president, he had no intention to lose the race. Less than 500 meters ahead was a large construction site. Although he could shorten the distance by going through it, the road condition was harsh, according to the information given to him earlier. The road was filled with potholes, and a lot of building materials were abandoned on the road. It was better to take the long road than risking it since it was now night time. Therefore, the club leader turned away from the construction site without any hesitation. Chapter 654. Blind Attack. Zhongheng felt helpless when he saw all his opponents passing him one by one. After all, no matter how glorious the Santana's past was, it was always designed to be a sedan, and it would never outrun a sports car. In order to ensure that the engine and tires remained intact after the race, Zhongheng did not dare to perform any bold moves. Nevertheless, it was an expected outcome. After knowing the road conditions before the race started, the first half of the journey was an unfavorable one. All he could do was to try his best and tail his opponents as closely as he could. Then, the second half of the race commenced. It was now Zhongheng's time to showcase his strength. When Zhongheng saw the construction site from a distance, he quickly turned off the car's lights. Since he had his filter lens, it made no difference if the headlights were turned on or not. The moment it all went dark, the drivers in front of him descended into confusion. It was said that Takumi Fujiwara had used this trick before in an Initial D. He named this trick a blind attack. Zhongheng drove his Santana toward the construction site. If the club president could see Zhongheng's bold move, he would probably be surprised by his choice. Electing not to take a detour like the others and not slowing down as well, he smashed through the half-opened gate and rammed right into the construction site. Close to him was a grey truck that had tipped over. Considering the Santana's current speed, most drivers wouldn't have been able to avoid the truck. With the help of the filter lens, however, Zhongheng managed to avoid it with ease. As it dodged the truck, the Santana kicked up a huge cloud of dust behind it. Zhongheng positioned the car carefully, driving between the brick wall and the scrap piles. He felt as if he was back in the Tokyo Drift dungeon, where the seafood shop owner taught him how to drift. It took him a long time before his training was completed. Fortunately, he managed to master the intricacies of the driving skills taught to him, the reason why he could avoid all those obstacles with ease. Zhongheng drove through the construction site without having to slow down. Simultaneously, the club president had also overtaken the tattooed man while he was doing the turn, and he regained the leading position. However, before he could put a smile on his face, he saw a car dashing at high speed, charging out from the construction site. Zhongheng's car landed right in front of the Porsche 911. The club president was so shocked that his eyes bulged wide open. He thought that Zhongheng had given up on the race and fled the scene. The last thing he expected was that an opponent with a family sedan would be determined enough to race with them. And he even surpassed everyone. This was Zhongheng's first time grabbing the top spot ever since the race started. Considering that he was driving a Santana, the club president would never believe that he could outrun the high-performance roadsters if he hadn't witnessed it himself. Oh. Then the club president noticed another fantastic feat: the Santana's headlights were turned off. Let alone the high beam, Zhongheng did not even turn on the lowest setting. It was no wonder that the club president noticed the Santana disappearing for a brief period. However, he still could not figure out how Zhongheng could traverse the construction site in pitch darkness and come out unscathed. The club president could also see that the Santana didn't slow down one bit. Although they took a detour, it wasn't a long course. Knowing that he was far behind the club president, Zhongheng had to ensure that he was constantly driving at top speed if he wanted to make any meaningful gains. Was there something wrong with the information that they were given? Were there no obstacles in the construction site? How did Zhongheng acquire this insider information? Or was that just a desperate move? Although the club president was puzzled, he had no intention to slow down his car. It wasn't the time to be entangled in these questions. There was still about 1/3 of the journey to cross the finish line, and the winner had not decided. Even though Zhongheng took the lead temporarily with his incredible driving skills, a Santana was in essence still a Santana. It was like the difference between nobles and commoners. The club president got serious for the first time tonight. 30,000 yuan was nothing to him. The most important thing was that he did not want to bear the shame of losing to an old sedan while driving a sports car. If that happened, he would become a laughing stock for the rest of his life. The Porsche 911 seemed to feel the owner's anger. Its strained engine let out a deafening roar. Although Zhongheng managed to once again increase the gap between them when he took a turn, the club president managed to close the gap between them until they were driving on the same line. This undoubtedly came as bad news to Zhongheng, since a Santana was never going to outdo the club president's Porsche 911. Once the club president regained the advantage, it would be then almost impossible to defeat him. The 911's taillights drew two streams of light in the night, while the Santana looked like a ghost in the dark. The club president realized that Zhongheng wasn't in a panic at all. On the contrary, he even lowered the windows to get a dose of the night breeze. After a while, Zhongheng signaled the club president by pointing forward. Again? The club president noticed that there was another small construction site in front of him. Immediately, his face turned pale. They were now at a spot close to the stadium, and once they passed the unfinished shooting gallery in front of them, they should arrive at the finishing line. Under normal circumstances, they would have taken a detour. The club president knew that Zhongheng would definitely choose to go through the construction site because that was the only way for him to win the race. Now, he was stuck in a dilemma. On the one hand, he did not believe that Zhongheng would get so lucky again. The information he received earlier had some mistakes in it. On the other hand, he was worried that if he chose the detour, Zhongheng would overtake him again. And the last section of the road was too short to regain the leading position. There wasn't much time left for him to make up his mind. In a blink of an eye, he would arrive in front of the shooting gallery. With gritted teeth, the club president decided to charge into the construction site. His strategy was simple. If there were giant obstacles on site, he would rather be trapped by them, together with Zhongheng, of course. Zhongheng was a one-man team, after all, and the modified car club still had 7 active races. The tattooed man was getting closer to them as well. He would win the race after he took the detour. And if the construction site were cleared of obstacles, the club president would become the winner of this race. It all sounded like the perfect plan. Unfortunately, what happened next went beyond his control. The road conditions in the construction site were indeed as complicated as indicated. He had to drastically slow down his car to protect himself. However, the Santana, now tailing him closely from behind, seemed completely unaffected. Not only did Zhongheng not slow down the car, but he continued to step on the gas. Unsurprisingly, he overtook the club president, at the same time, avoiding the steel rods jutting out from the ground in front of him. The smoke and dust created by the Santana brought forth an indescribable irony to the whole situation. It was as if the old Volkswagen was laughing at a Porsche 911 that could never overtake it. And Zhongheng's driving skill had also allowed the club president to witness what an exceptionally skillful driver looked like. This time, through the bright beam of the 911's headlights, the club president managed to witness Zhongheng Santana's performance. He paid so much attention to it that he didn't notice that his car had collided with the side wall. After that, the Santana 3000 drove out of the shooting gallery's construction site and raced toward the finish line. At the same time, the tattooed man who had taken the detour had just emerged from the corner. He was still about 100 meters away from Zhongheng, and in the end, he could only watch helplessly as the family sedan sailed across the finish line to win the race. Chapter 655. This isn't about skill. The Santana 3000 crossed the finishing line where the girl wearing the cap was holding up a signboard. Once Zhongheng arrived at the finishing line, he drifted his car and parked it in front of the stadium, leaving only less than half a centimeter between the right tire and the stairs. Turning off the engine, he pulled the key out. The group waiting at the finishing line were flabbergasted the moment they saw that Zhongheng was the first to arrive. Earlier, they were able to see the tattooed man's Jaguar from far and had even prepared some beer upon his win. Although it was pointless to celebrate his victory over the Santana, they could not deny that he did defeat all the other 7 drivers. Technically speaking, tonight's race could be considered the modified car club's competition. No one expected that Zhongheng and his Santana would clinch the podium in this race. All these rich brats who raced with their luxury cars just had theirs handed to them by a humble Santana, a car that would garner no more than 10,000 yuan in the second-hand car market. Even at such a bargain, it might need a long time before someone would actually buy it. The capped girl opened her mouth so wide that a dragon fruit could fit into it. After a while, she asked skeptically, did he install numbers in his car? In recent years, numbers had been frequently used in racing movies, and almost everyone was familiar with it. Installed in tanks and fed into the engine, nitrous oxide would release oxygen and nitrogen when burned. The combustion of oxygen would increase the engine's output, while the nitrogen would cool down the cylinders, all in all giving a massive boost to the car's horsepower. Fortunately, though, most who were present here were all car buffs in their own right. After hearing her question, a man immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible. The Santana's engine and exhaust system are not compatible with a numbers installation. He would have killed himself if he fixed it onto his car." But after explaining to the capped girl, the man also showed a look of confusion. Could he have secretly swapped his engine before the race? But the exhaust pipe still looks the same. As they were racking their brains trying to figure out how Jong-hun could win the race, the other drivers crossed the checkered flag one after the other. The tattooed man and his Jaguar came in second. No one paid attention to him anymore, though. The entire crowd had now turned their focus on Jong-hun and his seasoned Volkswagen Santana that could. Jong-hun then opened the car door and looked at the group of people who seemed to be petrified by his victorious moment. "The Porsche 911's driver is still at the construction site," he said. "I think he crashed into something just now. Did you guys check on him?" Immediately, the crowd composed themselves and realized that there was a missing car. They were shocked when they heard that the Porsche 911 hit the wall. While they were racing, several drivers noticed that the Porsche 911 and the Santana had driven into the construction site together. At that time, the club president and his members were sure that Jong-hun would lose the race. To everyone's surprise, the Santana was the first to emerge from the construction site. The Porsche 911, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. A few even began to suspect that Jong-hun must have used some dirty tricks in the construction site to eliminate the president. Fortunately, when they found the Porsche 911, the president was safe and sound. The president instantly regretted his decision to rush into the construction site with Jong-hun since the obstacles would force him to slow down. After the Santana overtook him and he witnessed Jong-hun's impeccable driving skills, his morale dipped to zero. Thank goodness he wasn't speeding when he crashed his car at the wall. The airbags that deployed on time had also saved him a great deal of injury. He was physically fine, but the same couldn't be said about his psychological state. When they found him, he was squatting down, looking extremely dejected. The tattooed man checked the mildly wrecked Porsche 911 next to him and comforted, "It's okay. Only the front is damaged." "I'm not saddened by the fact that my car is damaged," the young man shook his head. "I'm disappointed in myself. How could I lose to a Santana after I've raced here so many times?" When he said it out loud, the other club members bowed their heads in shame as they fell into silence. The outcome of tonight's race had truly baffled everyone. Some still couldn't believe that Jong-hun actually won the race. "Did that guy cheat?" someone suggested, trying to find an acceptable excuse for the defeat. "How did he cheat?" The club president lit himself a cigarette and said, "You guys just raced with him. His Santana is factory stock. It wasn't modified anyway. Otherwise, we wouldn't have outrun him in the first half of the race." "Was he really that good of a driver?" the millennial asked, obviously still doubting the miraculous win. He hadn't paid much attention to Jong-hun. He had been busy chasing down the Porsche 911 and the Jaguar from the very beginning, but he still ended up losing to them. "Let's not talk about his skills first. He is really the kind that's rare, you know." The young man took in drag while trying to recall the unbelievable and unforgettable incident he had just witnessed. An ordinary Santana had drifted all the way along the bumpy construction site to avoid various hazards. And the most unbelievable part was that its headlights weren't even turned on. "What the F***ck was that? I know drifting, but drifting in the darkness without light is something I have never seen before." It was no wonder that the club president was so stunned by Jong-hun. Any right-thinking person who had witnessed the scene would indeed be left puzzled as well. Jong-hun had just single-handedly changed his fate. "It seems that this time, we have met ourselves a master." The club president blew out a mouthful of smoke, a solemn expression adorning his face. "So what should we do now?" All of them were looking at each other, trying to figure out what they should do next. In the end, the club president had to be the one to make the decision. I will admit defeat and give him the money first. After finishing the race, Zhongheng got out from his Santana and walked over to the capped girl. You've got any water with you? Yes, wait a minute. The capped girl hurriedly searched the car behind her. She found a bottle of drinking water and passed it to Zhongheng. Thank you. Zhongheng took the mineral water and thanked her politely. After he confirmed that the bottle had been opened before, he proceeded to unscrew the cap and took 2 sips from it. The girl stared at Zhongheng, filled with questions and curiosity. When she recalled how the two first met, she thought something must be wrong with this Zhongheng. But now, it turned out that his Santana really outperformed a whole bunch of high-performance cars. The way she looked at Zhongheng had changed completely. Zhongheng was indeed a mysterious man. And she thought that Zhongheng was way younger than her. Aren't you worried? The capped girl asked with concern. What should I be worried about? Although you won the race, they have lots of people over there. What if they want to beat you up? Women were such a strange species. She herself was from the modified car club, but now that Zhongheng had outperformed all the other drivers, she started to worry about his safety. Oh, it doesn't matter. They can't beat me anyway, Zhongheng chirped casually. Chapter 656. Don't worry. Zhongheng didn't have to wait too long before the modified car club members returned. The president came back with them as well, and as he walked toward Zhongheng, he was touching his pocket with one hand. In response, Zhongheng quickly drew out his utility knife. You have misunderstood me. Upon seeing that, the club president quickly moved his hand away from his pocket to show that he had no malicious intent. He then took out his mobile phone from his pocket. You won this round. The total prize money is 240,000 yuan. Your bank account number. I haven't had time to apply for a bank card. Do you have cash? Zhongheng asked. The club president was stunned when he heard Zhongheng's request. Was that how a master lived his life? He was shocked by the fact that Zhongheng did not even own a bank card. Maybe only people like him could possess such masterful driving in martial arts novels. After a martial artist had trained his art to a certain level, he would start to work on his state of mind. The president figured that perhaps this was how Zhongheng had become so skillful at driving. It was difficult for those who had not reached this level to figure out Zhongheng completely. Wait a minute. The club president turned around and started to collect as much money as possible. The electronic wallet, however, was widely used in the country right now. Even if most of the club members were extremely wealthy, none would bring so much cash with them when they came out. Basically, everyone had about 3,000 to 5,000 yuan each in their wallets to handle emergencies. For everything else, there was always the credit card. Hence, the president only managed to collect 50,000 yuan for Zhongheng. Amid the hastily collected notes, Zhongheng saw some 10 yuan bills. It seemed the president had tried his best to give everything that they had to Zhongheng. Don't worry. I will send the rest of the money to you. The young man patted his chest. You guys are car modifying experts. Do you know any places where I can fix my car in the middle of the night? Zhongheng asked after receiving 50,000 yuan. Since he couldn't stop the car in the middle of a race, he collided with the construction site's gate. It left a few dings and dents on the front bumper and grille. The Santana's tires and brakes were worn out as well, and Zhongheng had to fix all of that before he drove it home. Yes, we have our auto repair shop. It is usually open for business during the day. At night, it's our playground. Great. You can ask your men to send the rest of the money there, said Zhongheng as he put away the knife. Since the club president had a good attitude, Zhongheng had no intention to embarrass him. After all, his purpose was to make a fortune from the rich kids here, where he managed to coerce them into racing with him. In the end, not only did they have to fork out a huge sum of money, but they were left to deal with the trauma to a certain extent. When Zhongheng learned that the club president was so polite, he was still a little surprised. The members had asked him to become their special advisor for the modified car club and teach them how to race professionally. According to the president, he had never seen anyone possess the skill to beat luxury cars with a mere Santana. Zhongheng's experience and knowledge about racing were apparently masterful enough to be taught to everyone in the club. They even offered to pay Zhongheng 20,000 yuan every time he gave a lesson. It was a pity that Zhongheng did not come to this dungeon to make money. With 240,000 yuan, it would be more than enough to fund his future activities. Hence, it did not make sense to be making more money. So Zhongheng rejected the offer, but the two still exchanged numbers. After that, he sent his Santana 3000 for inspection and repair. Once the car was restored to its previous state, Zhongheng gave the car some well-deserved gas. Finally, he parked the car back in the garage before dawn and returned home with a bag of money. You won't stay up late again, right? On Monday, in math class, Bai Qing could not help but ask after seeing how Zhongheng kept yawning while scribbling on the paper. Her voice was so soft that Zhongheng did not hear her clearly. "Oh," he asked. "I said? Did you not sleep again last night? Were you copying homework the whole night?" she repeated, a lot louder this time. Zhongheng blinked after hearing what she said. "The teacher is looking at you." "Who?" Bai Qing froze for a split second. When she turned around, she saw the chemistry teacher glaring at her. Since Bai Qing was a member of the study committee, the teacher refrained from reprimanding her on the spot. If Bai Qing were a student with poor academic performance, however, she would have been instantly punished. Bai Qing lowered her head in shame, not daring to say another word. She waited until the teacher turned to the blackboard before poking Zhongheng again with a pen. "You were talking too. Why didn't she glare at you?" "Because I didn't move my mouth just now." Zhongheng gave Bai Qing a demonstration, and his lips barely moved when he spoke. Bai Qing was speechless. Although Zhongheng was yawning all the time, he somehow always managed to always pay attention to the teacher's behavior. Ever since she was caught red-handed by the teacher, Bai Qing did not dare talk to Zhongheng again, paying all her attention to the teacher like a top student until the class was over. It was only after the teacher left the classroom that Bai Qing could breathe a sigh of relief. "Actually, you don't need to worry. She can't be bothered to reprimand you," Zhongheng said. "And why say that?" "Because she is worried about her family. Or, to be more precise, she is worried about her husband cheating on her. She is exhausted and doesn't want to get involved in other troubles. All she wanted to do was to leave right away after the class is over." "Hey, how do you know that her husband's cheating on her? Did you hide under her sofa last night?" "I don't even need to hide under her sofa to know about it. It's so obvious. The teachers in our school don't usually put on makeup, but today, for the very first time, Missy put on some really fine makeup on her face. She would have taken at least 40 minutes to put on the foundation before doing this kind of makeup. And she was in our very first period this morning. If you were to be her, would you be willing to sacrifice 40 minutes of sleep to apply makeup for the pleasure of your students in your class? But that doesn't mean that her husband cheated on her, right?" Bai Qing asked after she thought for a while. "If it's not for work, women, especially middle-aged, have two possibilities: to wake up early in the morning to put on some fine makeup. They are either going to meet their lover or their enemy." From the lipstick that she chose, it seems that she is more inclined to the latter. And she appeared to be extremely impatient today. She stomped her feet several times during the morning class, and she flipped her book very loudly. It doesn't look like she is going to meet her lover later. Moreover, if I remember correctly, Miss He is a very controlling person. She controls the family's finance and her husband strictly. She will check her husband's whereabouts all the time. Sometimes, things will turn sour when you exert too much control on a person, especially in front of outsiders. She shouldn't show off this kind of thing. It will inflict lots of psychological pressure on his husband. At this time, he will need a fairer and more petite opposite sex to bring back his male dignity. And that's how the tragedy happened. Bai Qing blushed when she heard the explanation. "How do you know this kind of thing so well?" "Emotional dispute is one of the major causes for committing a crime. I have studied crime before. That's why I know quite a bit about one's emotions." Zhongheng then closed the notebook on the table. Chapter 657. Elementary School. What you just said seems to be true. And I'm actually a little convinced. Bai Qing thought for a while and realized that Zhong Heng's reasoning sounded very logical, making it difficult to refute. Don't take it too seriously, Zhong Heng said. If you are right, I really pity teacher He. This is life. We all have our own difficulties to face. Zhong Heng fiddled with the gel pen in his hand. It sounds old-fashioned, but you are right, Bai Qing sighed and placed her chin on the desk. My dad and my mom have been giving me a headache recently. Headache, and why would that be? Zhong Heng's expression changed, and he clamped the rotating gel pen with his index and middle fingers. I think I told you about it before. My dad has begun socializing less with his client, and he now comes home early. However, they quarreled again last night, and this time, it was a long argument. They didn't want to let me listen to what they were fighting about, and when I went to the bathroom at night, I saw my mother crying in the living room. She just sat there, and her surroundings were pitch black. Did you comfort her? No, I went back to my room, Bai Qing said. Who? Zhong Heng snorted softly. From the time I found out about their dispute, they had always been quarreling over trivial matters. I guess this is how they run their marriage. When my mother was young, many men had their eyes on her. She would party every day, but in the end, I guess that she wanted to live a stable life, and she married my dad. After they were married, however, she kept getting the feeling that she was married to the wrong man. At that time, my dad was just a small-time technician. His world revolved around technology, and he knew nothing about romance. My mother had always told me that if it were not for me, they would have gotten divorced. As I got older, they argued less frequently. At that time, my dad went through a rather large change. He began learning how to socialize. Later, he quit his job to start his own company, and when the business had become stable, he started coming home late. So my mother began to suspect that he had an affair. So is this what marriage looks like? Well, many marriages do indeed look like this. Then, marriage is a scary thing. You shouldn't be worrying about this sort of thing yet. A friend once told me, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet, Zhong Heng said. Don't you boys ever wonder who you will marry in the future? About that, it's a useless thought at the moment. We will know when the time comes, Zhong Heng said. Eh? The bell rang, and the teacher opened the door and walked into the classroom. Immediately, Bai Qing straightened up herself. Did I talk too much? I haven't even told any of these to my best friend. You'll feel better after you let it out of your chest. And as I said, you can tell me about your dad's abnormal behaviors anytime you want, replied Zhong Heng. So that you can continue to study the subject of emotion serving as a trigger for crimes? I'll pass. Although my parents always quarrel, they are not going to kill each other. Bai Qing finished the last sentence quickly, pulling out her biology textbook from her school bag. Zhong Heng had almost completely forgotten how he spent his high school years. Whether it was the phoenix trees outside the window or the sound of playing from the playground, they now seemed so foreign and unfamiliar. And he did not remember too much about Bai Qing as well, who was sitting next to him, paying attention to the class. There were no such things as aliens in the real world. Although the relationship between the two was amicable, they were classmates, and they did not go beyond that. She did not meet him at Wanda Plaza. The two had never eaten KFC together. Zhong Heng had also never listened to Bai Qing discuss her family matters. After going to college, the two gradually lost contact with each other, just like most of his other friends in high school. Everyone met new friends in college, and each began to have new circles. Most of them did not meet up after that, and Zhong Heng only remembered that Bai Qing was enrolled in Fudan University. Zhong Heng spent another day falling asleep in class. At the end of the last period, all the students in the class were almost gone. Bai Qing's gel pen was still scribbled on the paper, and she handed her finished homework to Zhong Heng after a while. Once she entered her learning state, she would become as efficient as a machine. Well, this is the last one. Thank you. Zhong Heng took the homework from her and put them in his backpack. After thinking about it, he had been copying her homework for some time now. And Bai Qing even treated him to a KFC meal. He felt awful about it, so he took out his phone and checked on something. "Are you free Friday night?" "Who?" "I will take you to a place after school." "Oh." Bai Qing nodded. She did not know why she said yes to Zhonghang. Her mother had been telling her to keep her distance from boys to protect herself. Traveling with a boy at night was something that her mother would never agree with. Perhaps it was because Zhonghang had always given her a sense of security. Besides, he had saved her once, and it was hard to put her guard up against him. Thus, she unconsciously agreed to Zhonghang's proposal. "Oh, by the way, you can bring a friend with you." "And I will bring a friend too." Zhonghang realized that Bai Qing might feel uncomfortable if she was the only girl that went with him. "Okay." Bai Qing picked up her school bag as she bashfully bit her lower lip, then, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After school, most students would either go home and slog on homework or make plans with each other. As for Zhonghang, he had to work on the investigation immediately. Zhonghang hadn't gained much information about the river, and he quickly realized that perhaps he had been heading in the wrong direction. Perhaps he should no longer be focusing on the three children but on what they found or discovered instead. What caused those creatures to attack them? Maybe their past lives could yield some answers? Zhonghang found a school that one of the kids used to attend. He tore a piece of paper from his exercise book and wrote down the name of the school. An elementary school should have ended all their classes by now, but fortunately, the class teacher's name was printed on the news. So, Zhonghang took a taxi to the elementary school. At that time, all the students had basically left the school and had returned home. The school's gates, however, remained unlocked. King for only a few steps, Zhonghang was stopped by the security guard. "What are you here for?" the guard asked. "Oh, I booked the badminton court at 7 o'clock in the evening, and my friend has already arrived," Zhonghang said calmly and confidently. Many elementary and junior high schools had indoor gymnasiums. To generate some extra revenue, the indoor gymnasium would be open to the public during non-schooling hours. Zhonghang had checked everything out when he was in the car, which was why he knew exactly what to say at a time like this. Chapter 658. Reporter Xiao Song. The security guard allowed Zhonghang to enter the school without asking any questions. Zhonghang walked towards the gymnasium. When he went to the second floor and confirmed no one around him, Zhonghang jumped into the teaching building through the window. The school students had all gone home a while ago, and not a single soul wandered the silent corridor. Desks, chairs, blackboard, podium, and the wall could all be seen through the glass. The news did not mention the children's names that drowned in the river to protect citizens' privacy. The reporters only mentioned their surnames, but fortunately, it wasn't too hard for Zhonghang to find their full names. Knowing their ages, it wasn't too difficult locating their classes either. After he arrived at the right floor, Zhonghang checked the classrooms one by one through the glass. Soon, he found an empty immaculate seat, one that had no books on it but a bunch of white lilies. Zhonghang looked up at the signboard in front of the door. It showed Grade 5, Class 4. Using his public transport card, he pried the door open and walked in. There was nothing left on the table or the drawer. It seemed that the child's family had come to take away all its belongings after the tragedy. Later on, the class students bought the white lilies with their class fees, and they had been sitting there a while. The poster at the back, however, was somewhat helpful to Zhonghang. After Lin drowned, her classmates had made a special poster to remember her. Zhonghang also found out that Lin's full name was Lin Cece. Her classmates had said many good things about her in the poster, including how willing she always was to offer a hand to those in need and her impeccable academic performance. Zhonghang skipped all the useless information and continued reading the rest. Soon, he found two notable points. The first thing was that Lin Cece was a hushed girl. Of course, it was a nice way to describe her. In reality, she was timid and rarely interacted with others, where she sat alone most of the time, engaged in her own thoughts. And the second noteworthy point was that she was very interested in astronomy. The second point surprised Zhongheng a little. The internet was a widely used commodity in the modern day, and it offered much entertainment. Finding a child that had an interest in a subject like astronomy was extremely rare. Besides, Lin Cixi was a girl. But having said that, many of those who liked astronomy were likely to be introverts. If they could not mix well with others, they would choose to immerse themselves in astronomy. Besides, Zhongheng also noticed that this was related to his main quest. Where did those aliens come from? When did they come to Earth? Or, were they some new life form? Zhongheng had all these questions in his head, which was why he became so sharp when he knew that Lin Cixi was interested in astronomy. With all these bits and pieces of information, it was not enough to understand those things. After that, Zhongheng went around the classroom and found no other useful clues. So he closed the door and left, and went to the office area. Earlier, Zhongheng saw the name of Lin Cixi's head teacher in the newspaper. Her name was Li Yang, a Chinese teacher in this school. Zhongheng managed to locate her seat with ease. The things on the teacher's desk were quite messy. Teaching books, photocopied documents, notes, and the homework she had finished marking were scattered around. There was a cup with a picture of her daughter, and her husband was printed on it. Zhongheng's interest was triggered when he saw the enrollment form for Quality Young Teacher course. Her personal information was written down on the form, including her address, teaching experience, contact number, and others. Zhongheng then took a photo of the application form and checked on the principal's office. After that, he took a nap on the sofa for 20 minutes. Seeing that the time was almost up, he went to the toilet to wash his face and sprinkle some water on his back and neck, pretending that he had just finished exercising. Before he left the school, he nodded at the security guard. Zhongheng then went to the mall to purchase some formal clothes, bought a voice recorder and a notebook to make himself look like a young reporter. Once everything was done, he called Li Yang to make an appointment with her. The latter was a little surprised when she received the call. A few days had passed since Lin Cixi's drowning, and it was no longer the hottest topic that everyone talked about, which was why Li Yang was surprised that a reporter wanted to interview her. Zhongheng told her that he was from the Evening City News, and he wanted to make a special report on ensuring the children's safety outside of school. He also told her that he had talked to Headmaster Wu about it. All he needed was 20 minutes from her. To make him sound more convincing, he also mentioned Li Yang's address in the phone call. Thankfully, she showed no suspicion, instantly asking Zhongheng where to meet. Zhongheng told her to meet at a small cafe near her house. Not only did he get to know more detailed information about Lin Cixi from Li Yang, but he also managed to extract Lin Cixi's home address and the address of 2 other deceased children. After the interview was over, Zhongheng shook her hand and sent her out of the cafe. Li Yang had just given birth to a baby. There were still a lot of things waiting for her to do at home. So after the interview was over, she hurriedly left the cafe. After she walked a few steps away from the cafe, she stopped and turned around. Reporter Xiao, do you believe that there are aliens in this world? Why do you ask? I always ask my students to write weekly journals. Cixi's weekly journal was always the most special journal among all her peers. According to my teaching experience, the more introverted a child is, the richer their inner world. Sorry, that's out of topic. Now, let's go back to her weekly journal. 1 week before Cixi's accident, she handed me a weekly diary saying that there are aliens in this world. Apparently, they were already here, living around us, and pretending to be us. They also study us and learn from us, waiting for the day to replace us. And their numbers are growing every day. The worst part is we can't distinguish them from us on the outside. I'm sorry. I don't know why I would tell you about it. You must also think that her fantasy is kind of creepy. Li Yang then squeezed a smile on her face. Who else has seen her weekly journal? Zhongheng asked. Did anyone read her weekly diary except you? Oh, a lot of students read her journal before. I would usually ask my students to read out their weekly journal if they did an excellent job. After that, I will put up the journal on the notice board. Although disturbing, it was indeed very creative. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Zhongheng paused and asked again, did you tell anyone about this other than me? No, I was very sad after Cece was found drowned in the river. Many reporters came to interview me, and I had to take my children to class as well. Everything was so hectic to the point that I forgot to mention the weekly journal. I'm sorry. I don't know why I mentioned it. I must not have rested well. Yeah, get a good night's sleep and forget about it, Zhongheng said. The idea of aliens living among us is ridiculous. Chapter 659. Concert and Extra Income. Initially, Zhongheng planned to check out Lin Cece's neighborhood. Considering the fact that he had spent quite a long time outside, he could only push this matter back for now. Besides, interviewing Lin Cece's parents wasn't going to be as easy as interviewing Li Yang. Even if they believed that Zhongheng was a reporter, they might not be willing to meet him. After all, another interview would only reopen the wound still fresh from losing their beloved daughter. Zhongheng returned home at about 8 in the evening. His grandpa was sitting on the sofa reading newspapers, and the food on the table remained untouched. I've sent you a message telling you not to wait for me. It's better that we eat together anyway, said Grandpa as he put down the newspapers. He did not ask where his grandson had gone to since he always believed in his judgment and self-discipline. The two had always lived like that. Grandpa believed that the more he controlled Zhongheng, the more rebellious his grandson would become. Zhongheng later asked his grandfather where he learned such an idea, and the latter told him that he found it out when raising his mother. Let me heat the food then. As he spoke, Zhongheng brought the dishes on the table into the kitchen. After learning that those creatures wouldn't do anything to him for now, Zhongheng stopped using the Lego kitten as his meal taster. That said, he remained vigilant. The tragic incident that happened to Lin Cece and the college students was a constant reminder that this was no safe place. The aliens might have replaced people he thought he knew. After dinner, Zhongheng contacted Qingjun again. The latter had a cousin who worked as a ticket reseller, specializing in buying, then selling tickets for performances or events at a higher price. Ticket resellers were either loved or hated, especially when it came to popular performances where tickets would be sold out in a blink of an eye on an online ticketing platform. Even if one had a smooth internet connection, there was no guarantee that they could bag a single ticket. If they were lucky enough to snatch one, however, it would be one with an awful sitting position. Thus, fans who failed to buy the ticket or wanted a good position could only seek the help of a ticket reseller. It wasn't uncommon for a 1,000 yuan ticket to be marked up to at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. As for tickets that sold like hotcakes, the reseller would increase the price to 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. At the same time, there was a risk that the scalper would scam the buyers by selling them fake tickets. Although all online ticketing platforms claimed that they had nothing to do with these resellers, it was difficult for them to explain the shady order of ticket allocation. Only they would know the truth. Like many, Zhongheng disliked ticket resellers too. However, there were only 4 days left before the start of the concert, and purchasing the tickets through the legal channel wasn't possible anymore. Knowing how Bai Qing was a real big fan of GEM, Zhongheng had been thinking about how to repay her kindness. It so happened that there was a GEM concert on Friday, so he decided that he'd invite her to the concert as a thank you gesture. At the same time, Zhongheng was concerned that Bai Qing would misunderstand his intention. In the end, he decided to bring Qingjun with him. Qingjun took a deep breath after hearing that Zhongheng was inviting him to a GEM concert. Did you rob a bank recently? Do you know how much it costs to get GEM's concert tickets? And you're even getting the VIP seats. Don't worry about the money. Just ask your cousin to help me to get the tickets, Zhongheng said. Since the race proceeds couldn't be brought back into the real world, it would be all but a waste if he didn't spend it now. Okay, I'll ask my cousin. Qingjun agreed. He then asked curiously after a pause, now, which girl are you blowing off such a huge fortune on? Look, if you're not interested, I can pass your ticket to someone else, Zhongheng said. Fine. Fine. You're the boss since you are paying. It so happens that I like GM a lot too. Don't forget me if you're going to do something like this again. I promise to be your eternal wingman. Aye aye. Zhongheng hung up the phone after that. So far, he had been carrying out continuous investigations for several days and nights. He had to go to class during the day, and hence, didn't plan to sleep late again tonight. After copying his homework and taking a shower, he retired early and went to bed. In the next few days, he continued playing high school student while investigating the alien debacle. Zhongheng went to the neighborhood where Lin Cece once lived. Just like what he expected earlier, the girl's parents had no intention to be interviewed anymore. However, he managed to use a pack of cigarettes to acquire some valuable information at the gate outside the neighborhood. According to the security guard, the three children often left together in a group. The one thing he didn't know was where they were heading to. These three children should have had their own secret base or something along that line. Through the surveillance clips, Zhongheng extended his investigation to a place that was 10 kilometers away. He was closer to the east of the city, where several state-owned factories and mines were once located. The 1990s were probably the golden years of the state-owned factories and mines. At its peak, a factory had tens of thousands of employees, and the director of a factory was considered to be on equal footing as a mayor. The factory's grounds were usually like a self-contained kingdom, having its own kindergarten, elementary, junior, and high school built within its grounds. It had everything the prospective worker needed, including housing and hospitals. Due to various reasons, however, these large state-owned factories started to go downhill. Not only were all the benefits cancelled, but the factories even failed to pay the workers as well. Due to this reason, the whole city looked a little bleak. There was no longer any need for Zhongheng to masquerade as a worker from a security camera manufacturer. Since he had loads of money with him now, he could just make up an excuse and gave the store manager 100 yuan to check their CCTV footage. With that, he managed to speed up his investigation. He tracked the Honda Fit all the way here, but it disappeared all of a sudden. Even after watching all the footage from the nearby shops, the Honda Fit was nowhere to be seen. It all but seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Excluding the possibility of a supernatural phenomenon, Zhongheng figured that they might have changed the car halfway. After noticing an underground parking lot next door, he went down, wanting to check the parking lot CCTV footage. It was then that an accident happened. There was no one in the duty room, and at the same time, the light above his head began to flicker. Zhongheng stood still and looked at his surroundings. At least 8 to 9 people, all holding steel pipes and wrenches in their hands, had emerged from the dark. "You shouldn't have been so nosy," a man who appeared to be their leader snorted in an unfriendly tone. "Is that so?" Zhongheng raised his eyebrows, put his hand in his pocket. "What can you do to me then?" he chided nonchalantly. The leader snorted, "Stop acting like a fool. You know what's going on here. Someone asked me to tell you to stay put. Otherwise, you might just be the next victim." "And who is that person?" "Hey, why are you asking so many questions?" The leader growled impatiently. "So you actually don't know anything? You just take their money and do their bidding?" Zhongheng's stare swept across the crowd. Judging from their clothes, they should all be the workers from nearby factories, and it seemed that they hadn't received any stipends for some time. Hence, they could only find other ways to make some extra cash. Chapter 660. You guys should be running. Zhongheng figured that his recent actions must have alerted those beings. After all, he had been collecting security footage along the street, and he knew it wasn't something he could hide. Such a move had probably caused them to feel that he was threatening their existence, and thus hired a group of people to teach Zhongheng a lesson. To them, Zhongheng was nothing more than a high school student. Once the group of thugs taught him a lesson, they expected him to realize reality's cruelty and hope that he'd give up on what he was doing. Obviously, they had severely underestimated Zhongheng and his abilities. Technically speaking, this was actually a double-blind quest. Zhongheng had no idea where those creatures originated from, nor did they know his identity as a player. Hence, both parties were still at the stage of testing the waters they were in. "How much did the person pay you to teach me a lesson?" Jongheng looked at the group's leader. "Why are you asking this?" the leader asked cautiously. "I want to see if money can be used to settle this," Jongheng said. After all, he was now quite rich in this dungeon. He would opt for a more civilized solution if he encountered troubles. "He paid us 3,000 yuan, and he wanted us to beat you up so bad that you wouldn't be getting out of bed for a week. Then I will pay you 6,000 yuan for you guys to leave me alone. And I also want to know more about the person that you guys contacted." After the leader heard Jongheng's proposal, he looked at the man with a wrench next to him and asked in doubt, "Are you trying to get our personal information and hand them over to the police while you transfer the money to us?" "I can give you cash," Jongheng said. "You have 6,000 yuan on you." "Yes." "Then you pay first." Jongheng wasted no time, taking out 6,000 yuan from his school bag and handing it to the leader. At the same time, he said sincerely, "I would advise you to give up on any unnecessary thoughts you have in your mind." However, the latter obviously had no intention to listen to Jongheng's advice. After getting the money from Jongheng, the leader had no intention to leave Jongheng alone. A sense of greed started to manifest in his eyes. When Jongheng was searching his bag, the leader saw more money in Jongheng's school bag. In total, Jongheng came out with 10,000 yuan this time. So, the leader changed his words on the spot. "No, we can't take your money. We are trustworthy people. So, we will definitely deliver what we promised. Otherwise, no one would dare to work with us in the future." The leader's self-righteous talk amused Jongheng. "Then how much do you want?" he asked directly without beating around the bush. "How much do you have on you?" "It's better not to be too greedy, uncle," Jongheng said lightly. "We have been waited for so long for an opportunity to make more money. Do you really think we will leave you alone if we don't squeeze out everything you have on you?" The leader curled his lips. "I guess it's time for things to get ugly." Jongheng zipped up his school bag and slung it on his back again. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to run?" The leader let out a sly smile. "There are so many of us here. If we allow you to run away before our eyes, no one will hire us again in the future." "Run?" Jongheng raised his eyebrows and took out the utility knife in his pocket. "No, you are the one who should run." The entire battle did not last long. All of them were workers from nearby factories, and obviously, hadn't received combat training of any sort. So, they could only intimidate others with the fat and tattoos on their bodies. In a one-on-one battle, they might even lose to an ordinary civilian. Although they had the numbers, they were facing an experienced player like Jongheng. In other words, they would lose the battle regardless. Since he was not in Nassau or 19th century America, Jongheng did not beat them up too badly. Things could get troublesome if he caused them to be permanently disobeyed, or even worse, killed them. So Jongheng beat them up only to disable them temporarily. Doubling down on his generosity, Jongheng was actually helping the local hospitals or clinics to earn more money. Truth be told, Jongheng only had to defeat 4 men. The rest were so frightened that they dropped the steel pipe in their hand and ran away. Jongheng ignored those who ran away, walking directly to the leader that was lying on the ground and moaning. When he saw Jongheng walking toward him with a utility knife, he became nervous and started to talk. "WH. What are you doing? Don't come near me, Tay. We are all civilized people here. If you continue to beat me up, I will call the police." Jongheng squatted down beside him and used his clothes to wipe the blood on the utility knife, then recollected the 6,000 yuan. "Tell me, who is this person that contacted you?" The leader saw that the 6,000 yuan that he received from Jongheng earlier was now gone. He wanted to slap himself so bad right now. Initially, he could have just left with an extra 6,000 yuan in his pocket. Even if he returned the 3,000 yuan he received from his client, he could still earn an extra 3,000 yuan. Thanks to his greed, however, he now lost every dime on him. And he would also have a hard time explaining his failure to his client. Since the leader's arm still bled, he did not dare plot any more evil plans. So he told Jongheng everything about the person who hired them. Jonghung was not too surprised when he heard about the person. Since the college student was waiting for him in the corridor that night, he was ready to expose himself. That would also mean the fake college student was the best person to deal with Jonghung. He had figured out that Jonghung's investigation would lead him to this parking lot sooner or later, and he had got some higher muscles to ambush Jonghung here. In other words, the college student's family did change their car here that night, but the security footage should have been deleted by now. This came in no way as good news for Jonghung. The investigation had to be put on pause again. On the other hand, Jonghung was now very close to where the college student's family went that night. He had a hunch that the creature's nest was very likely nearby. Although the CCTV footage had been deleted, Jonghung believed that the residents around the place must have sensed something amiss. So, for the next step of the investigation, Jonghung decided to focus on interviews. 5 minutes later, he confirmed that he could not extract any more useful information from the leader. So, Jonghung walked out of the garage and looked up at the sky outside. There was not much time left before the dark of night would set in, and the last thing he wanted was to let Grandpa wait for him. Thus, today's investigation would have to end here. He called a taxi and chatted with the driver as they drove on the road. After a while, he received a message from Qingjun, who said that he had obtained the concert tickets. Since Qingjun had bought the tickets from his own cousin, he only needed to pay an extra 500 yuan for each. In total, Jonghung was only required to pay 7,120 yuan for all the tickets. To his cousin, this was a significant loss, having made not much more than the cost to purchase those tickets. This was clearly not a bad deal for him. Jonghung was fine with it, though. The price was indeed reasonable. It would be unrealistic to expect Qingjun's cousin to not earn a single cent from them. After that, he asked Qingjun to send over the QR code on the ticket to confirm that the tickets were real. Once he saw that the tickets were fine, Jonghung sent the money to him after arriving home. Qingjun, on the other hand, was in high spirits since he'd be able to watch the concert for free. He had stopped asking Jonghung about the girl that would attend the concert with him. He prepared himself and said, "Don't worry, even if the girl is super ugly, I'll not say a word. After all, I still have a masterpiece on the stage for me to watch." Chapter 661. Friday. It was Friday in the blink of an eye. The weekend was nigh, and the classroom was in a much more relaxed atmosphere than before. Monday was the day that everyone hated the most, as if the day the students had to face down their worst enemies. Everyone just wished that they could get over Monday as soon as possible. At the moment, though, everyone was in a lighter mood, and more people talked and laughed in the front and back rows. If one ranked the emotional values of high school students for a week, Monday was probably the day they felt least motivated since the new week was about to begin. The thought of having had to spend another 5 days in school was downright depressing. Tuesday was only slightly better than Monday. On Wednesday, students began to see a slight glimpse of hope. By then, they should be a lot more elated than they were since the weekend was just beyond the horizon. Upon Thursday's arrival, many students would start thinking about where they would spend their weekend and what activities they could do. Come Friday, the weekend was finally within grasp. Their endorphins were at their highest, very much akin to the first and second days of an adult's payday. Saturday, on the other hand, wasn't as exciting as Friday. That was because the weekend was half gone, and when the realization hit them, a student's happiness would start to drop. Lastly, on Sunday, the students would enjoy the last day of the weekend. Their joy diminished even further. While they enjoyed the last remnants of the weekends, they began to dread the next day since it would be Monday all too soon. Today, Bai Qing changed into a short dress that Jonghung had never seen before. With her crop cut, she gave off the impression of a girl in the sparkling summer sunshine. She looked more mature in her outfit, too, instead of the regular jeans she'd wear outside. When Jonghung came to the classroom, he saw Bai Qing looking at him. "Something wrong. This dress suits you well." "Thank you," but Jonghung's compliment had left Bai Qing abashed. She immediately buried her face in the textbook. After a while, she muttered, "You look good too." "Really?" Jonghung looked at his attire and felt no different from the clothing he wore on average days. I invited Kaijio to come with me. Is that fine with you? Bai Qing asked quickly afterward, changing the topic and pretending as if nothing happened. It's totally fine. You can bring whoever you want with you. I invited my childhood friend as well. Jongheng knew how active Kaijio was, and if memory served him right, she lived very close to Bai Qing's house. The two would often go home together, and Qingjun would surely feel relieved if she tagged along. Although Kaijio was not exceptionally gorgeous, she was prettier than most of her counterparts, probably having something to do with her active lifestyle. She was well-toned and slim, not to mention how tall she was as well. In fact, she would pair up nicely with Qingjun, himself a big basketball fan. Bai Qing talked to Jongheng quite often, but on this occasion she was at a loss for words after speaking only a few sentences to him. Fortunately, the morning's self-study bell rang amid the awkward moment. The class teacher strode into the classroom, glared at all the students, and snorted, "It's not the weekend yet. Can't you guys hang on for one more day? I believe I should be handing you guys more homework this weekend." As soon as she said that, the whole classroom erupted into groans and wails. If you are told to memorize words or texts, you should do it now. Stop talking to each other. Immediately, all the students started to put on their serious looks and began studying. Jongheng took the workbook secretly handed by Bai Qing from below and continued to copy the unfinished homework. Friday was probably the most chaotic day of the week. During the second half of the last class of the day, probably only top students like Bai Qing would concentrate on the lesson. This time though, Bai Qing looked distracted, constantly looking at her watch several times. The male physics teacher realized that no one was paying any more attention to his class. Seeing that there were only 3 minutes left before the class was over, everyone was allowed to pack up after he gave a few final words. When the bell rang, he shook his head and walked out of the classroom, textbook in hand. What now? Do you know where we'll be heading to tonight? Kaijio couldn't sit still, even before the physics teacher asked them to pack their bags. She was already packed and ready to leave, with only a single workbook left on her desk. After the physics teacher left the class, she quickly ran to Bai Qing's desk. After Kaijio asked the question, Bai Qing looked at Jongheng. Kaijio pouted, "You better make sure nothing bad happens to her." "You'll be there with her," Jongheng said. "That's what I'd like to hear. The reason why Bai Qing thrives is that she's been under my great care." Kaijio stretched out her hand and squeezed Bai Qing's face as she talked. "Stop fooling around." Bai Qing broke free from Kaijio's claws and growled sternly, "I believe in Jongheng's character." "Oh, women. The species that ignores a similarly gendered friend once they become attached with the opposite sex." Kaijio let out a long sigh. All of a sudden, Jongheng produced 2 concert tickets from his pocket. "I'm sorry that I had to wait until now to tell you because I wasn't sure if I could get my hands on these." "Concert?" Kaijio was bewildered. She then saw the name of the celebrity on the ticket and screamed in shock. Those who hadn't yet left the class all turned toward her. "It's Jem's concert, and you even got the VIP seats." "Kaijio, how did you become so rich all of a sudden?" someone asked. "Get lost." Kaijio said, "I didn't buy the tickets, Jongheng gave it," she blurted out without much thought. When she saw Bai Qing's flushing face, she finally realized something was going on between her and Jongheng. Shen then quickly stopped the rest of the words from pouring out from her mouth. "I asked a ticket reseller to help me buy them." Jongheng interrupted the conversation in time. One should never underestimate how fast rumors spread among high school students. If Jongheng had told the others that he invited Bai Qing to Jem's concert, the whole class would think that Jongheng and Bai Qing were in a relationship. It would then be followed by Bai Qing getting summoned by the teacher for a personal talk. "Ah. Still, you're quite rich yourself, Kaijio." TSK? TSK? Never judge a book by its cover. A boy who was closer to Kaijio teased her. "Get the hell out of my hair. What do you mean by don't judge a book by its cover? Stop talking if you don't know what the hell are you talking about." Do I look like a poor ass to you? I don't know if you are a poor ass. I thought you spent all your money on Honor of Kings. The boy laughed. Where did you get the money to buy concert tickets? Kaijo, you've become so rich that I don't even recognize you anymore. Can you get lost? Bai Ching helped me pay for the tickets first. If I fail to pay her back, I will sell myself to pay off my debt. Yes. I heard that the price of pork had increased recently. Kaijo was furious when she heard what he said. And she wanted to kick the boy. Fortunately, the boy ran away before she could do that. Others gathered around her to look at the concert tickets for a while, and they all left after expressing their envy, jealousy, and hatred. Zhongheng saw that Bai Ching was relieved. He then picked up his school bag and said, I'll make a move first. Let's meet at the bus station at 102 Street later. Okay, Bai Ching nodded. Chapter 662. Milktea is soulless without pearls. The nearest bus stop at 102nd Street was located about 700 meters away from the school's east wing. There was an old commercial street called Shanghai Market, but it had nothing to do with Shanghai, just like the standardized Kilihe across the country. Multitudes flocked to the Shanghai Market on Friday, and Zhongheng chose to meet here because the crowd allowed him to avoid being recognized by someone he knew. Since he was first to arrive at the rendezvous point, he bought 3 cups of milk tea at the shop next to him. Are you on a date today? A voice came from behind him. Can you guys just give me a break? Zhongheng took the receipt and sighed. Zhongheng knew who was standing behind him. Like the staircase incident, the college student had been waiting for him outside the school and followed him once Zhongheng left. Since he did not take the initiative to speak, Zhongheng had no intention to talk to him. Who would be the one to break the silence first? 1 original milk tea, less sugar, no ice, thank you. The college student took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code with a smile, and paused. This is how it works. To make sure the social system functions normally, some have to work harder than other people. That is the truth. Not to mention that we are in trouble now. What's the trouble? Humor me. Zhongheng moved aside, giving way to a young couple. The college student followed Zhongheng to the side, too, as they waited for their milk tea to be made. I thought we reached a consensus at the staircase that night. We should mind our own business. It isn't right for us to stick our nose into each other's business, the college student said. Isn't peace something you humans always promote? What then? If I do that, I'll be giving you time to come up with something to screw me up, replied Zhongheng. That depends on your attitude. The college student's tone was ambiguous. Zhongheng glared at the college student. Where is the original owner of this body? Did he not behave well enough? What happened to him? Did you kill him? Imprison him, or try to control his mind? Yet again, the college student flashed his signature smile. He has a good attitude, but unfortunately, he wasn't honest. He should have been glad that we treated him as a mental patient. After all, life is so stressful these days. Everyone complains that their work is tough and challenging. A lot of people wish that they could stay at home and play video games every day. He should have been contented with a life like that. Why did he have to go to the river, alone at night, and take something that did not belong to him? In the end, we had to retrieve it. After Zhongheng heard what the college student said, he glared at him. About 3 seconds later, the young lady at the milk tea shop said, Number 147, who is number 147? Your 3 cups of milk tea are ready. Zhongheng handed over the number ticket, took the milk tea, then looked toward the college student again. Let me guess. The reason you guys killed the 3 kids was to find something? And you haven't found it yet? The college student's expression changed slightly. Don't be too surprised that I know what's going on right now. If you have already gotten the thing, you won't be watching and following me all the time. Look at you. You are now working overtime. Zhongheng said, before you try to pull a fast one on me the next time, it'd be better if you spend more time composing a more believable story. The college student put away the smile on his face and said, "What happened at the parking lot earlier is a warning to you. If you don't stop coming after us, it won't be that simple the next time. You'd better make sure you come up with something interesting to deal with me. Otherwise, it will be a boring game for me," smirked Zhongheng. He glanced at the milk tea shop and reminded the creature, "Your milk tea is ready. Let me give you a piece of advice for free as well. Well, if you want to pretend to be a human, you should learn a little bit more about our culture. Milk tea without pearls is just wrong." After that, Zhongheng walked toward the bus station at 102nd Street. Bai Qing and Kai Jiao had just arrived, and they were looking for him in the crowd. Immediately, Zhongheng waved to them, walked over, and handed them the milk tea he just bought. The college student did not follow Zhongheng again after that. He stayed at the milk tea shop, took his cup, inserted a straw into it, and took 2 sips from it. He then frowned and said to the lady in the milk tea shop, "Give me some pearls." "Ah, sorry, sir. I can't add the pearls to a cup that's sealed." "That's very sweet of you," Kai Jiao said, "but I remember that you can't bring drinks to the concert. You are supposed to finish it before the concert starts." "We still have an hour and a half left," Zhongheng said. "Well, guess I'll be having it now." Kai Jiao picked the strawberry milk tea. Zhongheng then handed the chocolate-flavored one to Bai Qing. He had bought milk tea for Bai Qing before, so he knew what flavor she fancied. At the same time, he received a message from Qingshan on WeChat. "My friend is here as well. Let's go there now. We can get something to eat if we arrive there early." "Okay." Kai Jiao and Zhongheng were not familiar with each other. She was a very outgoing and active girl, never afraid to bring up a conversation with a stranger. And she could also speak eloquently when participating in a recitation contest with all the people looking at her below. On the contrary, Bai Qing, who sat next to Zhongheng in the classroom, would usually talk to Zhongheng from time to time. Tonight, though, she seemed a little quiet. In order to save time, the 3 of them decided to walk a little further to get a taxi. He glanced at the milk tea shop again and found that the college student was still standing there. He seemed to have paid for another cup of milk tea with pearls in it. Kai Jiao followed his gaze and asked, "Is there anyone you know over there?" Bai Qing became nervous when she heard the question. "No, I saw someone that looked like my former neighbor." As Zhongheng opened the door and entered the passenger seat, he told the driver, "Please bring us to the old stadium." "Okay." The taxi driver started the meter and changed gears skillfully while stepping on the pedal. As the car accelerated, the college student and the milk tea shop gradually faded away in the rearview mirror. Tonight, traffic was in gridlock outside the old stadium. There were cars everywhere, as well as buses that were impatiently honking away. Zhongheng, Kai Jiao, and Bai Qing had to get off the taxi 200 meters away from the old stadium and walk to their destination. Along the way, they came across tons of GEMS fans who were eager to watch the concert. At the same time, ticket resellers asked if the 3 had bought any tickets. Some of the more business-savvy vendors had quickly set up shop around the stadium, selling GEMS merchandise. People flooded the plaza outside the stadium. Since Qingshan arrived first, he took the initiative to line up and buy glow sticks. After that, he went to the Burger King next to him to buy his dinner. People were lining all the way outside the restaurant. He would have to wait at least 40 minutes to get his meal. And he could only order whatever that was left in the restaurant. Chapter 663. Small matter. Sweating all over, Qingshan ran over with 2 big bags of items. Before he even got to them, he had already started complaining. "You guys are finally here. I had to run everywhere to get all these things for you. Getting here later than me is such a smart move. I think I've completely transformed into your maid. Didn't you start lining up very early?" Zhongheng took a bag from his hand. "I don't want to talk about it anymore. I met the son of a bitch who jumped the queue." The girl behind him got mad, and he had the guts to retaliate even though he was at fault. Immediately, an auntie and I went to help the girl. Both of us stood up for her, and in the end, that guy wanted to beat me up. "Who won?" Kaijio asked curiously. Isn't the outcome obvious? Qingjun said proudly. He is a high school student and is around 1.8 meters tall. I can see that he is a basketball player and he is quite muscular as well. But then, I have always fought other kids stronger than me, which was why I wasn't afraid of him. When Qingjun saw the two girls that stood beside Zhongheng, his eyes lit up. Nudging Zhongheng with his elbow, he sniggered, "Aren't you supposed to introduce them to me?" He then lowered his voice, "Which one is your girlfriend?" "Don't listen to him," Zhongheng said to Bai Qing and Kaijio. "His name is Qingjun, a friend of mine since childhood. He's from a different school in the city, but we are of the same age. He may like to brag, but really, he's a decent guy." Zhongheng then turned to Qingjun, "This is Bai Qing and Kaijio, my classmates." "What did you mean by I like to brag?" Qingjun sounded disgruntled. "I've always been very reliable." As he said, he stretched out his hand and grinned, "Hello, I am the captain of the basketball team in my school." "Awesome, I remember your school's basketball team is pretty good. They came as runner-up in the high school basketball competition last year." Kaijio and Bai Qing shook hands with Qingjun, and Kaijio quickly picked up a conversation with him. Qingjun scratched his head. "It's a shame. We could have won the championship. We were clearly leading in the first half of the competition, but our center player hurt his leg and couldn't perform. The opponent caught the rebound, and they managed to score a few points after that. It was not a good day for us." "It's okay. You'll make a comeback next time," Kaijio encouraged. The Burger King branch they were at was completely filled, and after the four were introduced, they found a more sparsely populated parterre near the outdoor parking lot. Qingjun and Zhongheng placed leaflets on the ground, letting the two girls sit on it. The boys passed their bags to Bai Qing and Kaijio, divided the burgers, and started devouring their meal while standing up. Qingjun was so famished that he gobbled down the burger in 3 bites. He then took the Coke handed over by Kaijio and thanked her. When Bai Qing saw this, she hesitated a little before taking out a cup of orange juice from the bag. "Do you want your orange juice now?" she asked Zhongheng. "Sure." As Zhongheng took the cup from Bai Qing, his finger accidentally touched hers. Immediately, Bai Qing wanted to move away from Zhongheng's finger, but she did not do it in the end. Before she could say anything, Qingjun's expression suddenly changed. Zhongheng looked at where Qingjun looked and saw a few boys walking towards them. Qingjun gasped. "That F*** is bringing his friends here to avenge him." "The one who jumped the queue?" Zhongheng asked. "Yes. It's okay. I can settle them. Just wait for me here." Qingjun took another gulp of Coke and handed the cup back to Kaijio. Worried about him, Kaijio attempted to throw caution to the wind. "Hey, don't act tough. There are so many of them. Don't turn it into a big mess. It's not a big deal after all. Just let me talk to them," added Zhongheng. To which, Qingjun shook his head. If these people are reasonable, they wouldn't have jumped queue at the Burger King. However, he did not go to them alone in the end, knowing well enough that he would surely be beaten up. Although he wasn't afraid, the last thing he wanted was to get beaten up in front of the two girls. It would be embarrassing, not to mention how he was unsure if it might inadvertently involve Zhongheng, Bai Qing, and Kaijio. He had made up his mind that even if he were destined to be beaten up, he would not drag the two girls into his problem. "It's him. The dude who bashed me up at Burger King just now." A boy in a blue t-shirt pointed at Qingjun. Judging by their appearance, they had to be quite young, and they seemed to be students from nearby universities. There were male and female among them, and the other 4 boys in the group now glared menacingly at Qingjun. "After you jumped the queue, you swung your fist at me first," Qingjun stated for the record. He was not afraid of them since he had a lot of experience in fighting with others. Usually, he would run away if he knew that he could not win the fight. However, he was here with his friends today. In other words, he could not run away even if he wanted to do so. "We are not trying to bully you," another boy said. "Stand up straight." you punched my buddy a few times at the Burger King just now. Now, let him return a few punches to you." Xiao was dissatisfied. Why? He didn't even apologize when he jumped the queue. It is not right to come and trouble the person who tried to stop him. You guys are his friends, right? This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to be beaten like him, stop talking, warned another boy. Jonghung, too, spoke his mind. Can't we just shake hands and let it slide? Hey, can you understand human language? There is no room for bargaining here, the boy threatened, reaching out to push Jonghung at the same time. But the next moment, his action was interrupted by the roar of an engine. He then saw 6 sports cars coming from the intersection. The security guard in charge immediately removed the obstacles that were placed at the reserved parking spaces. It made the other drivers who had spent ages looking for a parking spot to divert their anger at them. After seeing the luxury cars, though, none of them dared to say a single word because they knew their drivers had to be wealthy and influential people. After the 6 drivers parked, a young man from the Bentley came out of his car and saw Jonghung. And he said excitedly, "Master, you are here too." After that, he quickly walked towards Jonghung. Their sudden appearance made the group who came to teach Qingjun a lesson stare at each other. While they were still in shock, the young Bentley driver left his female companion behind and walked to their backs. When the young man saw that nobody gave way to him, he frowned. "Are they your friends?" "No," Jonghung said. "Good." The young man let out a long sigh of relief. His expression changed, snapping at the girl closest to him, "Get lost." The girl's face changed drastically when she heard the young man telling her to get lost. She was so scared that she almost cried. Immediately, she looked at the boys around him. However, the group who were previously so eager to beat Qingjun up hesitated. When they saw that Jonghung and his friends were just high school students, they did not hesitate to confront them. However, when they saw a group of rich young men approaching Jonghung, they knew it was not a good idea to provoke them. At the same time, the owners of other sports cars had all gotten out of their cars. The group of university students no longer had the numbers advantage. And even if they could win the right, they would have to face the consequences that would come with it. So, they just glared at Qingjun and left without saying a word. "Thanks." After they left, Jonghung thanked the young man. Although he knew that they were not exactly kind souls, they weren't people who would find unnecessary trouble. The young man acted in such an arrogant manner because he saw the fight that was about to break out between the group of university students and Jonghung's group. He just wanted to help Jonghung and his friends to resolve the problem peacefully. "Don't mention it," the young man said. He glanced at the 2 girls, Baiqing and Xiao, and smiled. "It seems that you have company tonight. We won't bother you anymore. You can come to our club anytime you want, and please, do teach us some of that amazing driving skills." Chapter 664. It's all an illusion. Who are those people? Qingjun asked after the group of rich kids from the modified car club left. "I met them some time ago," Jonghung replied. "They seem to admire you a lot. And they mentioned about wanting you to teach them something." Qingjun asked curiously. "They want me to teach them how to drift in a Santana," Jonghung whispered in a grave tone. "Ha ha ha." Xiao burst into laughter when she heard Jonghung's explanation. "I thought you didn't like group activities, and you didn't join any school clubs. I thought you were a rather boring person. I didn't expect you to come up with such a funny joke. It's no wonder you could win Baiqing over." Baiqing blushed and pushed Xiao, "Stop talk nonsense." This incident that had taken place before the concert did not wipe away everyone's excitement but instead brought the 4 of them closer. Even Baiqing, who was a little nervous before, was now back to chatty self. She began to talk about recently released movies and games. Jonghung also learned that Baiqing was a fan of Nintendo classic games, having single-handedly completed classic titles like Super Mario, Contra, Pokémon, and Zelda. It was no wonder she tried to finish her homework as fast as possible every day. After the 4 people finished their food, the concert staff began to let spectators into the stadium. The crowd started to look for their respective entrances, and Qianzhen passed the glow sticks to everyone. They, too, began to follow the crowd into the stadium. The VIP area was located on the lowest floor, and they were very close to the stage now. Once they got there, they sat on stools that had been allocated to them by the staff. Qianzhen's cousin was kind enough to get them the centered VIP seats, which directly faced the main stage. At this distance, they could see the performance without looking at the large screen on the other side. Kai Jiao began to complain about Zhongheng not telling her about the seating position beforehand. She would have brought the power bank with her, considering how her phone's battery had less than 50% left. Now, she had to carefully monitor her usage if she wanted to take more pictures. After the admission was completed, all the fans found their seats, and the lights were dimmed, an indication that the concert had officially commenced. Just as everyone stretched out their necks to look for GM, Bai Qing suddenly turned and looked at Zhongheng in the dark. Zhongheng was aware of that, so he turned and smiled back at her. Right at that moment, the background music was played. Jem was standing on the elevator platform, rising from the bottom of the stage, and a beam of light landed on her, making her the center of attention. Qianzhen and Kai Jiao excitedly followed the other fans and waved the glow sticks in their hands. A sea of glow sticks lit up the entire stadium at that moment. Jem was indeed worthy of the title, Iron Lung. The moment her voice was audible, the entire stadium's atmosphere instantly lit up. Zhongheng had attended several concerts before. Admittedly, although some rumors had tainted Jem's reputation, nobody could deny that she was indeed a top-notch songstress. Watching her singing live in front of an audience was an experience on a whole different level. For the next 2.5 hours, all 4 of them fully focused on the concert. Even Zhongheng forgot his main quest temporarily. Putting aside the matter of the aliens, this quest allowed him to return to his high school life. Without having to worry about homework and advancing his studies, Zhongheng realized how much fun he had missed out on during his high school years. Being a teenager was simple and fun. When a teenager liked someone, they would look at the person they liked with a gentle smile. It did not mean that they had to be together, but one could feel overwhelming joy by just gazing at the person, unlike adulthood, where every action one took would be taken into account. Of course, they thought about the future too, but the future was too far away, except for a handful of teenagers that became more mature than their peers. Most teenagers did not have a clear concept and plan for the future, where life in high school was the summer that would never come to an end. Most teenagers often dreamt of becoming a grown-up, but once they became adults, they would quickly realize that it wasn't like what they expected. The world was a starkly different place than their dreams. Unconsciously, the most beautiful time of their lives had been all but left behind, all too soon. The concert reached a climax when GEM performed her single Bubble. Released in 2012, it became a tune familiar to everyone, 14 years after she participated in the reality show's Singer. For her final performance of the night, GEM changed into a long skirt, holding a microphone in one hand and a translucent piece of silk cloth in the other. As the blowers installed on the stage blew the cloth around, it made her look like she was about to fly away from the stage. "It's so beautiful," Kai Jiao gushed in envy. "I want to be a singer when I grow up." "Then I'll become your agent and bodyguard," Qianzhen waved his glow stick and croaked. He was gradually losing his voice after singing along with the crowd for the entire concert. "No, you will beat up my fans if you become my bodyguard." Kai Jiao rolled her eyes. "I don't want to be famous for the wrong reasons. Do I look violent to you?" Qianzhen scratched his head. "You should continue to play basketball in the future. Isn't that your favorite thing?" "That's true." The 2.5-hour concert seemed to be over in an instant. Jem sang 2 more songs upon her rabid fans' requests before the concert finally came to a close. When they walked out of the stadium, it was almost 10:30 at night. The crowd was still Jem's tunes while they tried to get on the buses to return home. Some people were trying to get themselves a taxi on the side of the road. Like a lion hunting for its prey in the Africa savannah, each kept a close eye for available cabs. Knowing that a concert was held here tonight, more than the usual lot of taxi drivers were waiting outside the stadium. However, the number of taxis wasn't sufficient to cover the thousands gathered in the stadium. Some unfortunate ones had to wait for ages just to get home. Considering how late it was, Jongheng proposed walking for a distance before getting a taxi to send the girls home. Qingjun was fine with the idea, and since Kaijiao and Baiqing lived close to each other, they could just drop off at the same place. Jongheng and Qingjun could then walk home after making sure that the girls returned home safely. The taxi arrived at where Kaijiao lived first. After Kaijiao got off the car, Qingjun, who was in the front passenger seat, winked at Jongheng. The latter understood and said, "I will escort you to your apartment." Then he told Jongheng, "You can come here to find me later." At that time, Kaijiao had already pulled Qingjun out of the car. Only Baiqing and Jongheng were left in the back seat, but neither spoke again until Jongheng sent Baiqing back to her house. Baiqing did not enter her house immediately. She stood there, looked at Jongheng, and said, "Well, thank you very much for today. I bet you must have spent a lot on the concert." "It's nothing. I made about 200,000 yuan from the supermarket lottery earlier." Baiqing opened her eyes wide. "Which supermarket? Please tell me." "It's too late. I won the first prize." Jongheng grinned. "I just found out that you are quite capable of making up stories." Baiqing smiled. Suddenly, someone ran across the corridor, coming up to a unit, and started shaking the iron grill door. At the same time, the person shouted, "Help! Someone is trying to kill me." Chapter 665. "Who are you?" When Baiqing heard the voice, her face instantly changed. As the steel door opened before Jongheng, a middle-aged woman stumbled into the corridor in front of him. She was in an unkempt state, with messy hair, and was in a set of pajamas and slippers. She ignored where she was running, and as a result, tripped over the steps in front of her. "Mom, what's the matter?" When Baiqing saw her mother falling, she instantly ignored Jongheng and ran over to see what was going on. When she stood on her feet again, the middle-aged woman was trembling. The moment she saw that it was her daughter who helped her, she yelled, "Qingqing, Qingqing, your dad wants to kill me." "Mom, what are you talking about? Don't be afraid. Speak slowly." Baiqing patted her mother on the back, trying to calm her down first. However, Baiqing's attempts were all but futile. The moment the lady heard the footsteps sound coming from the corridor, fear devoured her once again. Jongheng was familiar with that stricken look on her face since he had seen that very expression on the college student's face. "Dad!" Baiqing called out hesitantly. The next moment, a middle-aged man in suit and leather shoes walked towards them. He seemed a little surprised to see Baiqing and Jongheng her side. "Dad, what is going on?" Baiqing asked. "Leave it to the adults to deal with. Kids should stay out of it," the middle-aged man said. "But Mom just said you wanted to kill her. Your mother is mentally unstable." "I'm taking her to the hospital," the middle-aged man said casually. "No, I am not sick. It is you who is sick. Recently, I felt that something wrong with you. I feel like you've changed a lot." "You're no longer my husband," cried the middle-aged woman. When he heard that, Baiqing's father remained. "When I went to the bathroom earlier, your dad suddenly rushed in, grabbed my hair, and dragged me out. He had this bloodthirst in his eyes, and I knew that he was going to kill me." The middle-aged woman hugged Baiqing tightly. "Don't let him come close." Baiqing then looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. "Your mother is hallucinating. I just told you that she is mentally unstable, and I am about to take her to the hospital for an examination." Baiqing volunteered, "Then I will go with you." "No. I want you to stay at home. This is an adult matter, and it has nothing to do with you," the middle-aged man droned on, his requests unquestionable. Jongheng could see that Baiqing's father was the one who usually gave the orders in her family. Even while talking to his own kin, he used a command-oriented tone, one that was cold and unyielding. The commotion caused two families on the first floor to open their doors to see what was going on. One of the men came out with a kitchen knife in his hand. "What's wrong?" "I heard someone calling for help," he quizzed vigilantly. Bai Qing's father snorted coldly and looked at his wife on the ground. "Are you happy now? You have put us to shame. Stand on your feet now." Not only did the woman remain on the floor when she heard his order, but she quickly retreated behind Bai Qing. "Oh, a married couple is quarreling." The man with the kitchen knife heaved a sigh of relief and then said in an affronted tone, "Don't quarrel in front of our house. Do you know what time is it now? This is not a quarrel." "My husband is trying to kill me," the middle-aged woman insisted. When she saw more people around her, she felt a little more relieved, and she stopped trembling. "It appears this is getting out of hand." The man with the kitchen knife raised his eyebrows. "I don't care about what happens to your family. Just deal with it yourself. Stop screaming." After that, he turned around and returned to his house. On the other hand, the other neighbor who came out with the man realized that it was a false alarm. They, too, closed the door and left them alone. So the middle-aged woman quickly looked around to see if there was anyone who could help her. And finally, she landed her gaze on Zhongheng. "Young man, you can't leave us here alone. Otherwise, we would be gone from this world." "I won't leave you alone, Auntie," Zhongheng reassured politely. "Who are you again?" The middle-aged man frowned. "He is my classmate, Dad," Bai Qing replied. "This is nonsense. How many times have I told you not to go out with boys in the middle of the night? Didn't you say you were going to watch a movie with the girls from your class? We just came back from the cinema. I was worried that it might be unsafe for Bai Qing to come home alone, which was why I volunteered to send her home after the movie is over," Zhongheng explained without changing his expression. "You are simply trying to sweet-talk yourself out of this mess. You really think I don't know what's going on between the both of you?" the middle-aged man warned. "You've already escorted her here. She's safe. You can leave now." Although Bai Qing's father seemed persistent, Zhongheng did not leave. "You are sending her to the hospital. She still appears to be unstable. Anyway, I have nothing to do now. I can stay with her for a while. Shouldn't you be feeling embarrassed about how you can't see yourself as an outsider?" the middle-aged man snapped coldly. "I'm going to take my wife to the hospital now, and I'm in no mood to talk nonsense with you. You'd better not show up in front of me again, or I'll look for your class teacher in school and ask to talk to your parents." One had to admit that this strategy was usually quite effective on ordinary high school students. After all, asking to talk to the parents was the ultimate move against a student. Fortunately, such a strategy proved ineffective on Zhongheng. "My parents are abroad, and I haven't seen them for a long time. It might not be easy for you to talk to them," he replied calmly. "Heh," the middle-aged man chuckled. "You have to have a guardian anyway, right? I am staying with my grandfather, but he rarely interferes with my affairs," Zhongheng admitted truthfully. The middle-aged man was in no mood to keep talking. He then turned to Bai Qing. "You should go home first. Dad, Zhongheng is a very nice person. He is just worried about Mom and me," Bai Qing retorted bravely. "Can you tell me about the conflict between you and Mom? Although Mom can be quite materialistic, she's always been stable mentally." And Bai Qing hesitated. "You've been behaving a little weird recently. I just told you to not interfere with the affairs of grown-ups," the middle-aged man said with a straight face. "Take care of your own stuff. Just study hard, and get into a good university. This is the greatest thing you can do for this family. You are not allowed to go out with boys anymore." A look of disappointment flashed across Bai Qing's eyes. "Why do you guys always keep things from me? Please stop treating me like a kid. If all you guys do is bring pain to each other, why continue to live in the same house and torture the other? If it is because of me, the two of you have certainly not given me a harmonious family environment." Chapter 666. Resolving a Conflict. Bai Qing's words made her parents fall into silence again. They didn't even notice Zhongheng walking away for a short time. When he hung up the phone and returned to Bai Qing, her mother had finally gotten up from the ground. However, she wasn't willing to get close to her husband no matter what. The middle-aged man stood there looking solemn, making Bai Qing seem a little helpless. The middle-aged man snorted, "Keep an eye on your mother. I'll bring the car here." "No, I don't want to go to the hospital," Bai Qing's mother shouted hysterically. The way she acted made Bai Qing believe that she must have just endured something traumatizing. "Should we go home first?" Bai Qing hesitated. "No, I won't go home. I don't want to stay with your dad again." Bai Qing's mother insisted, "He is no longer the person he used to be. I can feel it. You are in a mess right now, and you need treatment," the middle-aged man said with no emotions. "When your treatment is complete, I will take you back." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Bai Qing's mother by her hand. But the next moment, a hand stopped his arm. "It's better that you two calm down first," Zhong Heng said. "As you said, she is mentally unstable now. It's not good to force her to stay outside. It's better to let her stay in a hotel for a few days. You should talk to her again after she calms down." "You haven't left yet?" The middle-aged man glared at Zhong Heng. He tried to shake off Zhong Heng's arm with his other hand, but it was futile. The boy was a lot stronger than he thought, and in frustration, he shoved Zhong Heng. Zhong Heng, however, easily managed to stop him from doing that. "Stop fighting." At that moment, Bai Qing had become most anxious. After seeing what happened to her parents, she almost broke into tears. Then, before she could even figure out how the sporadic skirmish between her parents broke out, Zhong Heng had almost started a fight with her father. But then, before anybody could react, a faint siren could be heard wailing in the distance. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he looked at Zhong Heng viciously. "Did you call the police?" "It's not me," Zhong Heng shook his head. "I just called my friend to tell him not to wait for me and go home first." In contrast to the now panicked middle-aged man, Bai Qing's mother was elated when she heard the siren. "The police, are the police finally here?" A patrol car stopped in front of them after a while, and two policemen exited the vehicle. The chubby officer on duty asked, "Who was the one that called the police just now?" "Me. Me. Me." Bai Qing's mother instantly answered. "What the hell is going on? You didn't tell us anything on the phone just now. All you told us was the address." The chubby officer wiped the sweat off his brow. "It's my husband. He wants to hurt me. I'm so relieved that you guys came here in time." Bai Qing's mother gushed with a solemn expression while holding the chubby policeman's hand. The chubby policeman was left dumbfounded when he heard what she said. "Did you just say that your husband wants to harm you?" "Sorry, my wife is a little mentally unstable," the middle-aged man quickly blurted. At the same time, he reached out his hand and took a cigarette out of his pocket. "I'm so sorry that you guys came here for nothing." The chubby policeman waved his hands. "I don't smoke during duty. We have a body cam on us." He then looked at Bai Qing's mother again. "What's the matter? You can tell me everything. My husband has been a bit abnormal lately. It's as if he's become a complete stranger," Bai Qing's mother went on. "Not only does he look at me like a stranger, but he also speaks like someone that I don't know. And he doesn't return home at the time he used to. He even changed the clock on the bedroom wall out of the blue." Is there any problem with changing a clock?" the chubby policeman asked. "I didn't think it was a problem at first, but when I took it down and cleaned it today, I found something wrong with it." "What's wrong with it?" When she talked about it, Bai Qing's mother seemed to recall the horror she experienced when she checked on the clock. The expression on her face became tense again, and then she whispered nervously, "There is a hidden camera within it." "A hidden camera? You mean?" "Yes, it's one of those pinhole cameras usually found in small hotels or an Airbnb." The plump officer and his partner glanced at each other. "You mean your husband installed a pinhole camera in his bedroom?" "Yes, then I found pinhole cameras in the living room, study room, and toilets." Bai Qing's mother covered her mouth. I realized that my every move has been monitored. Why would your husband want to spy on you? The chubby officer asked in disbelief. I don't know. As I said, we've been married 20 years, and he's never been like this. He came home late today, and I wanted to ask him about the cameras. I didn't expect him to look so angry, and the moment he closed the door, he glared at me, pushed me to the ground, strangled me, grabbed my hair, and dragged me out of the house. Bai Qing's mother lamented in agony. The chubby officer saw that the middle-aged man's gaze had changed suddenly. How can you do that to your wife? No matter what happens, it would help if you just speak amicably. Never resort to violence. After hearing that, the middle-aged man did not say a word. He just stood there, staring at his wife coldly. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he looked a little panicked in the dark. The chubby policeman then said again, so nothing serious actually happened here, but a family dispute. What do you mean by nothing serious? He strangled me, and I almost suffocated. Bai Qing's mother insisted while showing the marks on her neck to the officers. I used all my strength to kick him before I could open the door and save myself. Please, you can't let him get near me anymore. But he is your husband, said the chubby policeman. You said that you have been married for 20 years. Lady, there are ups and downs in a marriage. Look at your son and daughter. They are all grown-ups. Divorce is not worth it. I don't have such a good son. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhongheng and snorted coldly. Then you are. I am their daughter's classmate, Zhongheng said. Do you live here too? No, I live in Ebei district. Wait a minute. Why are you here? He's here to send me home. Bai Qing, on the other side, blushed. So you guys are together now, the officer continued. He then turned to Bai Qing's mother again. Lady, I think you should communicate better with your husband. If you can't solve the dispute, you can seek help from the neighborhood committee. We'll leave first if there are no other problems. Many bad things happened today. A group of drunkards got into a fight, and one of their heads got smashed in. Chapter 667. Can you look outside? No, you can't go. What am I supposed to do if you leave? Bai Qing's mother held the chubby policeman's hand. The latter was left in frustration when he saw that Bai Qing's mother refused to let him go. The most troublesome thing a police officer could ever encounter was a family dispute. Usually, they could only use words to resolve such matters, and unless one of them caused severe injuries to the other party, they had no authority to detain anyone. He could only comfort her again. It's okay, lady. You have already made a police report. If anything bad happens again, we will catch the bad guy this time. Once the police officer started to comfort her, Bai Qing's mother got even sadder. I will be dead by then, and it would be pointless for you to detain him. The chubby policeman explained in a hurry. No, I mean, your husband will definitely not harm you again. Otherwise, he will be the first person we will be suspecting. The officer then said to the middle-aged man again, be a man and do the right thing. Can you take the initiative and admit your mistake to your wife? Write a letter of guarantee to give your wife peace of mind. The middle-aged man frowned, but in the end, he did what the police officer told him to do. I'm wrong this time. I shouldn't have hit you, and I will never do that again. Now, that's the right thing to do. It doesn't matter if you've made a mistake, but the most important thing is that you admit it and correct it, said the chubby policeman while looking at Bai Qing's mother on the other side. Lady, do you think it's okay now? The latter hesitated to look at his husband. There was still a lot of fear in her eyes. I don't know. The chubby policeman almost cried when he heard this. He was still trying to figure out why Bai Qing's mother was so afraid of her husband. All his efforts to help resolve this family dispute could be all in vain. However, he had been a policeman for a long time, and he had encountered many weirder cases than this. It had all served to help him improve his patience. He gritted his teeth, then comforted her again. It's okay. The police station is very nearby. It takes only 3 to 5 minutes for us to get there. If he wants to harm you again, call me. My colleague and I will get here immediately. Besides, he's already admitted his mistake. You should at least give him another chance to make up for it. Finally, the woman's heart softened. Then I will give him another chance. The chubby policeman had been waiting for that sentence for a long time. He was so excited that he almost slapped his thigh. Married couples should always use words to resolve all the conflicts. Never use violence against each other. Think twice before you do anything. The chubby policeman then talked to them for a little longer. After that, he used his walkie-talkie to ask when he could go and deal with the drunken fight. He wiped the sweat off his face and rushed to the barbecue stall with his colleague immediately. After the police car left, the middle-aged man looked at his wife and said coldly, "Are you happy now?" The latter was a little scared when he asked the question. Immediately, she hid behind her daughter. "Let's go home." The middle-aged man turned around, swiped his card, and opened the door. From the beginning until the end, he refused to look at Zhongheng as if he did not exist. Bai Qing made an apologetic expression to Zhongheng, and at the same time, said thank you in a low voice. It was not appropriate for her to say anything else at this time. She had to help her mother back to their house. Zhongheng looked at the Bai Qing's family going into the building, and an iron gate separated them. After that, he stayed downstairs for a few seconds and looked around before leaving the place by calling a taxi home. As soon as Zhongheng paid the taxi fees via WeChat, he received a message from Bai Qing. "Are you home yet?" Zhongheng replied with a yes. "I'm so sorry you had to see all of that." A while later, Bai Qing sent him another message. "I think they should be fine. Every family faces different problems. But I don't think they have the same problem that my family has, where my father wants to kill my mother." Bai Qing added a bitter smile. "How are they now?" Zhongheng asked after he got out of the taxi. "It's still peaceful for the time being, but my mother insists on sleeping on the sofa tonight, alone. She still seems to be a little afraid of my dad. Make sure to lock the door to your room." Why? Think they will fight again tonight? If that is so, the more I can't lock my door tonight." Bai Qing paused and added, "Although I'm a little tired of them arguing all the time, this was the first time I witnessed such a huge fight between them. And honestly, I didn't expect my father to install so many pinhole cameras at home. It is shocking, and this makes me feel a little uncomfortable. He is not the father that I know anymore, especially when he looked at my mother tonight. There was no love in his eyes at all. By the way, thank you for stopping him. Actually, I didn't help much. Your mother was the one that called the police. Don't talk about it anymore. I still feel ashamed that you were there to witness the whole thing. They are adults, but they were like two kids who just had a fight in a kindergarten. By the way, I'm standing by the window now. Can you look out?" "Sure." The moon is very bright tonight, and the shadow on it is visible. Unfortunately, it is said that even the United States had stopped sending people up there. I wonder what it feels like standing on the moon. You can feel the desolation when you stand on it. It is a grey world, full of undulating craters and bottomless ravines. There is no life, no sound, and weathered rocks are the only interesting thing for you to see there. Well, I will just close my eyes and imagine it. I think I can imagine the way you describe the moon to me. It's really amazing. It's like being on the moon right now. You can consider becoming a novelist in the future. Sounds like a plan." While chatting with Bai Qing, Zhongheng opened the door with the key. It was now midnight, and Grandpa had already returned to his bedroom. However, he still left the light on in the living room for Zhongheng. Zhongheng got out of his shoes, brushed his teeth, washed his face quickly, and went to his bedroom in slippers. However, instead of sleeping, he took out another pair of sneakers and sportswear that he bought from under the bed. He then poured out all the textbooks and workbooks in the school bag, replacing them with things he thought could come in handy, especially a pile of unassembled Lego bricks. After that, he waited for a while to confirm that his grandpa had fallen asleep again if he woke him up just now. And finally, he crept into the living room again and opened the door. Although Jongheng did not know what happened to Bai Qing's parents, he was certain that the previous fight was not the end but just the beginning. A follow-up event would most likely happen later, which was why he asked Bai Qing to lock the door. Bai Qing was obviously more worried about her parents than herself. So Jongheng felt that it was not safe to leave her alone. Besides, he was also curious about how the story would develop. Chapter 668. Dream. Jongheng drove his grandfather's car and headed back to Bai Qing's neighborhood. He found a building on the street where it allowed him to observe her house. He parked his car, turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and walked to a spot out of the CCTV's range. Now, all he could do was wait. This was also the most boring and dreary part of the quest. Even if nothing happened, Jongheng could not close his eyes to rest or leave the place for the time being. He was, fortunately, well prepared for a situation like this. He leaned over to the back seat and grabbed his tablet. Earlier, he had downloaded a few shows that he had been following and some short movies as well. Jongheng clicked on an old anime, Penguin Drum, and continued from the 6th episode. As the flick played on, he would periodically glance at Bai Qing's house. From the previous conversation, Jongheng knew that Bai Qing's family lived on the 6th floor. The north window should be Bai Qing's bedroom, and one on the west had to be the living room. As of now, her house was completely dark. Bai Qing typically went to bed at 11 o'clock. Since so much happened tonight, she waited until Jongheng had gotten home, and the two had chatted on WeChat for about half an hour before they bid each other good night. Jongheng seemed to see Bai Qing curling up on the bed, tapping her cell phone in the dark bedroom. The blue light from the screen was shining on her face. While watching the 13th episode of Penguin Drum, Jongheng realized that his tablet's battery was almost empty. Hence, he tossed the device back to where it used to be, stretched his back, and loosened his muscles and bones. So far, nothing out of the ordinary seemed to be going on in Bai Qing's house. Jongheng then looked at his watch. It was 2:55 in the morning, and the street was devoid of people. The whole city was at a standstill, not much different from the dystopian city in that Silent Hill game. As the clock ticked, his eyes were getting drier and drier, and Jongheng dripped in 2 drops of eye drops into his eyes. At 3:20, he saw a stray dog searching the trash can on his right side. Come 3:45, he shifted himself, lowered down his seat, and leaned back. Initially, he just wanted to take a quick nap, but he did not expect to feel sleepy after closing his eyes. When Jongheng opened his eyes again, he found out that he was no longer in the car but was standing in a small town instead. Is this a dream? Suddenly, Jongheng remembered the dream he had not long ago where those things beside the river surrounded him. This time around, it looked like he had been brought back to the past, and his surroundings seemed familiar as well. However, Jongheng did not remember if he had been to this town, whether in reality or in the game. There was no doubt that this was a coastal town. The strong smell of fish in the air disgusted him, and a long sandy path could be seen under the wave breaker. On top of it were a few shacks and fishes lined up beside them. Jongheng also noticed a white bell tower made of bricks and stones, with a river flowing underneath not far from him. On the other side of the wave breaker, a black line loomed between the waves, reeking with an evil aura. In fact, the whole town was shadowed by an uncomfortable atmosphere. Although many buildings and houses were being built at the center of the town, most were in a dilapidated state. Their roofs had caved in, their walls rotting. Abandoned railroad tracks by the street were overgrown by grass on both sides. Judging by the architecture of the buildings, Jongheng figured that he was probably in a western country, circa the late 19th or early 20th century. The presence of evil loomed within the town, or to be more precise, this small town seemed to be under some sort of curse. Even the sky was marred by a suffocating haze. Since Jongheng was gradually losing his emotions, he wasn't affected by his surroundings. Instead, he had a faint feeling that he was visiting his friend. This made him feel a little strange. Jongheng walked down the cobblestone path and came to a square. Although there were incandescent lamps nearby, they were not bright enough to illuminate the place. Standing underneath these dim lights was a depressing experience. On the way, Zhongheng saw a few dirty fishermen standing on the wave breaker. After that, he did not see anyone else until he came to the square where he saw an old man walking towards a factory. Zhongheng greeted him in English, but the other party did not respond. He did not look back until Zhongheng put his palm on his shoulder. The old man had a deformed and awful face. His head was small and flat, his nose collapsed, and his eyes protruded from their sockets. With a neck covered with wrinkles, he was bald, and his skin covered in scabs. The old man croaked, in a hoarse, sharp, and guttural voice, "Are you, finally here?" Zhongheng wanted to ask him what it meant, but the next moment, the weird dream ended abruptly. It seemed as if it only lasted a second. Then Zhongheng heard a scream. When he looked up, he saw that Bai Qing's house's living room was lit up again. If he wasn't wrong, Bai Qing was the one screaming right now. Zhongheng looked at his watch and saw that it was 4:47 in the morning. He could not help but curse himself. He now had full control over his body and mind, and although he was exhausted from fighting all night, he couldn't lie down and fall asleep immediately, having not the intention to do so. Therefore, the dream that he had just now was definitely abnormal. He wasn't sure, however, if the dream had something to do with his real life or the alien in this game. He did not have time to check his body, so he rushed out of the car, closed the door, sprinted across the green zone, climbed over the iron fence, and jumped into where Bai Qing lived. His short nap had apparently disrupted his previous plan to a certain extent. But since Bai Qing still had time to scream, Zhongheng knew that she was at least safe for now. Her screams were loud, and many families living upstairs and downstairs had turned on their lights, especially the two families living on the first floor. They were so appalled by the noise that they had rushed out of their houses again. Thus, Zhongheng took the opportunity to enter the building. He ran up the steps to the 6th floor. Initially, he planned to enter Bai Qing's house through the window, but unexpectedly, the door was open. After seeing the scene in the house, Zhongheng could understand why Bai Qing screamed. The living room looked like a slaughterhouse now. Bright red blood spattered all over the walls and the floor. And Bai Qing's mother, whom Zhongheng saw downstairs earlier, was lying in a pool of blood. Her lower abdomen had been stabbed multiple times by a knife, and her whole stomach had been cut open. She had stopped breathing due to the extremely serious injury, the fear in her eyes, permanently frozen at the moment when she was slaughtered. In the middle of the living room, her husband, who had lived with her for 20 years, was standing in front of her body, with bloodstains all over his body. And he was holding a fruit knife in his right hand. Chapter 669. Little Test. Unlike the frightened neighbors, Zhongheng immediately rushed into the house to protect Bai Qing. The middle-aged man in the middle of the living room, however, did not seem to have any intention to harm his daughter. After killing his wife, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, merely standing there without saying a word. He didn't resist, and neither did he plan to flee. Someone had hastily called the police, and soon, a team of police officers swarmed the house came. The chubby officer, however, was not among them. After learning about the situation, the police put Bai Qing's father in the patrol car and hurriedly sealed off the scene while conducting a simple preliminary investigation. For more evidence, they would have to wait for the forensic team to arrive. Meanwhile, Zhongheng accompanied Bai Qing to the police station to get her statement recorded. She was the daughter of the victim and suspect and the key witness in this murder case. Undoubtedly, Bai Qing was clearly still shell-shocked. It was an undisputed fact that anybody who had witnessed their father killing their mother would be traumatized for a long time. Zhongheng could feel Bai Qing's body trembling all the time. She was on the verge of collapsing, unable to even hold the paper cup the policeman had handed her. The cup fell to the ground, and the tea inside it spilled all over the place. Considering her situation, it would be difficult for the police to get a statement out of her, so they decided to let the terrified girl take a break and placed a female officer to comfort her. Bai Qing showed no improvement. It wasn't until Zhongheng lowered his head and said something in her ear that she finally got better. Although still shaking, she could finally speak. At that moment, Bai Qing's grandparents had also rushed to the police station after receiving a notice from them. Since Bai Qing hadn't reached 18 yet, a guardian was required to be with her while making her statement. As for Zhongheng, he was not allowed to be with her. So, he did not stay, quietly leaving while everyone was busy and distracted. An hour later, Bai Qing rejected her grandpa's proposal to take her home first. The elderly gentleman had no choice but to get her a room at the Express Hotel near the police station. They, too, were in a rut at the moment. Their daughter-in-law had been killed, and all evidence pointed to their son being the murderer. The authorities had rejected their request to visit him, not to mention they now had to deal with their angry relatives at the same time. After sending Bai Qing to the Express Hotel and confirmed that she wasn't suicidal, they could only respect her decision and let her be alone for a while. Bai Qing sat alone in the dark room. Everything that happened to her so far was so sudden, so horrific, that she didn't realize what happened that night until now. She had lost both parents at the same time, the only people in the world that loved her unconditionally. Although Bai Qing was tired of them arguing day and night, it was undeniable that their blood flowed within her veins. From now on, she would never get to see the woman who always shopped for face masks on WeChat. The woman who would make her sweet and sour pork ribs and watch her eat it with a smile was now all but gone forever. The man who always looked serious and had no other care in the world, but his business was now gone too. Whether she liked it or not, she would always get to see her father every morning sitting next to the table. One of them had left this world, and the best outcome for her father was to perhaps spend the rest of his life in prison. Bai Qing covered her face with her hands, her tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. From that moment on, her life had just taken a 180-degree turn, and her future was filled with despair. Just when Bai Qing was crying bitterly in the dark, someone knocked on her door. Zhongheng's voice came from outside. "It's me." His voice was like a faint light shining into her bleak and cold world, giving her the slightest bit of hope in a hopeless world. The future, however, still did not look too bright for her. But as for those who fell into the water, they would hold on tightly to any straw extended to them, no matter how thin. Bai Qing did not bother to wipe off the tears on her face before she opened the door for Zhongheng. "I haven't sent you a WeChat message to tell you where I live. How do you know that I am in this room? If I fail to find out which room you are in, I'm definitely not qualified to stick my nose into your problem," Zhongheng said calmly. He then took a tissue and handed it to Bai Qing. "Wipe away your tears. We have something important to do later. When you were at the police station, you told me that you didn't think my father was the murderer." Bai Qing asked with tears still welling up her swollen eyes. "Yes." Zhongheng nodded. "When I turned on the light, I saw him standing there with a knife. And I also asked the police officers who were in charge of this case. They told me that my father was high on the suspect list, and although they didn't directly pin him as the murderer, I don't think there's anything left for them to investigate. At the crime scene, there was no other suspect there. Your father was the only one holding the knife, and his body was covered in blood. And I bet the follow-up investigation will prove that the blood on his clothes came from your mother. An experienced criminal investigator would quickly conclude that your father has to be the murderer. So, why then would you say that my father isn't the one?" "That's a little hard to explain," Zhongheng said. "And we need to do a little test before I begin." While talking, he took out a pair of oath rings, a piece of parchment paper, and a knife from his pocket. Name, oath ring. Grade, F. Function, bearer will know if the other party breaks an oath. Initially, I wanted to use this on Qingjun and ask him to investigate this matter for me. That is because he is the person I am most familiar with and my most convenient confidant within this quest. But then I discovered that the method has loopholes, Zhongheng went on saying. It doesn't matter anymore. It will be fine if I use it temporarily. What do you want me to do? Stretch out your hand, Zhongheng said, it might hurt a little bit. What? Bai Qing asked, doubtful, but she stretched out her hand anyway. Zhongheng then put one of the oath rings on Bai Qing's finger. After that, he cut her index finger with a knife, caught the blood with a disposable cup, and then cut his own finger. Once their blood was mixed, he wrote, "I swear that I will not lie from now on the parchment." Is that all? Zhong Heng nodded. I will ask you 2 questions first. First, did you know if this tragedy would happen tonight? Of course not. Are you here to mess with me? What does that mean? Bai Qing frowned. Okay, congratulations on passing the test, Zhong Heng said while taking off the ring from Bai Qing's finger. This proves that the person in front of me now is indeed who she is, until you leave my sight at least. Look! What's going on? What does this have anything to do with the thing that happens tonight? Are you willing to believe me? Zhong Heng looked into Bai Qing's eyes. Because what I'm about to tell you next is a bit crazy. Do I have any other choice besides believing you now? Okay, I will try to summarize everything for you. Chapter 670. Upgraded means. You mean aliens have invaded our world, and that they're masquerading as humans by secretly replacing our friends and relatives with themselves? And our relatives and friends may no longer be the people we know. Bai Qing's eyes widened. Although she said she would believe everything Zhong Heng said, as an ordinary person with a respectable IQ, common sense, and 9 years of compulsory education, she found it really hard to believe upon hearing it for the first time. Yes. You told me that it was abnormal that your dad be home right after work. And he was also looking at the old photo album alone in the room. That's when I thought that the alien must have replaced your father secretly, Zhong Heng said. The way your mother acted last night was very similar to the victim that I met before. It was so uncannily similar that I started to have doubts about her. I know those creatures were trying to figure out a way to get rid of me. However, I didn't rush to a conclusion. Instead, I went home, took some equipment, and drove back to where you live. You were here last night. Yes, I arrived at about 12:48, and I parked my car right outside your apartment. While waiting in the car, I fell asleep for a while. Unsure if it would be related to this quest, Zhong Heng did not tell Bai Qing about his dream. According to your deduction, the person who got replaced in my family should be my father, right? Since my mother found the abnormality, my father, that thing, killed my mother. No, as far as I know, those creatures have always been very cautious except for the case of the 3 children drowning. After that, they didn't resort to killing anymore. In fact, I discovered that they prefer to use the rules of society to achieve their goals. Take the college student as an example. They created an illusion that the target was mentally unstable through continuous psychological oppression. The student used a knife to cause chaos in the community before. Once the people around him accepted that he is mentally unstable, those creatures would be able to send him to a mental hospital without making up anything about him. And this time, the methods that they use have evolved. What do you mean? During the last quarrel between your father and your mother deliberately spoke loudly to alert those living around her. By doing that, the other people and the police would know that your father had the intention to harm your mother. This series of actions directly correlated to what would happen later. When your mother died in the living room lying in a pool of her own blood and your father was found with a fruit knife, nobody would believe he wasn't the killer no matter what he said. I should have realized that. In fact, it is an upgraded version of the incident where the college student was found holding a knife. But the person who behaved abnormally before was indeed my father, and he is also the one that installed those pinhole cameras in the house. How do you explain that? Your father discovered that your mother was behaving abnormally. After all, no matter how much they quarreled, they were still a married couple who had lived together for 20 years. When your father looked through the old photos, he might have suspected that your mother was cheating on him. He must have looked at those old photos because he wanted to remember the feelings he had towards your mother. Those pinhole cameras served to catch your mother cheating on him red-handed. This is how a normal person would react. When he decided to come home from work, he was trying to save the marriage. It explains why they had such a huge fight last night. When the police arrived, however, your father kept quiet about the cause of the conflict. Bai Qing thought for a while. It looks like your deduction is starting to make sense. My father is the kind of man that puts saving face as a priority. If he suspects that my mother is cheating on him, he would be sure to keep it from any outsiders. But I saw him standing there with a fruit knife in his hand. As long as the person was well planned, it is easy to make your father the number one suspect. For example, when your dad saw your mom attempting suicide, he would surely have run to her and snatched the fruit knife away. Either your mother managed to act swiftly, or she was simply strong enough to kill herself. In the end, your father took the knife from her. It just happened that you were there to witness the final scene, Jong-hung said. Of course, this is only my speculation. I need to investigate further. So that creature sacrificed itself to send my dad to prison. I don't think they sacrificed themselves. We don't know much about them. We don't know what they are, the methods they use to replace us, and what their survival conditions are, Jong-hung analyzed. Maybe our physical bodies are like clothes for them. Perhaps they could dispose of it whenever they want. Have you been investigating this for a long time? You always look like you didn't get enough sleep in class. Has this been the reason? Bai Qing asked. Yes, I've been tracking the whereabouts of the college student and investigating the drowning of the 3 children, Jong-hung admitted. Why? You said that you are not that close with the college student, and those things have warned you. Why take the risk? Well, I come from the Association of Prevention and Control of Invasion of Alien Species. It specializes in handling abnormal phenomena, Jong-hung lied, using the name of Shan 1111's organization as an excuse. It sounds like a mysterious organization that only appears in novels and movies. Is there anyone in this association besides you? Yes, but they are not here. They have other things to deal with, which means we can only rely on ourselves. Sorry, I'm trying very hard to keep up with you, but Bai Qing grabbed her head. It sounds absurd. You're telling me that aliens have invaded us, and my mother is actually not my mother. It's okay. Take your time to understand the whole thing. I know how upset you must be right now, and you can either stay here to rest or go to your grandpa's place. Leave the investigation to me, Jong-hung said. No, I'll come with you. Bai Qing insisted. Don't leave me alone. She reached out and grabbed Jong-hung's hand. The horrible scene in the living room keeps popping up in my mind over and over again. It's like an awful nightmare. I can't rest. If what you said is true, can we get my mother back? It is possible, but I must say that the probability is very slim. First, we need to find a way to help your dad. If we can prove that my dad is not the killer, I'm willing to do anything to clear his name, Bai Qing proclaimed without hesitation. Okay, let's start with the corpse and see if we can find anything, Jong-hung said. Chapter 671. Examination. The corpse was with the authorities now. An autopsy would usually be carried out on those who went through an unnatural death to gain a deeper insight into the fatal wounds. For this case, the cause of death was undeniable. Hence, the forensic doctors did not need to perform an autopsy on Bai Qing's mother. Even after the examination was completed, family members were not allowed to retrieve the corpse immediately. It would be placed at the funeral home temporarily. Since Bai Qing's mother's death fell under criminal investigation, even her family members could not see her anytime they wanted. And Jong-hung did not want other people to be around when he examined the corpse. So Bai Qing and Jong-hung waited until the funeral home closed in the evening before they headed over there. Jong-hung then said to Bai Qing, "Wait for me outside the funeral home." The latter bit her lip when he heard Jong-hung's instruction. "I want to go with you because I want to see her again. I don't think it's wise to traumatize yourself again. Let alone the fact that we have to sneak in this time," Jong-hung said. "I have changed into my sport shoes," Bai Qing said. Jong-hung turned around, only to see how determined Bai Qing looked. "I have to see it with my own eyes to believe what you just told me," the girl added. Jong-hung thought for a bit before agreeing. "Okay. Follow me closely." The two had already checked out the place once during the day. Due to the nature of this business, thieves would usually not target funeral homes, and security here was average. Although some CCTV was being installed in the funeral house, they were mainly located in the columbarium. That was because some family members liked to place items that were once belonged to the deceased in that particular room, including necklaces, rings, and bracelets. Besides that, the funeral home also hired some security guards to look after the place at night. Zhongheng climbed over the lower wall and landed at the back of the green zone. Then he reached out and caught Bai Qing, who just jumped off the wall. The two passed through a small flower bed, and the funeral home's main building was right in front of them. The hall facing the flower bed was a high-end memorial hall, and behind it was the mourning hall. The door to the memorial hall, however, was now locked. Zhongheng and Bai Qing went to the side corridor, pried a window from there, and slipped into the memorial hall. From there, they could walk to the cremation room, where only a broken CCTV greeted them along the way. At midnight, the funeral home was extremely quiet. The funeral home's busiest time started at 7 a.m. The two high-end halls, 6 mid-range halls, and 2 ordinary halls would hold memorial services continuously throughout the day. Some said that whether the deceased was rich or poor, they all looked the same after they died. Actually, this statement was not entirely correct. On average, hundreds of people usually attended a high-end memorial service, and the high-end memorial hall would not fit all of them. Whether the people who came for the memorial service were close to the deceased or not, they would still come to pay their respects with flowers. Some funeral services would be held at the ordinary halls where it was attended by only a few of the closest relatives. Other than that, from renting the mourning hall to the funeral vehicle, the shroud, and the cemetery slot all came with different price tags. Other than that, their customers were also given options to pick the type of funeral service. It implied that not even the dead could escape the hierarchy so deeply rooted in our society. This made people believe that we had to expect that we would never be treated fairly when we were born into this world. And this applied to the dead as well. Zhongheng and Bai Qing walked through the corridor as quietly as possible. When they heard the sound of footsteps coming from a distance, the two stopped and temporarily hid in the dressing room on the side, a spot where the morticians worked. Usually, they would clean and do some makeup for the corpse before they were sent for cremation. Bereaved family members would want their loved ones to look as beautiful as possible before sending them away on their final journey. There was no one inside now, only a few iron racks were placed in it. Zhongheng and Bai Qing hid behind a rack against the wall, waiting for the sound of footsteps from the outside to approach them. Zhongheng could feel Bai Qing's breathing becoming more rapid. She probably thought of something that caused her mood to become a little unstable, and she began to tremble again. Hearing that the footsteps were getting closer and closer to them, Zhongheng hesitated and had to stretch out a hand to pat her back. Zhongheng could see that Bai Qing was trying her best to stop herself from crying. She buried her face into Zhongheng's embrace, and her shoulders heaved slightly. Zhongheng gently stroked Bai Qing's back to calm her down. The light from the flashlight shone through the window into the dressing room. Fortunately, the security guard had no intention to enter the room. The people who chose to work as security guards here were usually quite bold. However, they would not deliberately look for things that they were not supposed to do. After they checked out the place briefly, they would quickly take their leave to inspect another place. When the footsteps moved to the end of the corridor, Bai Qing's body finally stopped shaking. After that, Zhongheng felt that his chest was wet. When he lowered his head to look at it, he saw snot and tears on his shirt. Bai Qing raised her head and quickly apologized to Zhongheng in a low voice. She then promptly wiped them away. Zhongheng handed her a tissue and said to her, "It's okay. Let's carry on." Bai Qing nodded and followed Zhongheng to leave the dressing room. She sniffled and said, "I'm sorry, I thought about how my mother's body would be pushed into the room, and she's lying there all alone. It makes me really sad." "That might not be the case," Zhongheng comforted. The two then walked through the cremation room, past the empty forensic room next to it, walked through another corridor, and finally reached the morgue. It was a place where the funeral home temporarily stored the corpses and was probably the largest area on the grounds. All the freezers were neatly arranged in the morgue. Zhongheng looked at Bai Qing beside him and asked, "Are you sure you want to watch what happens next? You have been very brave so far, but if you want, you can just stay outside and let me do the work." We are here now. Let's get over it. Although Bai Qing's face had turned pale, she still insisted on staying with Zhongheng. Zhongheng then opened his backpack and took out 2 pairs of rubber gloves. He put on one of them and handed the other to Bai Qing. During the afternoon, Zhongheng had already found out where Bai Qing's mother was located. It was easy for them to find her since there was a number written on each freezer. Once Zhongheng opened the freezer, he could feel the chill hitting on him. Although the security guards had just patrolled this area and would not return until the next shift, Zhongheng wasted no time, pulling out the body bag and placing it on the flatbed trolley beside him. After that, Zhongheng proceeded to open the body bag. Although Bai Qing tried her best to control her emotions, she still could not help but cry when she saw her mother's body. Zhongheng did not pay too much attention to the body's surface because he knew that the forensic doctor had done a thorough examination on her before. So he did not waste his time checking the apparent wound. The police would generally not send the body for an X-ray and CT scan for such obvious injuries. Zhongheng then took out the Lego bricks in his backpack and assembled a small CT scanner as fast as possible. After that, he inserted the infinite building block into the Lego CT scanner. While Bai Qing was looking at him in surprise, a fully functional Lego CT scanner was presented in front of her. Zhongheng and the forensic doctor focused on completely different aspects. He did not care about the fatal injuries on the corpse. What he was interested in was its internal structure. In short, what he wanted to know was whether the corpse and a real human had any differences. From there, he wished to figure out how those aliens took into human forms at will. Chapter 672. Closer. Other than checking out the place during the day, Zhongheng spent the better part of the day attempting to assemble the CT scanner. Thank goodness his efforts were not in vain. It took him about 20 minutes to get to the morgue, but he managed to assemble the CT scanner that he wanted. And scanning the body was not that complicated as well. Even a layman like Zhongheng could learn to operate it from manuals he downloaded from the internet. What he received next, however, was the raw image from the CT scanner. He would need someone professional to process and analyze the image. Zhongheng then pushed the CT scanner aside and waited quietly for the infinite building block effect to expire. As for Bai Qing, she was staring at her mother. The lady's eyes were closed, and she looked like she was asleep. The horror on her face was gone too. She looked like she was in peace. After 45 minutes had passed, Zhongheng looked at the time on the phone, dismantled the Lego CT scanner, and put the bricks back into his backpack. He then said to Bai Qing, "We are leaving now. Let me take another look, just one look." Bai Qing said. Zhongheng did not rush her after hearing her request. He just stood at the side quietly. Half a minute later, Bai Qing zipped up the body bag and pushed her mother back into the freezer. She suppressed her grief and asked, "What shall we do next?" Zhongheng looked at Bai Qing's slightly red and swollen eyes and shook her head. "There is nothing else for us to do for the time being. Go back and rest first. I will send the image to a friend that works in the hospital. When the results come out, I will contact you again." "But I can't sleep now," Bai Qing said. "You have to try to sleep because this is likely going to be a long battle." Zhongheng said, "In my experience, whether you are looking for your mother or saving your father, you need sufficient physical strength to support you till the end of this battle. Will you stay with me then?" Bai Qing bit her lip. Initially, Zhongheng wanted to go home to prepare for the follow-up investigation. Still, considering that he had not slept for almost the entire whole night, it was difficult for him to say no after looking at Bai Qing's current mental state. "Yes, I will stay," Zhongheng finally said. "Let's go back to the hotel." Since the funeral home was at the city's outskirts, it was almost dawn when they returned to the Express Hotel. Zhongheng bundled up all the information that he collected and composed them into an email. Due to the fact that he was worried about those aliens had fully penetrated human society, he had to go to the hospital to verify that his friend was still his friend. To be safe, he also called his parents, who lived far away in Europe, asking them to find someone they knew to help analyze the CT image. He then drew the curtains, and the room became dark again. "Sweet dreams," Zhongheng said to Bai Qing, who was on the bed. Seating himself on the chair under the window sill, he leaned his head against the wall with his feet propped on the other chair. About a quarter of an hour later, he heard Bai Qing asking from the other end of the room, "Are you still there?" "Yes," Zhongheng replied in the dark. "Can you come closer?" Bai Qing asked softly. "Sure." After Zhongheng finished speaking, he moved the chair to the side of the bed. Before he sat down, he heard Bai Qing spoke in a hoarse voice. "A little closer." So Zhongheng laid down on the other side of the bed and then asked, "Is it better now?" Bai Qing did not answer him. She just stretched out her hand, touched Zhongheng's face, and asked with a hoarse and crying voice, Why did this happen to me?" Her palms were ice cold, and her voice was filled with sadness, like a lost puppy under the heavy rain, not knowing where to go. "Sorry for getting you involved in this," Zhongheng apologized. In the real world, Bai Qing did not need to experience the separation of life and death from her loved ones. She was still happily attending classes at the university, and after all, this was just one of the events in this dungeon. Usually, such an event was linked to the assigned quest. Zhongheng held Bai Qing's hand and said softly, "Don't worry, it will be better when you open your eyes again." The next time Bai Qing opened her eyes, Zhongheng was gone. Soon, she heard the sound of water. When she was still sleeping, Zhongheng took a cold shower and analyzed the information he collected. After he got dressed and walked out of the bathroom, he found out that Bai Qing had woken up. And his face was blushing. Nothing happened between the two, even though they slept together. Although they were lying on the same bed, they were fully clothed. Having no other thoughts, Bai Qing just wanted to find someone she trusted to stay with her. Likewise, Zhongheng had no other intentions towards her as well. He uncapped a bottle of mineral water and tossed another to Bai Qing. The results of the CT scan is here. To Zhongheng's surprise, it turned out that his unreliable parents were more effective than his friend that worked at the hospital. They sent the result back to him in 2 hours. An hour and a half later, his friend that worked at the hospital sent Zhongheng his results. The two sets proved similar. The image's three-dimensional reconstruction showed that the corpse's bones and blood vessels were almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human body. Only its brain managed to attract the analyst's attention. What does it mean by an abnormal fourth ventricle? Bai Qing walked to the computer. The fourth ventricle is an anatomical structure located between the midbrain, pons, and cerebellum. The fourth ventricle's content was mainly cerebrospinal fluid connected to the third ventricle, the subarachnoid space, and the central canal of the spinal cord. The fourth ventricle of an ordinary person has a quadrangular pyramid shape. But the fourth ventricle on the CT image is twice the size of an ordinary person, and it has a very neat hemisphere, Zhongheng said. Let's put it this way, the analysts who saw the CT image believed that such a neat hemispherical shape could not be formed naturally. It is more like an industrial product. In other words, it was manufactured artificially. In addition, the CT image also shows that the top of the skull has traces of cutting, and it was healed after that. The radius coincides with the fourth ventricle. What does this mean? This means that there are many possibilities, and it is not possible for us to draw any conclusions yet. Zhongheng said, but one thing is certain. The brains of the people who have been replaced are different from those of ordinary people. Look here. Zhongheng pointed at the fourth ventricle on the CT image. There was an irregular-shaped shadow at the bottom of it. What's that? Is it a tumor? Bai Qing squinted, trying to figure out what that was. For some reason, the shadow creeped her out. I don't think so. Zhongheng said, it looks like some kind of organism. We are one step closer to the truth. Chapter 673. Meeting. After having slept for only 4 hours, Bai Qing finally met her defense lawyer in the afternoon. When the suspect of a major criminal case had been arrested, even their family members could not visit them. They could only communicate with them through the lawyers. Bai Qing, however, couldn't fathom why the gentle and polite lawyer in front of her made her feel uncomfortable. "I have worked in this field for 10 years and have defended many suspects," said the representative. "Don't worry. There is no better lawyer in this city than me in dealing with a criminal case. Since Mr. Bai chose me, I will definitely do my best." Unable to wait any longer, Bai Qing's grandfather asked, "How is my son holding up?" He just met his in-laws, and it did not end well. There were scratches on his arms. Typically, when a murder happens between a married couple, the pain is doubled. It's an extremely traumatizing experience for both families. Mr. Bai did not admit to killing his wife, insisting that he was merely trying to stop her from committing suicide. Judging by the evidence collected from the scene, it isn't easy to stand up for his statement. However, he did explain the reason he installed the pinhole cameras. Having suspected that his wife was cheating on him, he also revealed that he had hired a private investigator to investigate his wife before the incident. "I am going to get in touch with that private investigator to gain a better understanding." As Bai Qing's classmate, Zhong Heng wasn't allowed to participate in this meeting with the lawyer. Besides not being interested, after discovering the shadow in the fourth ventricle, Zhong Heng believed that he had probably found the alien race mentioned in the main quest, and that the other party was probably still alive as well. Since the alien race was willing to send Bai Qing's father to jail by sacrificing one of their own, Zhong Heng did not rule out the possibility that they might possess a very potent reproduction ability. However, a case like this did not happen as often as he thought it to be. Otherwise, they would have started a large-scale replacement operation. If the creature was still alive and the low temperatures in the freezer could not kill it, its companions would definitely find a way to retrieve it. This would be a rare opportunity for Zhong Heng to meet them. After knowing what happened to the college student and seeing that the perfectly shaped fourth ventricle resembled a manufactured object, Zhong Heng became more convinced that those creatures should have a base camp. Unfortunately, he was forced to put his investigation on hold after discovering that the surveillance cameras at the underground parking lot were broken. Thus, Zhong Heng resisted the impulse to return to the funeral home immediately to dissect the corpse's head and see what it was made of. He decided to wait for the aliens to come to their allies' rescue. But before he did that, he headed home first. When Bai Qing was giving her statement to the authorities, Zhong Heng returned the car to its original place. He also left a note to his grandpa stating that something had happened to his classmate and he had gone to help her. It would be a little unusual if he wouldn't return home for the next 2 days, so Zhong Heng took the opportunity and headed home first. At this time, the news had also begun reporting on the homicide at Bai Qing's house. Most quarters assumed that her father was indeed the killer, and although the names of the people involved were omitted, the location of the incident was explicitly reported. The people close with Bai Qing had begun asking her questions. Grandpa asked while listening to the news and practicing calligraphy, "What happened to your classmate?" Zhong Heng did not answer the question. "Boy and girl." "Girl. She sits right beside me," replied Zhong Heng, making an excuse for the actions he would be taking. "Her mood is not too stable, and I might be staying with her for a while." "Poor child. She should be traumatized by what happened to her." "Do you have enough money?" asked Grandpa. "Go to the bedroom and get me my wallet on my desk." Although Zhong Heng wasn't short of money, he still went to the master bedroom to fetch Grandpa his wallet to prevent suspicions. Grandpa counted and took 1,000 yuan out of it. "Here you go. If it is not enough, come and get more from me." "Thank you, Grandpa." Zhong Heng stretched out his hands to take the money, but Grandpa did not immediately let go of the cash. He solemnly added, "She is at her most vulnerable state. Everything that she says or does right now isn't an indicator of her real intention. Don't take advantage of her at this difficult time." "Of course." "Very well. Please take good care of her." Zhong Heng changed his clothes at home and sent a message to Bai Qing, asking her about her situation. He learned that the lawyer's meeting was over, and she was currently being escorted home by the police home to pick up her school bag and some daily necessities. Later, she would meet with her grandparents and 2 uncles to discuss where she would live next. That meant she was not available for the time being. So Zhong Heng started the preparations for his next move alone. He carried a black plastic bag with him, walked for a distance to make sure that no one was following him, and then he went to a public toilet to change his clothes. He used the method taught by Irene Adler and Holmes to put on simple makeup to deter anyone from recognizing him. After that, he took out his cell phone, going on Baidu to look for detectives that provided service for investigating extramarital affairs. Sure enough, he found the phone number left by a group of men who claimed to be private investigators. Zhong Heng contacted 3 of them and found out that 2 of them were scammers. As for the last one, Zhong Heng believed that he was the real deal through a simple conversation. However, he might not be as professional as Zhong Heng thought he would be. The profession of private investigator had always been a grey area in this country. The authority did not give credit to this profession, nor did they ban people from practicing it. Extramarital affairs investigation was always high on demand, which was how this profession survived until now. Since no formal qualifications and legal supervision was required, the private detective industry was often filled with scammers. As for the private detective that Zhong Heng contacted, he could not work a normal job. That was how he ended up becoming a private detective. The 2 agreed to meet in a cafe. "So, you want to buy a tracker and a pinhole camera?" "Yes, the smaller, the better. I want to know where my wife has been." Zhong Heng previously revealed his identity on the phone as a banker and wanted to know if his wife was unfaithful. "You have found the right man. I can follow your wife around the clock. If I see her on a date with another man, I can take pictures of it and send them to you." The private investigator tried really hard to sell his service. After all, the money from selling equipment was not as lucrative as being hired by someone. His operating expenses could be reimbursed as well. "No, I have to check it myself." "You can give me what I want." Zhong Heng took 2,000 yuan from his wallet, put it on the table, and said plainly, "If you have it, this money is yours. If you don't, I will find someone else." Devices such as miniature trackers and pinhole cameras were forbidden to be sold on the market. And Zhong Heng needed them urgently. So he could only seek help from these private detectives. Even if they did not sell it, they would know where to get them. As expected, Zhong Heng successfully got what he wanted half an hour later. Chapter 674. Secret Code. Zhong Heng waited until late that night before heading to the funeral home again to set up the pinhole camera. Later, he contacted the Modified Car Club to borrow a van from them. Worried that the aliens might have replaced some of its members, Zhong Heng changed the van's appearance by adding a tailgate and sealing the rear compartment. He then headed to the hotel to pick Bai Qing up. Zhong Heng still had to verify Bai Qing's identity by using the previous method. The latter looked a little tired, albeit not as sad as before. It was probably because she had caught a glimpse of the CT scan that Zhong Heng had shown her. Filled with hope once again, her fighting spirit was rekindled. "What shall we do next?" "Wait. We now know the whereabouts of one of the creatures. I'll need it to lead me to their nest. I have been investigating the college student's identity for quite some time, and those creatures now have their eye on me. I'm not worried about them at night. Once I run out of my house, I am confident enough that I can get rid of them. School starts tomorrow, though, and if I'm not in school, they will definitely pay extra attention to me. They may not head to the funeral home quickly enough to retrieve their ally. So, I'll need your help. What do you want me to do?" "I need you to stay near the funeral home. I have installed cameras in the morgue, parking lot, and front entrance." "The camera in the morgue faces the freezer where the corpse is stored," said Zhong Heng as he took a tracker out of his bag. "You'll need to pay attention and see if anyone moves your mother's body. Once you find the target, you can stick this underneath their car." Considering that the college student's family had changed their car halfway through their journey, Zhong Heng hesitated and took out another miniature tracker, this time, the size of a coin. If possible, place this on one of them, and be careful not to trigger their suspicion. "Okay." Bai Qing agreed and reached out to take the tracker. "Aren't you going to ask me how to use it?" Zhong Heng raised his eyebrows. "Or, have you figured out a way?" "I have no idea how to use it, but I will think of a way." "Didn't you say that they won't be acting so quickly?" Yes, that's my theory, at least. It's unnecessary for them to take risks. When everyone's attention is no longer on the corpse, it will be their time to act. Then, I will find a way, said Bai Qing. Trust me. I am not some goody two-shoes who knows nothing about this world. Zhongheng nodded. Anything else? I have prepared 7 power banks, food, and some water for you. You might have to live in this car for some time. You can check in with your grandpa and relatives from time to time so that they won't be worried. You can't, however, tell them where you are, or what you're doing, and that includes your friends. From now on, you can trust no one except for me. And we need to agree on a secret sign. It is too much trouble to have me cut your finger every time. Those aliens that you have been talking about, won't they read our memories when they latch on us? Bai Qing asked. To that, I have no answer yet. But based on previous experience, they don't seem to know what the recent happenings of their hosts. Zhongheng pondered for a moment. I will ask you a question when I want to verify your identity. Do you like me? Bai Qing blushed upon hearing the question, and how should I answer? Sorry, I'm from another world, Zhongheng replied. When you ask me that question, this will be my answer. I'm no longer me if you give you another answer. Bai Qing took a deep breath. Okay. Finally, I need to put some makeup on you. Although they wouldn't recognize you, you will be safer if you change your appearance. An hour later, Zhongheng had put a wig on Bai Qing and given her some simple makeup with the bag of cosmetics he had just bought. As he put the makeup on, he taught her a few touching-up techniques. You only need to keep an eye out for them during the day. At night, you can rest. I'll be taking over the shift then. Remember, once you find something out, call my cell immediately, and I will meet you as quickly as I can. You can find a hotel nearby to rest first. Come and change shifts with me in the morning, Zhongheng added. Nothing happened all night. At 6 in the morning, Bai Qing knocked on the door of the van. Zhongheng opened the door and saw Bai Qing holding 2 plastic bags in her hand. I couldn't find anywhere to buy breakfast. I had to walk about a kilometer before I found a small stall selling buns and soy milk. Here, I bought you some. Thanks. Zhongheng took one of the bags and asked after a pause. Do you like me? Sorry, I come from another world, Bai Qing replied. Am I right? That's right. Zhongheng reached out and pulled Bai Qing closer to the van. Sounds like a line from some science fiction movie. After that, the two of them did not speak anymore. After eating breakfast in silence, Zhongheng headed to school with his school bag on his back, leaving Bai Qing alone in the vehicle. She was looking at her cell phone. This week, Zhongheng was reprimanded by his teacher, mostly in no thanks to no longer being able to copy Bai Qing's homework. In the morning, Bai Qing's grandfather came to school and helped her to take a week off. So some students who had a good relationship with Bai Qing began to think of the news that was reported not long ago. Kaijia also ran to ask Zhongheng if he knew what happened to Bai Qing. Zhongheng told her that he had been sending messages to Bai Qing but received no reply. A look of worry flashed across Kaijia's face. How could this happen? Find her as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm scared she might lose it. The authorities have sealed off her house. Do you know if she has other relatives? I don't know. Zhongheng shook his head. Then let's go to the class teacher after school, Kaijia suggested. Our teacher would definitely be able to contact her relatives. We'll be able to locate her then. Sorry, I have other things to do after school, Zhongheng said. Kaijia became a little annoyed when she heard Zhongheng's reply. How could you be like this? You were chasing her before the tragedy, and now that something awful has happened to her, I can't believe you're staying away. Furious, she yelled at Zhongheng. It quickly attracted the attention of the other students who were around. Someone laughed and said, "What's wrong with Kaijia? Did you just confess to Zhongheng and he rejected you? It's impossible that I'll like this type of person. This is ridiculous." Kaijia shoved the boy who teased her. Seeing that Xiao was getting really angry, the latter scratched his head. What's wrong with her? She was fine just now. All the boys should go to hell. You guys disgust me. Xiao showed Zhongheng and the other boys her middle finger. Chapter 675. Tracking. For the next 3 days, Zhongheng and Baiqing took turns monitoring the funeral home. During that period, he slipped into the morgue again, taking another CT scan and confirming that the creature in the fourth ventricle was still there. It seemed they were not in a rush to retrieve the body. It had Zhongheng wondering if the creature might be dead. After all, the CT scan showed that it had not changed its position. He had now also become a frequent visitor to the teacher's office. Usually, Grandpa would not stick his nose into his business. Still, this time, the elderly man had no choice but to remind his grandson upon arriving home yesterday afternoon. So Baiqing got Zhongheng to hand her his homework, where early the next morning, at the shift change, she brought along some breakfast and the completed work. To prevent the teacher from recognizing the different handwriting, Baiqing tried her best to imitate his. Finally, the teacher did not summon Zhongheng to the office today. The teacher even complimented him. When Zhongheng handed in his homework on time, the teacher did not compliment him. After not handing in any assignments for 3 whole days, the teacher was surprised to see him passing it up this time. Back to the surveillance site, there hadn't been any movement for some time. Zhongheng began to wonder if perhaps there might be something wrong with his plan. He had tried his best to avoid every conceivable risk, but if those creatures had replaced most humans living in society, there would be at least 20 of them watching him in the classroom right now. In other words, it would be pointless to keep treading carefully. Fortunately, the possibility of something like that happening was minute. If that were true, then the creatures wouldn't have spared a second and attacked him right here, right now. Besides, Zhongheng hadn't given up on the drowning case yet. Earlier, he learned from the security guard that the 3 children often left the community together. He wanted to know where they usually headed to. Hiding his mobile phone under the desk, Zhongheng looked at the map when he suddenly received a message. It was from Baiqing, and had only 3 words in it. They are here. Zhongheng could sense Baiqing's tension and anxiety on the other side of the phone, and he quickly replied. Install the tracker and wait for me. He turned around to look at the clock hanging at the back. The physics class he was in was only halfway through, and there were still 20 minutes to go. He couldn't wait that long. The only way out was to lie to the physics teacher standing in front of the class right now. At the time when nobody was paying attention to him, Zhongheng dug the root of his tongue with a pencil, and within seconds, he vomited all over the floor. Blue veins popped up on his neck, and he looked terribly ill. When the teacher saw this, he hurriedly stepped down from the podium and came over. What's wrong with you? He asked with the utmost concern. I don't know. My stomach is upset after I drank a bottle of expired yogurt this morning, replied Zhongheng, his voice quivering and his brow lined with cold sweat. Could it acute enteritis? The physics teacher said with a solemn expression, you have to go to the hospital immediately. Hold up, let me see which teacher is available now. No need, Teacher Zheng, I will go to the hospital on my own. How could I let you go alone in your current state? Teacher Zheng shook his head. I know a friend who works in the hospital. He will take care of me once I arrive. I'm just a little weak, but I still have the strength to take a taxi, Zhongheng said. Can you please inform my class teacher, sir? I will hand in the request to leave form later. Okay. You'd better go to the hospital now, replied Teacher Zheng. Zhongheng returned to his seat, grabbed his school bag, and left the classroom. As for the vomit on the floor, his classmates would clean up for him. This could be considered a perk for the sick. Upon leaving the school grounds, Zhongheng first called a friend at the hospital and asked her to issue him a sick leave slip. The latter did not feel good when he heard Zhongheng's request. Are you going to do something bad again? Don't keep involving me in your business, and you haven't told me where the last CT film came from. First, help me to come up with a cover story. Later, my class teacher will call my grandfather. You tell him that I am with you and I'm doing fine, I will head back once I feel better. As for the CT image, I will tell you everything once it's all over, Zhonghang replied. Okay, don't do it again next time, the person at the other end of the phone sighed. He then paused and added, after I looked at the image you sent me, it looks a bit like a parasite. Later, I tried and read some articles about it, but nothing helped me understand it better. And the shape of the fourth ventricle, it's so strange. Tell no one about this, Zhonghang exhorted. After creating the perfect cover for himself, he could finally turn his attention to Bai Qing again. Immediately, he sent a message to her. How is everything? This time, Bai Qing did not reply immediately. Although the situation was urgent, Zhonghang made a detour to a nearby shopping mall to ditch anyone that might be following him. He changed to a new set of clothes, took a taxi, and rushed to the funeral home. Bai Qing finally replied when he was in the car. It's done. Afterward, Zhonghang received a notification on his phone that the target car was on the move. He could tell from the tracker that the car was heading toward the east of the city, consistent with his previous investigation results. At that time, he had tried to track down the college student, and the last place he stopped turned out to be the east of the city. Another signal then appeared on Zhonghang's cell phone. Sent by another micro-tracker, this one was moving in the same direction as the car. It appeared that not only had Bai Qing completed the task, but she even did something extra. Wait for me to come over, replied Zhonghang. The school and the funeral home were quite a distance apart, and it wasn't until 40 minutes later that Zhonghang arrived at the van. At the same time, he could see that the car he was tracking was not far from the underground parking lot he had gone to. Meanwhile, Bai Qing was very anxious, sending him several WeChat messages, constantly asking his whereabouts. I have arrived. Upon receiving the message, Bai Qing opened the door and poked her head out. The two then exchanged their secret codes. Zhonghang then took the driver's seat, and Bai Qing moved aside. I don't know how they did it, she lamented while putting on her seatbelt. There was something wrong with the freezer unit, so they pretended to be technicians and took the body with them. Did you see how they took away the body? No, Bai Qing shook her head. They blocked the camera with their backs, but I recorded a short clip, she said, sending the video that she had just edited to Zhonghang. The clip showed a fat man and a thin man. Apart from one having a leg problem, they looked no different from ordinary people. How did you put the tracker on them? Zhonghang asked. I played to the advantage of being a woman. What are you thinking? I meant it's normal that a woman asks a man for some assistance. Usually, it's difficult for a man to refuse a lady, Bai Qing explained. I asked them to help me to carry 2 wreaths, and then I gave them a can of fruit candy. The tracker is located on the bottom layer of the candy can. Chapter 676. Dillema. Zhonghang drove the van in pursuit of the tracker's signal. Bai Qing was holding onto the car handle and finally asked a question that she wanted to ask for a long time. When did you get your driver's license? Oh, I don't have one, said Zhonghang. But it's okay, as long as I don't get caught by the police, he added after a pause. Zhonghang shortened the 40-minute journey to only about 20 minutes. He was, however, slowed down by a few traffic officers standing at several intersections along the way. About 15 minutes ago, the tracker had stopped moving. Worried that Zhonghang might track them down again, they should have headed to a different parking lot to swap cars. After a while, the tracker hidden in the candy box started to move again, and about 10 minutes later, it stopped. When she realized that the tracker had stopped moving, Bai Qing became really nervous. Have we been found out? Zhonghang looked at the map and found that the tracker had stopped beeping at a small factory. Originally a state-owned cannery, the land was sold to a small-time businessman after it went bust, and the owner turned it into a glass factory. Since then, it had been operating for more than 10 years. Business was neither good nor bad, but since the continual increase in labor costs, production lines once reliant on manual labor were slowly being replaced by machinery. It was simply getting increasingly difficult for a small factory like this to survive in this era. Zhonghang parked the van at the next street, a relatively deserted spot of the city. Now, they were only less than 200 meters from the tracker's last location. Zhongheng thought about it for a moment. "Stay here and wait for me." He didn't explain much, merely pulling down the rear compartment's partition and snuck out of the car. Bai Qing was still in the front passenger seat, doing nothing as instructed by Zhongheng. After waiting quietly for some time, she discovered that the phone's tracker had started moving again. Feeling like she should let Zhongheng know, she hurriedly opened the partition. It turned out that Zhongheng was undressing. He had taken off everything from his body except for his underwear. Bai Qing's face flushed, and she quickly looked away, not even getting to tell him what she wanted. Zhongheng didn't seem bothered by it as he put on a set of new clothes. Now he was transformed into a young countryside man who had come to the city searching for a job. "You can look at me again," Zhongheng said to Bai Qing while stuffing the makeup tools and changed clothes into another bag. Since the time Zhongheng did Bai Qing's makeup, she knew that his skills were somewhat extraordinary. She was, however, still a little surprised when she turned to look at him. He had changed so much that he had completely transformed into another person. Not only were his clothes different, but his appearance and temperament had also undergone an earth-shattering change. This was the effect of an LV2 makeup skill. Zhongheng's current technique and Holmes's were almost the same. The art of makeup was the sort of skill that constantly improved over time, and more modern tools were also available right now. In other words, Zhongheng could make his makeup even more realistic. "Even if I act, I'll have to wait until night. In the day, I will explore the factory first," Zhongheng said. "Okay." Bai Qing nodded as she watched Zhongheng get out of the van. Initially, she thought he would be gone for a long time, not expecting him to return after only a quarter of an hour. "How did it go?" Bai Qing could not wait but ask. Anxious and unhinged, this had everything to do with her mother's whereabouts and whether her father's innocence could be proven. In the beginning, she doubted what Zhongheng told her, but after witnessing the subsequent events, she had become more and more convinced that there were indeed things in this world that science and technology could never explain. "This looks like the right place. I pretended to be an applicant, but I was stopped at the door. The security guard told me that the factory isn't hiring even after telling him that all I needed was food and a place to stay and that I was willing to give up 2 months' wages. Normally, the factory would use me for 2 months before firing me, but the guard didn't even report it to the person in charge. And then I asked the workers in several factories next door. They talked to each other quite often, but they had never seen anyone coming out from that factory." Zhongheng paused for a moment. "I couldn't see the factory's parking lot from where I stood, but judge from some old photos I found on the internet, the lot's gate originally faced the factory's gates. Now, the place is sealed off, and the gate is opened on the other side. This doesn't make sense at all. The workers would have to walk a lot further to get to work. Besides, there is an unusual number of security cameras around the factory as well. Can we sneak in at night?" "It could be quite difficult," Zhongheng said. "On the way back, I ran into a man delivering something, and he said that even he could not get into the factory. He would be instructed to leave the parcel at the gate every time. This factory is so strange. Wouldn't the workers present their doubt?" Zhongheng did not answer her. Since this factory might very well be the aliens' nest, it was very likely that they had replaced all its workers with themselves. According to nearby workers, 100 people were working in this factory. This was not a small number. Even if they did not possess any abilities, the crowd alone was enough to defeat Zhongheng. And the problem now was that there was not much time left for the two to prepare to face those aliens. The tracker in the sugar box helped them find this place. However, it was also a time bomb. Sooner or later, the alien would surely find out about them and realize that they were near them. The current situation was unfavorable for both of them. Zhongheng could feel that the difficulty of this quest was greater than an ordinary one. Although it was rare for a quest to be set in the modern world, the unknown nature of the opponent and perilous environment made Zhongheng feel as if he was playing chess blindfolded. He could only watch his steps carefully since he did not know how his actions would eventually impact the whole event. And in terms of the degree of understanding of those things for human society, modern civilization rules had greatly slowed Zhong Heng's progress. He felt more freedom in the old Western world, and if he did not count the extra 24 hours he had, he was close to approaching this quest's deadline. And he still had not killed a single alien. He also had no idea what was going on with other agents. Maybe it would be better for him to join a team instead of doing it solo. Chapter 677. Visiting the glass factory at night. After discovering an abnormality in the fourth ventricle and realizing that the deadline of the quest was approaching, an ordinary player would consider doing something reckless to complete a quest. He would first kill whoever could identify him and then figure out a way to get rid of the shadow in the fourth ventricle. Since the quest was ending soon, the player should have exhausted every possibility of completing the quest. Considering how Zhong Heng still had more than 120 days to complete the quest, he would not do anything reckless. He looked at the location of the micro-tracker on the phone again. Although it moved a little, the tracker was still in the factory. Now, it was stuck. Someone must have placed it at a stationary spot. So he made up his mind and said, "We know too little about those things. We must not waste a rare opportunity. I will enter the factory tonight and see if I can find any useful information, and perhaps, the people they replaced. While I'm at that, I will also bring back the tracker to us. Didn't you say security there is very tight? Aren't there cameras everywhere? We have to take some risks now. Otherwise, it'll be a long time before we find anything useful." "The risk is worth it," Zhong Heng said. "If we keep doing this step by step, they'll get to mislead us all the time." "Then what should I do?" Bai Qing asked positively. "Help me with homework I need to hand in tomorrow. Actually, I will need your help with something. I need someone to work with me from the outside and distract them when necessary. You might, however, be putting yourself in danger, and you'll have to break the law," Zhong Heng added. "No problem." Bai Qing did not hesitate to say yes. "I will finish the homework for you," she paused and said. "Thanks." Zhong Heng wiped off the makeup from his face. "I'm going to the hospital first, get the sick leave slip, then go back to my house to prepare for tonight. We will meet here at 1 a.m. Okay." Since they were not going to kill anyone, Zhong Heng left out the pestilence bone bow. His Paris arrow, however, was with him all the time in his backpack. Since he had the infinite building block, a bow could be assembled during an emergency. Zhong Heng had also prepared many completed Lego models, including a silenced pistol that was missing a brick. Of course, if possible, he wished he'd never need to use a gun tonight. The quest set in a modern background allowed Zhong Heng to utilize his infinite building block fully. This grade B game item might not be as powerful as the Dreamland of Death, but it had been instrumental in dealing with all kinds of emergencies and circumstances. It was comparable to a Swiss Army knife, where it allowed its user to deal with complex and constantly evolving environments. At 1 in the morning, the two met again in the van. Zhong Heng had changed into the clothes of a glass factory worker, and if he was noticed, he could pretend to an employee. It would, however, only work if he was at a distance from the person. Once he entered the factory, his Bluetooth headset had to be on all the time to allow him to communicate with Bai Qing. Upon explaining to Bai Qing what she should do later, Zhong Heng opened the door and walked towards the factory, backpack on his back. He found an empty spot, opened the backpack, and took out a mini drone he just bought, flying it toward the factory once he got the controls set up. He first flew it to a safe position, carefully inspecting the factory surroundings and ensuring that no security cameras were pointing to the sky. He then landed the drone. The glass factory had both night and morning shifts since machines operated 24 hours a day. Other than the huge demand, the silicate within the machines would solidify immediately after it cooled. Having molten glass shards amid the inner workings of a machine would prove hard to remove, and hiring a technician would cost the factory a lot of money. For that reason, many people worked in the factory at night. After observing for a while, Zhong Heng saw nobody had left the factory except for those moving materials around. Not one person deviated from their respective tasks, looking as if their movements were synchronized. Nobody talked to each other like they were a group of strangers. Even though they were working hard, the scene was terrifying to watch. Emphasizing strict discipline, modern society had turned workers into machines. Nonetheless, no matter how hard they tried, no human in this world could work like one. Upon witnessing the scene, he was certain that the aliens must have replaced the factory workers. He also discovered that one of the 4 workshops was not in use, seeing how no workers approached it. However, the interesting part was a few security guards were guarding it. Not only was the workshop under the shadow of a few security cameras, but guards from the factory would patrol the area every hour. Zhongheng realized that the 3 workshops that operated non-stop were probably a cover for whatever they were doing there. The workshop looked like a monster with a gaping mouth in the dark, waiting to devour all that entered it. Although Zhongheng knew right away that it wasn't a place he was supposed to approach, it was too late to give up on the plan now. He quickly flew the drone, checking the locations of all the security cameras in the factory. He was also interested in seeing how many security guards were actually there, analyzing their patterns and movements. Half an hour later, the drone ran out of battery, and he had to fly it back to the van. Bai Qing would be there to grab it, and Zhongheng could finally be on the move. Since the front entrance faced the security room, it would be impossible to enter the heavily guarded workshop from there. Not to mention the overkill of cameras that did an excellent job monitoring the place. Fortunately, it was not without its blind spots. It wouldn't be possible to know all these if one wasn't good at the art of surveillance. Zhongheng walked 10 steps along the wall from the southeast direction, and once he reached the stop, he climbed over the wall and fell behind a cypress tree. Hiding behind the large trunk, he managed to escape the view of the cameras. Usually, there would be no residential buildings built near the glass factory, thanks to the cacophony it usually produced. Most glass factory workers would have their ears buzzing all day long. It came as welcome news for Zhongheng, however. Now, he could talk slightly louder to Bai Qing. After landing in the workshop, Zhongheng informed Bai Qing, "I'm here. Be careful." Bai Qing's voice seemed a little nervous. Zhongheng did not act immediately. Instead, he squatted behind the tree and waited for about 4 seconds before he made a move. Then a forklift drove out of the workshop next to him with the glass on it. Zhongheng calculated the time in his mind. Around 10 seconds later, the forklift had moved halfway. He quickly lowered down his body, moved towards the plant area, and crawled forward. Chapter 678. Drama Actor. As the forklift disappeared around the corner, Zhongheng had already crawled about 1/3 of the distance. That meant he was out of the security camera's range of sight. He then dashed to where the advanced worker display board was before the second forklift came out. That display board, too, had helped him block the vision of another camera on his left, and instead of going forward, Zhongheng took advantage of this rare opportunity and crossed the road. Finally, he had arrived at workshop number 1. He began to climb up the roof via the pipe attached to the wall, all in a timely affair, just as the second forklift emerged from the opposite corner. Zhongheng patted the dirt off his body. The loud workshop had helped him mask the clanging pipes as he scaled the wall and the walking on the roof. There were so many CCTV cameras in the glass factory that even if there were blind spots, it did not mean that he could come up with a safe path to avoid detection. Getting to workshop number 3 involved getting through the gates of workshop number 1, but if Zhongheng stayed on the ground, someone would notice him sooner or later. Fortunately, he found that they did not pay much attention to airborne security. This was actually quite normal, where this was a glass factory after all and not a military fortress. No matter how tight security was, there was only so much they could do to fortify themselves. Undoubtedly, the authorities would be a little more than suspicious if they started installing anti-aircraft defense systems around the factory, not to mention how inconsistent it would be with their low-profile style. After dealing with the surveillance system, Zhongheng was soon greeted with another new problem. Workshop number 3 was the core of the entire glass factory. Regardless of which security team patrolled the place each hour, the windows of workshop number 1 windows had been replaced with tempered glass and were shut tight. Zhongheng tried to pry it open, but it was a failed attempt. He could, however, see what was inside the room, a pile of waste. It did not make sense that creatures would mount such tight security just to watch over a pile of garbage. This wasn't some kind of dark humor. What they were guarding, however, remained a mystery until Zhongheng entered the workshop. He had, in fact, found a way to cut through the glass, but since workers would instantly discover the next morning that workshop number 1 had been broken into, the best way to get in was via the front entrance. There was a security system at the front entrance that needed to be dealt with, though, and he needed to find a way to open the electric rolling shutter gate. He knew how to deal with the surveillance system, but the gate would be a big problem. Fortunately, there was an office building not far from workshop number 3, and the electronic map showed that the mini-tracker was there as well. So Zhongheng changed his plan and decided to go to the office building to retrieve them. He was lucky enough to locate the tracker fairly quickly. It had been taken into the security area on the first floor, and the remote control to open the gate was most likely there as well. There was a man on duty over there, though. He looked like he was in his 20s and looked ordinary, but it was what he was doing that was terrifying. The man was practicing all kinds of expressions in front of a mirror, like a drama actor on stage. He reenacted the look of joy, pain, sadness, excitement, and even orgasms. Zhongheng wasn't here to watch a drama tonight. If he did not want to be discovered, the first thing was to draw the guard away from the duty room. The feat would only cost him 2 or 3 minutes. After that, Zhongheng gently retreated to the other side of the corridor and recalled the factory's layout. The next thing he had to do would be perilous, having to calculate the time precisely. He needed to know how long the security guard would spend walking around and the pair of patrols to arrive from their previous spot. Zhongheng was cautious, repeatedly playing the plan in his mind to make sure that it was feasible. He squatted down when he was done, took out the Lego bricks from the bag, and assembled them into a kitten. Before inserting the infinite building block, he promptly contacted Bai Qing. "Remember what I told you before? I need your help now." "Okay." After receiving the instruction, Bai Qing took a deep breath before using a mask to cover her face. She then carried the package that Zhongheng gave her and walked to the designated place. With trembling hands, she poured the barrel of gasoline on the cardboard factory's outer wall before spraying on a "Give us our salary." Do the right thing, with some red spray can. The cardboard factory security guard seemed to have noticed Bai Qing. He then walked out with a flashlight. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Bai Qing did not reply, pulling out a matchbox from her pocket instead. Being her first time committing a crime, her nervousness was understandable. She failed to light up the match even after striking it twice. The security guard was horrified when he caught a whiff of the gasoline, running to Bai Qing instantly. She bravely struck a second match and threw it at the wall, this time successful, lighting it up in a burst of raging flames. The moment the terrified guard saw that, he wasn't bothered to go after Bai Qing, shouting, "Fire! Help!" instead. Guilt flashed across Bai Qing's sullen face. The glass factory was, of course, the target, but to avoid raising suspicion, they were forced to target the cardboard factory next door. The fire burned ferociously, but since there wasn't anything nearby to stoke the flames, it shouldn't cause any damage if they did put it out in time. The current economy wasn't easy on small businesses. Wages getting dedicated had become the norm, and the more extreme workers causing trouble wasn't something unheard of. Upon lighting the fire, Bai Qing ran into the darkness. At the same time, the fire had also attracted the attention of the glass factory's workers. Zhongheng was very close to workshop number 3. If whatever was inside it were valuable to them, they would ensure at all costs that the fire wouldn't reach their factory. It turned out that Zhongheng was right about that. When the guard on duty in the security department heard about the fire, he immediately stuck his head out of the window. Seeing that the fire was only a wall away, he walked out of the office without hesitation and headed for a closer look. And as soon as he left, Zhongheng slipped in. For remote controls were hanging on the wall. Zhongheng picked the one with a number 3 sticker, slipped it in his pocket, then quickly opened the drawer and turned the candy box upside down. Thankfully, only less than half of the candy had been eaten. The tracker at the bottom, however, could already be seen. Zhongheng took it out, put the sugar box back in place, glanced across the desk, and saw a printed booklet. Looking at it out of curiosity, he found out the booklet was filled with the young security guard's expressions. Meanwhile, the original owner of the face was nowhere to be found. Chapter 679. Workshop number 3. In the monitoring room, the security guard who was in charge of keeping an eye on the surveillance feed suddenly noticed that the picture on one screen was shaking. After that, the video flipped 90 degrees, and it was now facing the wall. Immediately, the security guard noticed that something had gone wrong. He instantly sensed something amiss, seeing how camera 24 was one of the 2 cameras facing the entrance of workshop number 3. It was the most important place in the entire glass factory. However, before he could react, something happened to the other camera. Like camera 24, CCTV camera 25 seemed to be experiencing the same problem as well. The feed was shaking, and the security guard could see that something furry appeared to be touching it. Was that a cat? The guard hurriedly went through the common knowledge that he had recently learned about the human world. After a while, he remembered that a cat too was a creature of Earth. Unlike pigs and chickens raised in batches for food, cats were mostly reared as pets. It was especially true in the cities, where more and more single young men and women were starting to adopt cats, hoping the animals could keep them company. The cat was the kind of animal that was independent and arrogant. As long as they had enough food and water to meet their basic needs, they would practically ignore humans and mind their own business. The security guards had a hard time understanding why humans kept cats as their companions. If it was purely for companionship, why not get a dog instead? Was it because they are not required to bring their cats for a walk? After discovering that the cat was why the CCTV cameras were malfunctioning, he was not as vigilant anymore. To further fortify his deduction, the cat placed its paw on the camera's lens, causing camera 25 to move. Although it was no big deal, the guard knew that he still had to deal with it as soon as possible. The cameras purchased by the factory were of a relatively old model and lacked the function which allowed the guard to adjust its angle through the console. Since he was in the monitoring room, he had to ask his colleagues who were patrolling outside to deal with this problem. While waiting for the CCTV camera to be fixed, workshop number 3's electric rolling shutter gate was slowly opening. Jongheng then put the cat that had done an excellent job distracting the enemies into his backpack. He did not immediately enter the workshop, knowing that he still had some time before the security team arrived. Before that, he needed to return the remote control to the security office. Fortunately, the office wasn't too far away from where he was. He pushed the close button outside the security office, instantly hanging the remote back on the wall before turning around and rushing toward workshop number 3. The shutters landed faster than expected, but Jongheng managed to get into workshop number 3 in the nick of time. Just as the bottom of the rolling shutter was less than 30 centimeters away from the ground, Jongheng managed to squeeze himself into workshop number 3. Fortunately, everything worked according to plan. As the shutters rolled shut behind him, Jongheng knew he had completed the most perilous part of this quest. 10 seconds later, the guards in charge of the patrol had also appeared on the other side of the rolling shutter. All they saw was a rolling shutter that was shut and nothing wrong with the security cameras as well. All they needed to do was to readjust the cameras back to their original position. At the same time, the people who had gone to investigate the fire had also come back. After confirming that the cardboard factory's fire would not affect them, they returned to their respective posts. Jongheng placed his ear on the rolling shutter, paid attention to their footsteps, and waited a while before walking towards the workshop. The inner part of the workshop was similar to what he saw from the window earlier. The room was mainly filled with waste materials, including rejected glass plates, raw materials left for an unknown period, and 2 old machines by the previous owner. Instead of using a flashlight, Jongheng put on the filter lens to look at his surroundings. He saw no threats. He then spoke to Bai Qing. "I'm here now. How about you?" Since the two had been in communication from the start, Jongheng could hear the security guard from the cardboard factory yelling, attempting to get help to put out the fire. After that, Bai Qing started to run, and Jongheng could hear her heavy breathing. The strange thing was, she had been running for quite some time and hadn't stopped until now. Jongheng could not help but start worrying. Although the little fire caused no major incident, arson was still considered a vicious crime. If nabbed, she might just be sent to jail, although just a minor. I don't know. Bai Qing's answer surprised Zhongheng. Zhongheng asked patiently after her reply, "Are you still running away from people chasing you?" Chasing? People chasing me? Bai Qing gasped for breath. "I don't know if there are people after me. Have you not looked back after running for so long?" After a while, Bai Qing spoke again. I'm sorry. I'm too nervous. I was so afraid of getting caught. I haven't done anything this bad before." "It's okay," comforted Zhongheng. "You'll get used to it after you do it a few more times." "Who?" Bai Qing was dumbfounded when she heard Zhongheng's reply. "It's just a joke to make you relax a little. Make sure no one's behind you before you go back to the car. Did you find anything over there?" Bai Qing had come up to a wall and was leaning on it, resting. "Well, I will know soon." Zhongheng walked around workshop number 3 as he talked to Bai Qing, and soon, his attention landed on the 2 old machines. From the outside, one looked like a can washing machine. It was pitch black all around, but with the filter lens's help, Zhongheng could see the trailing traces on the ground. This can washer weighed more than 100 kilograms. Under normal circumstances, it would take 2 people to drag it, but with Zhongheng's current strength, he could do it alone. Pushing the machine aside, he saw an entrance to a cellar-like place. A disgusting stench wafted out from it. Having no idea what was in the cellar, Zhongheng hesitated to enter. Worried that the strange smell might have a negative effect on the human body, he decided to let the cat enter first. Zhongheng tied it up with a rope and placed it in front of the entrance as bait. Obviously dissatisfied with the plan, the feline struggled and yowled periodically. It seemed like it did not like the smell as well. Fortunately, no one would patrol around workshop number 3 at this hour. After waiting for a while, Zhongheng saw no movement coming from the cellar. Albeit looking a little sluggish, the cat was healthy for the most part. Zhongheng decided to stop waiting. He retrieved the cat and put it back in his backpack, and began to walk down the steps. As he went further down, the disgusting smell became stronger and stronger. And Zhongheng noticed strange ferns growing on the surrounding walls. He had learned about plants from Belle before and had come across many plant illustrations as well. However, he had never seen this type of fern before. Looking somewhat prehistoric, they looked like the kind of fern that came from the Cretaceous period. Chapter 680. Door. Zhongheng moved his face a little closer to the ferns, but the strange smell around him did not become stronger. It seemed these weren't the ones emitting the putrid stench. The presence of these plants, however, made the air more humid. Coupled with the smell, it made for an even more uncomfortable experience. Zhongheng scraped off the ferns with a knife, put them in a sealed bag, and continued further down. About 10 steps later, a door appeared in front of him. If those ferns could make anyone feel uncomfortable, then whatever that grew on the door could only be described as downright ugly. It looked like some kind of vine, and there were many small sarcomas on each of its nodes. Zhongheng saw something that looked like a sucker on an octopus's tentacles at the bottom of the vine, firmly entangled with each other on the door. Upon closer inspection, he saw the vines moving slowly. This was Zhongheng's first time seeing such a mysterious organism. He now felt like he was an Alice who fell into the rabbit hole. Instead of walking into a dreamland, Zhongheng was about to enter an abyss of infinite terror. Just by standing in front of the door, he could feel the terrifying atmosphere slowly devouring his mind. It was hard to imagine what he would see behind the door. If Zhongheng were ordinary, he would have definitely turned around and leave immediately. Now, he was simply a little uncomfortable, thanks to the putrid smell. Usually calmer than most, and when coupled with the turbulent emotions experienced in this quest, he had almost forgotten the taste of fear. He walked toward the door, his cat coming in handy again. Though the feline struggled and resisted, Zhongheng grabbed its neck and brought it near the moving vines. As the cat approached, the vines began to squirm faster, looking like they were preparing to devour their prey. At the same time, the cat's instincts allowed it to sense the imminent danger. It now struggled with greater intensity. Its attempts were futile, however, since Zhongheng was pinching its neck really hard, escaping an impossible feat to achieve. When the vine squirming had reached a critical speed, Zhongheng could hear a muffled explosion. The sarcomas on the branches started to explode simultaneously, where countless small twigs sprouted and unfolded out, like a mosquito's feet. The twigs then started to pierce their way into the cat's body, and with the filter lens, Zhongheng could see blood flowing into the vines along those tentacles. The cat's body was trembling, and Zhongheng could see the animal drowning in fear. Zhongheng had retracted his hand right before the sarcoma exploded, but the vines held onto the cat. Once their tentacles had fully penetrated its body, the cat finally calmed and stopped struggling. At the same time, the vines at the door handle seemed to loosen a little. Although unintentional, those vines had technically come from the other side of the door. Hence, the door wasn't sealed completely. While the vines slowly devoured the cat, Zhongheng cut out some of them with a knife. There was just enough space for him to squeeze himself into the room. Although the cat allowed him to witness the horror of those vines, he still decided to go in and take a look. He had observed how the vines hunted down their prey and knew that the process took some time. Thus, Zhongheng had enough time to step away when the sarcoma exploded. While they were in hunting mode, they would increase speed. This could serve as a sign for Zhongheng to avoid their attack. Other than that, Zhongheng also confirmed one more thing about those vines when he pried the door open. It looked like the plants didn't respond to inanimate matter, and as a result, he was brave enough to enter the room through the door. Even if this were hell, now that he was on the other side, he had to check out the place come what may. Bai Qing has been listening into everything going on Zhongheng's side. Zhongheng had not spoken to Bai Qing for some time now since their last conversation ended. However, the girl could hear the miserable shrieking of the cat through the Bluetooth earpiece. It was like chalk scratching the board, and it made her panic. Although she was not there to witness the prehistoric ferns and the ugly vines with Zhongheng, the fear she was experiencing was no less than the cat. Someone once said that the source of fear came from something that humans failed to comprehend. The sound on the other side made the atmosphere even more tense and terrifying. Bai Qing could not help but ask Zhongheng about the situation over there and what he saw. However, she was afraid that she might distract him and put him in danger. So she decided to keep quiet until she heard a babbling sound. This time, she could not hold it in anymore, asking hastily, "How is it? What do you see?" Zhongheng did not answer. The latter seemed to have disappeared. The noise was getting louder and louder, and it caused Bai Qing's hands and feet to become ice cold. Zhongheng also noticed the problem with the earpiece. Earlier, he could hear Bai Qing's breathing, but now, only the strange noise was audible. Zhongheng figured that it might have something to do with the magnetic field here. Since he had come into this place, he had no intention to leave immediately. And the most important thing was his attraction to the sight in front of him. Zhongheng finally knew where the vines came from. In the center of the hall, in front of him, was a strange plant. It looked like a banyan tree, only shorter, and had more luscious branches and leaves. The vines on the tree had almost covered the entire room, making the place seem like a botanical garden of horrors. No one knew how long this thing had lived. It seemed to be even older than those ferns outside. At the same time, Zhongheng noticed that this fossil-like plant could breathe like an animal. Something was beating in its tree cavity, much like a heart. Besides, an ash-like material was ejecting from the tree canopy. The strange smell that Zhongheng smelled earlier came from these tiny specks of ashes flying in the air, some of which had fallen on his shoulders and hair tips. However, this part was not the most terrifying. Zhongheng saw many capsules that looked like cicada pupa hanging from the trunk. They all came in different sizes. The smaller ones had dark shadows moving within it, and judging by its shape, it looked like the shadow he saw on the CT film. And the thing that wrapped in the big cicada pupa had a human form. Suddenly, within the wriggling pupae, Zhongheng saw his face. Chapter 681. Clothes. It was quite weird for Zhongheng to see his other self. His second self was still wrapped in something like a cicada pupa, with fluid surrounding it as if still growing in a mother's womb. Other than that, Zhongheng also noticed a fist-thick fibrous tube inserted into the creature's brain. This might explain the perfectly shaped fourth ventricle they saw on the CT image. The other end of the fibrous tube was connected to a smaller pupa. The thing inside it was trying to break through the pupa's thin film and crawl into the tube. At this point, Zhongheng has basically figured out how they replaced humans. They did not get into their target's head. Instead, they had found a way to clone a human body. This body was like a garment. Once that thing got into the brain, they could start to talk and act like a human. It was no wonder why they had been so inefficient and had not attacked him for so long. Once that thing arrived at the fourth ventricle through the fibrous tube, they would start to plan an attack on him. And it seemed that daylight might come faster than expected. Zhongheng walked around the ancient plant and counted the cicada pupae on the trunk. Among them, there were more small pupae, their numbers reaching to the hundreds. In comparison, there was far fewer cicada pupa, only 13 of them, which was a bad number. Including the time when Judas betrayed Jesus, Jesus happened to have 13 disciples as well. Given the huge disparity between the number of small and large cicada pupae, it meant that those creatures needed to compete with each other to get out and walk on this earth. This was somewhat similar to the human reproduction system. Zhongheng had just spent a short time here, and his shoulders were already covered with ashes. In such a turbid environment, even breathing had become a little difficult. Fortunately, he brought a mask with him in advance, though he knew that it was not ideal staying here for too long. So, Zhongheng decided to speed up. Although he knew nothing about this mysterious living organism in front of him, its relationship with the fourth ventricle's parasite was now clear. The weird-looking tree was the one that gave birth to those parasites and cloned those human bodies. The tree could also be compared to the Zerg's broodmother in StarCraft. In other words, as long as Zhongheng destroyed this place, he could at least stop the tree from producing more of those things, even if he could not kill every single one of them. Zhongheng drew his knife to test the plant's defense mechanism, but before he could even get close to the tree, the vines entwined on the branches started to move again. And this time, every single vine was on the move. They were like giant pythons that had awakened from a deep slumber. Immediately, Zhongheng stopped moving forward. When the sarcomas on the vines exploded together, there would be no dodging them, no matter how agile he was. And as long as he stepped away, the vines would immediately slow down and return to their squirming state. Zhongheng also noticed that those cicada pupae hanging on the branches were far away from those vines. It was to prevent them from being damaged during battles. Did that mean the vines could attack indiscriminately? He frowned. It would prove challenging to get close to the tree, especially its heart. Fortunately, he had anticipated all kinds of scenarios that might take place tonight, and he was well prepared. Zhongheng then squatted down, opened the backpack behind him, and took out a gasoline bottle. The backpack had limited capacity, and Lego bricks had taken up most of the space. Although little was left for the gasoline, it should be enough to light up the whole tree. Zhongheng unscrewed the bottle and sprinkled as much gasoline as he could on the plant center. At the same time, he slowly retreated to the door. The vines were not engaged in a combat state at that time. After that, Zhongheng struck a match as he decided to bid this alien tree goodbye before him. The lit match fell on the gasoline accurately, and it started to burn the tree. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree was engulfed in flames. Coupled with the atmosphere, the burning alien was a strangely beautiful sight. When the flames started to attack the tree, the vines tried to protect it, but there was no target for them to attack. However, the flame in front of him only lasted for less than 2 seconds. With the next breath, the tree was no longer spitting out ashes. Instead, it started to spit bright red sap. The moment the flames came into contact with the sticky liquid, they instantly extinguished. The fire was quickly brought under control. After the third exhalation, the flames had disappeared entirely, and the previously blackened areas began to fall off, in their place, replaced by new bark. It began to look just as it did before. The entire fire extinguishing and repair process only took less than half a minute. After that, everything returned to normal. At the other end of the hall, Zhongheng realized that he was in huge trouble this time. In front of him, the alien tree did not seem to have much offensive ability. It had to rely on the vines to protect it. He was, however, in awe at the creature's self-healing ability and crisis response capabilities. In gaming terms, the alien should belong to the kind of boss with high health points where it allocated all its attributes to survival points. This was in line with its evolutionary theory. Other than those ugly vines, it still had the small cicada pupae to protect it. Focusing solely on defense, there was no longer any need for it to develop any offensive abilities. Judging from the damage on the alien tree, Zhongheng figured that not even a rocket launcher could blow up its outer trunk, let alone the Paris arrow in his backpack. Even if he managed to find its weakness, there was nothing he could do as long as the outer defense was intact. At this point, he might just need an intercontinental ballistic missile-level weapon to deal with it. Zhongheng had no intention to stay here any longer. His throat had already started to itch, and his vision became increasingly fuzzy as well. After Zhongheng attempted to burn it down, the putrid smell became even more intense. And Zhongheng also realized that this smell had a slight paralyzing effect. He might be fine for now. However, if he continued to stay here, his movement would become slower, and it would affect his brain as well. It seemed like there was nothing he could do to destroy the tree tonight. Zhongheng took his mobile phone out of his pocket, took a few photos, recorded the place, and walked out of the hall through the door. Chapter 682. Essay. This should be the most unforgettable night in Bai Qing's life, second only to that nightmare that happened in her house not long ago. When only white noise could be heard from the earpiece, Bai Qing began to go into full panic mode. Although she repeatedly told herself to be calm, she still couldn't stop those dreadful thoughts from pouring into her mind. What happened at workshop number 3? Had Zhongheng encountered any danger? Had someone spotted him? Had those creatures captured him? Would they kill him? Bai Qing wanted to rush into the glass factory, but her wise mind told her that it would be best for her to stay in the car and wait for Zhongheng's instructions. Even she herself did not know how she could survive the past 6 minutes. Every second was torturous. When the white noise disappeared, the connection between the two was re-established. A familiar voice then came from the other end, much to Bai Qing's relief. "I'm out of the glass factory," Zhongheng said. "The signal was lost when I went underground just now." "It's okay. Did you find anything there?" Bai Qing asked curiously after she calmed down. "I figured out how those beings replaced the people around us and planted them into human society. That includes how they reproduce and live." Zhongheng paused. "And I don't think those missing people are dead." Bai Qing was overjoyed when he heard this. "Are you saying that my mother is very likely to be alive?" "Yes," Zhongheng said. "They can't inherit the memory of their target, which means a living target or at least a temporarily alive one would be more useful to them. They can extract more information by doing this, including the victim's interpersonal relationships and living habits. But your mother's situation is quite special. The being that took your mother's form chose to kill herself to send your father to prison. Since there are no more requirements for your mother, I have no idea what they will do to her. I'm not ruling out the possibility that they might keep her as a research subject." "Then, do you know where my mother is now?" Bai Qing asked. "I'm going to look for her," Zhongheng said. "If someone from the factory gets detained, there should be signs of it." Zhongheng waited another 50 minutes in workshop number 3 until his cat turned back into Lego bricks. As expected, the vines were not interested in things like plastics and metals, and they immediately let go of it. He picked the bricks from the ground, put them into his school bag, and with one last glance at the underground entrance, he returned to workshop number 3, backpack on his back. Escaping that hellhole felt so good, especially now that he had gotten away from that putrid stench. Since the security camera outside the workshop had been readjusted to its original position, Zhongheng could not leave the same way he came in. Now, the window was the only way out. Entering the factory via the windows was challenging, but opening it from the inside was easy. Once he was out, a string could then be used to close the window. Half an hour had passed by the time Zhongheng returned to the van. Bai Qing had been waiting anxiously for his return. Zhongheng opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and drank a few sips of water. I have good news and bad news. Before Bai Qing could ask further, Zhongheng continued, the good news is, I found evidence that someone had been imprisoned in a room on the first floor. The bad news is that there's no one there anymore. I'm afraid I might have spooked them with my previous investigation. Perhaps they were afraid that I would find out about workshop number 3 and move the prisoners to another site. Where are they now? Bai Qing asked. Her mother's whereabouts remained her biggest concern. I don't know the answer to that yet. They moved them carefully and quickly this time. Some of them didn't even get to pack their things, but don't you worry, I will find them. Before that, we'll have to deal with that underground thing first. Otherwise, more people would only keep disappearing. And even if we manage to rescue all of them, there is no guarantee that they won't be replaced again. Bai Qing had received the photos and videos from Zhongheng earlier. Due to the tiny ashes floating in the air, they looked somewhat blurry, but it did not stop Bai Qing from seeing the alien tree and the cicada pupae on the branches. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have ever believed that such a curious being would call this wood home. It was a plant but seemed to possess some animal characteristics as well, especially the trunk's beating heart. The sound it emitted was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Now that we have the evidence, how about handing it to the police so that they can kill the alien? I'm afraid that's unrealistic, Zhongheng said. What are we going to tell the police? Are we going to tell them that a monster is living in a glass factory? Aren't the videos and photos enough to make them send someone? A few vague photos and a video can't explain anything, Zhongheng shook his head. No one will believe us, and we don't even know if the aliens had replaced the police, so it's too great a risk to expose these to them. They might just be prepared to deal with us. By the time the real police get to workshop number 3, they will find nothing there. And how do you plan to explain the fire at the cardboard factory? Bai Qing seemed a little discouraged the moment she heard that. Well, what should we do? You've said that ordinary physical attacks have no effect. Are we supposed to steal an ICBM to kill it? There should be other ways, replied Zhongheng. With the alien tree's defensive abilities and survivability, why were they so afraid of the 3 children? They were willing to go through all that trouble to kill them. They treated adults like your father and the college student like fools. No one will believe what we tell them. Do you think the 3 children had something that could deal with them? Yes, but it's late now. Let's rest first, said Zhongheng. After he drove Bai Qing back to the hotel, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he pulled out his mobile phone and looked at it. Other than the pictures of the underground creature, another 2 new photos were stored in his gallery. It was an essay written by Lin Cece. She turned out to be one of the 3 drowned children. Zhongheng had gone to her school earlier and learned about the existence of this weekly diary from her class teacher. And this was his first time reading the full version of the essay. Apparently, the aliens in the glass factory were studying her essay as well. Chapter 683. Planetary Observation Team. The first sentence of Lin Cece's essay went like this: Does our universe have aliens? It is a topic our planetary observation team has been studying. With constantly developing science and technology, we receive new and updated news every day. Like the vast universe, the planetary observation members know that our human civilization is still in its infancy. If other intelligent beings do exist outside the solar system, how do they view us? Are their intentions toward us good or malicious? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. For a child of Lin Cece's age, this weekly diary's writing style and contents were surprising. Zhongheng remembered how she looked like in the photo. Thin and having some sparse bangs on his forehead, she was hardly noticed by the crowd. Thus, only a few people knew about the knowledge this ordinary little girl possessed. Zhongheng spent 5 minutes reading the entire weekly diary, only to find its contents completely different from what he had thought. Earlier, he had talked to Lin Cece's class teacher, Li Yang, discovering about the existence of this entry. Maybe the other party was too nervous at the time, and there was some ambiguity in her writing. In fact, Lin Cece mentioned two types of aliens in her entry. According to the different attitudes that they had toward humans, she divided the aliens into two categories. One species was willing to help humans, and the other group was malicious and aggressive toward them. According to Lin Cece, these aliens had come to Earth as early as the Cretaceous period. Equipped with strong disguise and learning ability, their species were supposed to be on the top of the food chain. Unfortunately, as they were living here on Earth, the third extinction event happened. It wiped out almost all animals and plants on the Earth, including dinosaurs, killed in the colossal catastrophe. Even the alien species did not manage to survive the extinction event. But they did not die right away. The mother served as the core of reproduction, escaped the extinction event through a long period of hibernation. Since it did not know when the extinction event would end and whether the environment was suitable for survival after everything was settled down, it slept for an exceptionally long time this time and was only awakened recently. When it woke up, it found something better than a dinosaur. And that was the human beings who stood at the top of the food chain. This will be the greatest disaster faced by human history. But unfortunately, human beings did not realize that they are being hunted. The prelude of this battle was about to begin. Lin Cece wrote at the end, "The adults are all busy with their affairs and waste their time on things that do no matter much to them." Fortunately, the Planetary observation team members have found a way to prevent this disaster. "We will fight for the fate of humankind." Zhongheng put down his mobile phone. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lin Cece's weekly journal might look like a child's fantasy. Especially at the end, where she mentioned that she would fight for the fate of humanity. Usually, only boys would write something like this, and it was hard to believe that a timid girl like Lin Cece would have such a passionate side. It was a pity that she and her Planetary observation team did not manage to prevent this catastrophe. A few years later, when everyone recalled this summer, they would only remember that three little brats refused to listen to their parents, came to the river to play at night, and eventually drowned. The other parents would use this unfortunate event to educate their children about the consequences of not listening to them. Zhongheng wondered if the three of them would make the same choice if they were given another chance. Unfortunately, they had departed this world. Most of the contents in this weekly journal were about the evil aliens who came to this world during the Cretaceous period. Most of the contents matched the things that Zhongheng saw in workshop number 3. Now, Zhongheng had gained a better understanding of those things. Unfortunately, Lin Cece did not write about the methods to stop those aliens in her weekly journal. However, Zhongheng did manage to find some useful clues between the lines. He had been investigating those things for some time now, and he had to admit that those aliens were indeed very cautious. Even though he risked his life to venture into workshop number 3, he did not find anything useful to help him deal with them. Besides, the oldest member of the 3 Planetary observation team's members was only 14 years old. It was unlikely that they could find so much information on their own. Especially the fact that they knew that those aliens had been living on the planet Earth since the Cretaceous period. Not even the best archaeologist could completely restore what happened tens of millions of years ago. So they must have received some kind of help. Coupled with Lin Cece's classification of those aliens, Zhongheng realized that there were likely to be 2 types of life forms that could be considered as aliens in this quest. Other than the aliens trying to exterminate every human being, there was another type of aliens trying to help humans. However, that might not be their pure motive. Zhongheng figured that they might have had grievances with the former. After all, this was just a game. Zhongheng did not care about their purpose. As long as they had a way to help him destroy the weird creature at workshop number 3, he would not mind working with them. Now, he was back dealing with his original problem. How would he find out more about the clues that the Planetary observation team left for him? Zhongheng knew that he was going to lose sleep again for a few days. He was used to having 48 hours of active time in the real world, but when he came into the dungeon that adopted the 24-hour system, he started to feel that 24 hours were not enough for him. He had to continue to go to the school to ensure that the aliens would not suspect that he was onto something. With no teammates to rely on, Zhongheng could only entrust Bai Qing to investigate the planetary observation team. He sacrificed his sleep and went to the hotel where she was at early in the morning. After the two of them exchanged the secret code, Bai Qing opened the door and let Zhongheng enter her room. "You are saying that there is another group of aliens here?" Bai Qing asked in surprise after hearing what Zhongheng told her. "The other group of aliens may not be on Earth," Zhongheng said. After analyzing the current situation, he knew that those aliens were still searching for something after making the three children look like they were drowned in the river. "We should be looking for the same thing as well. I don't know what that thing is, but it is obviously related to the three children. We have to think about where to start." "Planetarium. You said that the three of them would often leave the neighborhood together. And they called themselves the Planetary Observation Team." "I think they went to the planetarium," Bai Qing said suddenly. Zhongheng frowned. "I did consider this possibility, but the distance between the planetarium and their residence is too far away. It is almost 10 kilometers. After considering their age, it was impossible for them to do that." No. I'm talking about the old planetarium. My grandmother's house is around there as well. I lived there for a while when I was a child. So I knew there was an old planetarium there. The place became a spot for teenagers to gather after the new planetarium is opened. It's been many years since I've been to the old planetarium," Bai Qing added. "The old planetarium is very close to where they lived. It's a 10 minutes walking distance." Chapter 684. Director Xiao. Zhongheng and Bai Qing met up for a short while, parting ways after discussing the next plan of action. Zhongheng grabbed the homework that Bai Qing had completed for him and headed to the school. As for Bai Qing, she went to the old planetarium to investigate what the three children actually did before leaving this world. The two communicated via mobile phone, where Zhongheng would instruct Bai Qing from time to time to take some photos of the scene, how to find the right person to inquire about the incident, and where she should pay attention to. If Zhongheng had a choice, he sure hoped to exchange roles with Bai Qing. Unfortunately, the aliens were actually more cautious of him. Since his clone from the giant cicada pupae beneath workshop number 3 was about to hatch, they would be keeping an eye on him more frequently now. The moment Zhongheng stepped into the school, he could feel someone watching him. Of course, he was more than capable of getting rid of whoever that was, but it would only serve to alert the enemies. This was not the right time to engage in the final battle with them. The enemies surely were not limited to the hundreds of workers in the glass factory. Until now, Zhongheng still did not know how many enemies were in the entire city. Allowing them enough time to gather at the same spot would be unwise, and taking advantage of their alertness to find a way to deal with the alien tree beneath workshop number 3 seemed like a better option. Bai Qing acted swiftly. After a dash of simple makeup and quick change of clothes, she parted ways with Zhongheng. Instead of riding a taxi, she chose to get on a bus. Instantly she got mixed in with the morning crowd, and even had to change buses twice before finally arriving at the old planetarium. The place had now transformed into a children's palace, and they were promoting all kinds of talent classes. There were dancing, violin, and table tennis classes on offer, though Bai Qing saw nothing related to astronomy. Thus, she went directly to the guard at the entrance and immediately showed him Lin Cece's photo on her phone. "Uncle, I'd like to ask. Have you seen this child? She should be with 2 boys all the time." The guard took the phone, put on his reading glasses, and when he saw who it was, he smiled. "Oh, her. I remember she would come here with 2 other boys every week. Sometimes, they would come here 3 or 4 times a week. They were very polite. Whenever they see me, they would greet me. By the way, I haven't seen them for almost a week. Are you a friend?" "Well, I'm her distant relative," Bai Qing said, and asked again, "Do you know what they did here?" The guard shook his head. "I have no idea." After a pause, he added, "Director Xiao should know more about them. They are always here to look for Director Xiao." After asking the whereabouts of Director Gao's office, Bai Qing thanked the guard. She then sent a message to Zhongheng while walking upstairs. Suddenly, she ran into a man holding a box on the third floor while running. Bai Qing's mobile phone flew out of her hands, prompting her to scream. The man reacted quickly, putting down the box and attempted to catch the mobile phone. However, it was too late. Bai Qing's phone flew off of the edge of the stairs and fell to the first floor. When Bai Qing went to pick up her mobile, she found the screen completely shattered. She tried turning it on, lucky, but she could no longer type on it. "Hey, are you okay?" the man asked while walking down the stairs. The guard greeted the man, and Bai Qing knew that the man was a children's palace teacher. The subjects he taught were drawing, Chinese painting and calligraphy. "I'm sorry, I couldn't see you while I was holding the box. Is your phone screen broken? Is there any place to fix it nearby?" the male teacher asked the guard. "There is one phone repair shop 200 meters east of here. They are not very ethical with prices, though. A parent once went there to repair a mobile phone. The technician took only 2 minutes to fix it, but the parent was asked to pay 50 yuan. Clearly, the male teacher wasn't happy with the price. "Let me see what I can do for you. This is an Apple mobile phone. I will drive you to an Apple official after-sales service store." Upon hearing the proposal, Bai Qing shook her head. "No. I am at fault as well. I was running, and I ignored my surroundings." She had just received some information about Lin Cece, proving that she was on the right path. Besides, she managed to send out the last message to Zhongheng as well. Although she could no longer use her phone, she thought it was more important to talk to Director Xiao first since she was now at Children's Palace. In the end, since it had done what she was supposed to do, she decided not to fix her mobile phone. Bai Qing made it clear that she did not want to hold the male teacher accountable. Still, he felt sorry for her and gave her 300 yuan to repair her mobile phone. Since she was in a hurry, she accepted the money and headed to Director Gao's office on the 4th floor. Upon the knock on the door, the voice of a middle-aged woman could be heard from inside. "Please come in." When Bai Qing heard the words, she pushed the door open. Director Xiao raised her head. She carried a solemn look on her but spoke in a rather polite tone. "What's the matter?" "The talent class registration is on the 2nd floor. I'm not here to sign up for talent classes," Bai Qing said. "Actually, I have something to ask you." Director Xiao raised her eyebrows. Instead of asking Bai Qing to leave, she pointed at the chair in front of her desk. "Please sit." "Thank you." Bai Qing breathed a sigh of relief, sat in front of Director Xiao, and thought about what she should say next. "Do you know Lin Cece and her friends?" Director Xiao immediately put down the pen in her hand. Instead of answering, she returned the question, "Who are you?" "I'm a relative of hers." Bai Qing bit the bullet, repeating the lie she told the guard. Director Xiao was non-committal. She took a sip of tea and said, "Before I took up this management job, I worked in the education sector for more than 20 years. And I have dealt with children of all ages. I can tell when they are lying." Bai Qing's cheeks flushed. She was among the 3 children who drowned in the river, right? Director Xiao did not dwell on the fact that Bai Qing was lying to her. Instead, she sighed. "I had a bad feeling when I saw the news. Although they didn't reveal the names and pictures of the deceased children, they did mention their age and the school they attended. After the news broke out, the 3 children have stopped coming here." "Who are you?" "A teacher? A reporter?" "No. You look too young to work those jobs. You should still be a student." "I'm a high school student," Bai Qing answered in a low voice. Facing the director was like facing her school teacher. After the director knew that she was lying, she could no longer use the lie that she had made up in her mind. Chapter 685. Why is it important? The atmosphere in the office was a little awkward. Bai Qing regretted telling the director that she was a high school student. The development of this matter had completely derailed her expectations. In this case, she would not know how to explain her intention next. And she did not know if Director Xiao would chase her out of her office. In the end, it was Director Xiao on the other side of the desk who spoke first. Do you know how Lin Cece and I met? A children's astronomy contest was held in the city some time ago. Only elementary school students were eligible for participation. Most schools chose their grade 5s and 6s to participate, and among them, Lin Cece was the youngest. Yes, she was the only third-grade participant at that time. Although I've no idea what your relationship with her is, I assure you that you have seen her photo before. She was so tiny that she never stood out in a crowd. That said, she was brilliant. I was one of the judges of that contest. I could see that most children spent a great time memorizing facts before they came to compete. Lin Cece, however, was different. She was truly passionate about astronomy. I could see it in her eyes. Did she get first place in the competition? No, she came in second. She answered a wrong question during the final answering session, but it turned out that she was right afterward. The new research findings were announced shortly after the competition, and the system did not manage to update the answer in time. Although she didn't get first, she impressed me the most. So I gave her my personal number and told her that she could come to Children's Palace to look for me whenever she was available. So, you've known her a long time? Did she tell you anything before the tragedy? Bai Qing asked quickly. Director Xiao looked at Bai Qing, answering only after a moment's silence. It's a pity. I went on a long business trip some time ago. I wasn't here for about a month. In other words, she had not contacted me for about a month before the tragedy. But the guard said that they were here at Children's Palace last week, implored Bai Qing. Is that right? I did give them a key. I allowed them access to a storeroom currently not in use. They do come here from time to time. Can you take a look at the activity room? Bai Qing asked without thinking, then realized that she had probably gone overboard with the requests. Unexpectedly, Director Xiao agreed. Sure. Anyway, I have nothing to do today. She took out a bunch of keys from the drawer, and they headed to B1. The surroundings were pitch black at that time, and they were the only two walking in the corridor. Suddenly, Bai Qing felt a little nervous when she saw Director Xiao walking in front of her. Zhongheng warned that the aliens had been among society for some time now, and there was no way of knowing if an alien had replaced Director Xiao. Before she came down here, Bai Qing was so happy that she hit the jackpot. Now, she began to wonder why Director Xiao agreed to bring her to check out the storeroom. However, she had to admit that she didn't play her role well while talking to Director Xiao earlier. If she were in the director's place, she would have kicked the imposter out of the office. To her surprise, Director Xiao stopped pursuing her real identity and even agreed to her request. The excitement soon passed, and Bai Qing finally calmed down. She felt that something wasn't right, though, unable to stop goosebumps from sprouting all over her skin as she looked at the director's back. The latter did not speak. She walked to the wall and pressed the switch to turn on the corridor's light before looking at Bai Qing again. Why aren't you walking? Didn't you request to check out the activity room? Yes, I'm sorry, Bai Qing quickly apologized. Biting the bullet, she followed Director Xiao. It was too late to turn back now. Terrified, all she could do was follow Director Xiao. Fortunately, there was no ambush waiting for her. The place turned out to be an ordinary storeroom. We mainly stock the sundries here, as well as things left by the previous planetarium. Of course, we moved the high-value items to the newly built one. The rest of the things here were what they do not need, including some old models and popular science materials, Director Xiao explained. Bai Qing's attention shifted temporarily to the storeroom that she was in. The first thing she saw was a small table and a few stools. On the table were the models of the 9 planets. Pluto had been delisted in 2006, and there were only 8 planets now. This was an old model. Also, there were a Galileo telescope and a sandbox with a crater model in it. Bai Qing was overwhelmed. Although a student with excellent academic performance, she was not an astronomy enthusiast. Her strengths were exam-oriented, and she did not know where to start when she saw all those things in front of her. According to the previous agreement with Jonghung, she could snap a photo of the items here and send the pictures to him. But her mobile phone was broken at this moment. Left with no other option, she could only continue to ask Director Xiao the questions that she had in mind. Is there anything special here? Special? What do you mean? Director Xiao asked rhetorically. I'm talking about things that other planetariums don't usually own. Bai Qing said. What do you think this is? A treasure hunting game. Director Xiao shook her head. The planetarium can be categorized as popular science, built to help young people to understand more about astronomy. There is nothing unique here. Besides, this is the old planetarium. The valuables have been moved to the new planetarium. Can you please think a little harder? This matter is very important to me, Bai Qing asked anxiously. Why is it important? Asked Director Xiao calmly. How am I supposed to help if you don't tell me your intention? Trust me. I don't want you to get into unnecessary trouble. Bai Qing smiled bitterly. If you know what happened to Lin Cece and my family, you would never want to get involved. No. You refuse to tell me about it because deep down, you assume that I wouldn't believe you, said Director Xiao. You know, you weren't the first to ask me about the planetary observation team. Has anyone else looked for you and asked you about this matter? Bai Qing was shocked when he heard her reply. Who are they? It doesn't matter. You don't know him anyway. Director Xiao looked into Bai Qing's eyes. When you try to make others believe you, have you ever thought about trying to trust that person first? I'm sorry. This whole thing is insane. The truth is sometimes crazier than a lie. As a former scientific researcher, no one knows this better than me. Chapter 686. You are here. You are saying that extraterrestrial life forms came to the Earth tens of millions of years ago and almost ruled the world. Director Xiao was surprised upon hearing Bai Qing's confession. Yes. With gritted teeth, Bai Qing had finally blurted out everything to Director Xiao. Director Xiao frowned. You do know what you've just said sounded like a novel or movie plot, right? It's absurd. It's fine if Lin Cece and her friends believe in such a thing, but how old are you this year? I guess you are around 16, right? You'll be an adult soon. Why would you believe such things? Bai Qing's heart sank. You said that thing replaced your mother and put your father in jail by framing him for her murder. I remember reading about it in the newspapers. That explains why such a thought would appear in your mind, you poor child. You wished your father was innocent. Understandably, a daughter would want her father to stay out of jail, Director Xiao said, but you are pinning your hopes on aliens. You are even telling me that these aliens will annihilate us all. Strictly speaking, you have violated the law. Bai Qing opened her mouth, attempting to further explain herself. You have just lost your mother, and you are about to lose your father. That's why you've been so desperate to believe the absurd fantasy that your mind created. It is simply because of everything bad that's been happening to you. Maybe the real bad guys made up these stories to deceive you. Their intentions must have been ill since the beginning and are perhaps taking advantage of your deepest desires to gain your trust. No, I have photos and videos to prove my claims, but I can't show them to you now, Bai Qing valiantly defended Jonghang. Really? Did he show these videos and photos to anyone else besides you? Bai Qing was left speechless. And why didn't you call the police? The director went on. I guess he must have told you that the police couldn't be trusted too and that from now on, you can only trust each other. But you didn't enter the factory with him that night. You have no idea what went on, right? With current technology, it's really easy to fabricate photos and videos, analyzed Director Xiao calmly. He could have just walked into the factory, then walked out without really doing anything inside. When he came out, he could have shown you materials he prepared in advance. How about the CT image? There is indeed a shadow in the fourth ventricle. I saw it too, Bai Qing said, but her voice became smaller and smaller. You've realized, haven't you, said Director Xiao. He's been pumping you with second-hand information since the very beginning. Since photos and videos can be fabricated, he could have done the same to the CT image, right? Ask yourself if aliens invading our world sound really true, or there's a better chance that he's really just trying to deceive you. Bai Qing was all but dumbfounded. It seems you've already gotten your answer, Director Xiao sighed. This must be a very difficult period for you. I understand how you feel. When I learned that Lin Cece and her 2 friends passed away, I did wish it wasn't true. This is human nature. When we encounter insurmountable difficulties, we refuse to accept them. We simply bury our heads in the sand, like an ostrich. I am not an ostrich. I just hope that whatever happened to me that night was only a bad dream. I just want my mom and dad to be home. Bai Qing started to cry. I know, the truth always hurts. Director Xiao patted Bai Qing's shoulder and comforted her. Sorry. Bai Qing wiped away the tears from her face. Thank you for telling me all these things. I have interrupted your work. I'm so stupid. I should have thought of that. It's okay. This is growth that everyone has to endure. Director Xiao paused. You know, when I was a child, I too encountered something that saddened me. However, that incident actually prompted me to become an astronomer later. Although I have left the education sector for a few years now, I quickly realize how insignificant I am whenever I look up at the stars in the sky. Sooner or later, you'll feel your troubles getting smaller and smaller. You can come to look for me whenever you want. I can teach you some astronomy. You are really kind, Bai Qing replied gratefully. Looking at you reminds me of my daughter. You both look different, but your temperaments are very similar, replied Director Xiao while waiting for Bai Qing to walk out of the storeroom before turning off the lights and closing the door. Unfortunately, she settled down in another country. I'm nowhere like your daughter. You have no idea the trouble she caused me when she was a child, Director Xiao denoted. She the main reason I got myself into the education sector. At that time, I desperately wanted to figure out what really went on in her little head. Director Xiao then walked Bai Qing to the exit, watched her walk out of the Children's Palace's gate, smiled, and waved at her before returning upstairs. And Bai Qing smiled in return. Turning around, she walked to the street right beside her. At first, she maintained her usual pace, but after a while, she began walking faster and faster, her body trembling uncontrollably at the same time. In the end, she dashed toward the mobile phone repair shop 200 meters away. And she asked a man that was playing with his mobile phone in the shop, how much does it cost to replace a mobile phone screen? It depends on the model. I need to see if it's the internal or external screen that needs replacing. The latter put down his mobile phone. It was rare that customers visited his shop as soon as he opened in the morning, and as he talked to Bai Qing, he observed her. Although she was a student, she seemed to have come from a rather wealthy family. Quickly, he assumed that she must know little about mobile phones, which meant deceiving and manipulating her would be a breeze. Bai Qing handed the broken cell phone to the shop owner. Damn! This is a 6 Plus. The boss took the phone and looked at it. This is worse than I thought. The entire screen is broken. Did you throw the phone downstairs? Now the entire screen has to be replaced, and it will cost you 800 yuan. Worrying that Bai Qing might think that he was overcharging, he added, this is the official price. You can check it online if you're not confident. But to his surprise, Bai Qing did not even attempt to bargain with him. She just nodded and said, replace it. Do you have a phone that I can use here? Can I use it to make a call? I don't have a landline. You can use my mobile. Bai Qing snatched the phone from him, startling the unsuspecting owner. He might have just encountered someone worse than him. Would such a good-looking girl rob him? Fortunately for him, she did not run away. She was simply looking for a corner to use it. Before she could make the call, however, she heard a voice calling from behind. Oh, you are here. Chapter 687. Suspicion. Bai Qing subconsciously hid the phone behind her and saw the male teacher she had run into earlier. The latter smiled. Great. I was thinking about whether you would come here, he said. I thought about it again, and I believe that it's only right to pay you more. Your phone has been severely damaged, and I'm afraid the 300 yuan I gave you just wouldn't cover it. Looking at the shop owner beside him, he took out his wallet from his pocket. How much does it cost to fix? 800 yuan, the boss replied with a candid undertone. To which, the teacher frowned. That much. That is the official price of a screen replacement, the owner stated with confidence. Would that be the original and official screen? Of course it is. The shop owner quickly pointed to the Apple-authorized repair point signboard. The male teacher snorted, "Are you really using that pointless signboard to scam us?" Every single mobile repair shop has that signboard hanging outside their shops. Whenever I look at the Gouda map, I see these fake Apple-authorized repair shops everywhere. I can't even find the official stores anymore. The shop owner merely sneered. The screen that you are about to sell to his lady is definitely not an original product, the teacher went on. 400 yuan. Take it, or we leave. Brother, you pushing me to the edge here. I only run a small business, and I don't make as much profit as you think. At that price, I can't make anything at all. It was impossible that the shop wouldn't make a profit, but slashing prices from 800 yuan to 400 was too large a gap. Undoubtedly, the owner wasn't too happy and blamed the teacher for being too nosy. Disgruntled, he grumbled, "Fine. I'll take the deal. Pay me the 400 yuan later." After dealing with the overcharge, the teacher looked at Bai Qing again and found she showed no gratitude on her face. Instead, it displayed one that was of nervousness. "I haven't seen you before. Is this your first time here?" asked the teacher, attempting to break the awkward atmosphere. "There should be classes in school today." "I took leave." Bai Qing took 2 steps back until she backed into a glass cabinet. "Really?" The teacher blinked repeatedly. "What is your relationship with Director Xiao? How did you know I met Director Xiao?" Bai Qing asked, caution evident in her tone. "Don't be so nervous. I'm just trying to make conversation with you," the teacher shrugged. "Uncle Sheng, the security guard, told me about you. Does this matter have anything to do with you?" "No, just like I said, I'm just trying to chat with you." A touch of helplessness flashed across the teacher's face. "You don't seem to have a good temper." "That's because I don't like chatting with strangers," retorted Bai Qing almost instantaneously. "Okay," the teacher nodded. "Initially, I wanted to wait until your mobile phone got fixed, then escort you home." "Thank you, but I have a pair of legs, and I can go home myself," Bai Qing replied, her tone plain and straightforward. At that time, even the shop owner had noticed the argument. He popped out his head to check on them, yet still couldn't figure out how the two were connected. Taking a step backward, the teacher raised his hand, signaling Bai Qing to calm down. "Okay. Fine. I won't ask you any more questions." "Then why are you still here?" "How rude. How did your parents educate you? You didn't even thank me for your repair bills. How could you say something like that to me? Suit yourself. I will leave now." The teacher turned around and walked out of the shop. Bai Qing let out a sigh of relief the moment she saw he was gone. In desperation, she urged the shop owner to fix her mobile phone as soon as possible. She had wanted to call Zhongheng earlier, but the teacher unexpectedly interrupted her. The second class should have already started by now, so Bai Qing had to wait again. Another 20 minutes passed, and the shop owner failed to fix her mobile phone within the promised time. Bai Qing, meanwhile, was only becoming more and more anxious. After she discovered Director Xiao might have actually been replaced by an alien, she now felt suspicious about everyone. With Children's Palace only 200 meters away, Bai Qing was unsure if her acting managed to fool Director Xiao. She thought she did quite well in the storeroom, though she dared not admit it flawless. In retrospect, it was too much of a coincidence that her phone broke the moment she arrived at Children's Palace. It prevented her from contacting Zhongheng, and at the same time, the repair shop owner who was taking unusually long to fix her phone had become increasingly suspicious of her. Bai Qing had been urging the owner non-stop to hurry up with the repairs. The shop owner was sweating profusely. Perhaps it was the constant pestering. Her phone should have been fixed some time ago, but it kept getting delayed. Bai Qing could not remember how many times she urged him to speed up. When she looked back, she spotted a suspicious Mini parked opposite the street. She could not see the driver's face, but a hunch told her he had looks of the teacher who had just left. When Bai Qing asked the owner the same question again, the man became a little annoyed. "What's the hurry? Anyway, I'll fix it for you before the afternoon. Perhaps you might want to pay the nearby mall a visit in the meantime." Upon his reply, Bai Qing was finally determined to do something. She snatched her mobile phone from the owner and dashed out of the shop. The boss was left in shock for half a second. After a while, he reacted and shouted from behind, "Hey, where are you going? It hasn't been fixed yet. Aren't you going to pay me?" By then, Bai Qing was already long gone. As she hurried out of the shop, she glanced at the Mini. The person inside the car was staring back at her as well. The two of them looked at each other for a short while, and almost instantly, Bai Qing started running. It was then that she heard the sound of the engine. Bai Qing was already in a state of extreme panic, unsure if the engine sound was from the Mini. With no hesitation, she dashed into the adjacent neighborhood, trying to get rid of her pursuer. After running into two different junctions, she started to lose her sense of direction. At which time, she spotted an exit. When she ran towards it, however, she was befuddled to find herself back at the planetarium's front entrance. Director Xiao happened to be standing in front of the door, talking to the guard, and she looked like she was heading out. Bai Qing quickly turned and walked away, but the Mini turned into the path at the end of the road she was walking on. The fear in Bai Qing's heart rose to its climax. Right at the critical moment, an arm pulled her close to the newspaper stand. Bai Qing almost screamed until she saw the person who pulled her. "Aren't you supposed to be in school? Why are you here? I sent you a WeChat message, but you didn't reply. I was worried something might have happened to you. Don't worry. I have come up with a perfect excuse for myself to leave the school." After that, he fixed up Bai Qing's messy hair, and gently, he said, "It's okay. I'm here now." However, when Zhongheng touched Bai Qing's forehead, she unconsciously stepped back. Chapter 688. No way to run. "Sorry. I'm really nervous," murmured Bai Qing. "It's okay. Just be careful. They are obviously one step ahead of us." Zhongheng sounded a little annoyed. "These things are everywhere, as annoying as cockroaches." "What should we do now?" asked Bai Qing. "We have to figure out another way. Children's Palace is a dead end," Zhongheng said. "And it seems they have an eye out on you as well. It is impossible to return to any hotels you've stayed at. Let's find a safe place first. We have to look for a place that we both haven't been to," he added. "Where?" Bai Qing asked. "I know an internet cafe owner. I can get him to give us a private room on the second floor." "How would you know if the aliens hadn't replaced him?" "Don't worry. I've personally checked him out earlier," Zhongheng said. "The place is actually similar to a hotel. There is food and drink, and we can stay until we come up with a plan for our next move." "Okay." Bai Qing took a deep breath. However, she did not move forward. "I know this isn't the right time, but can I ask you a question?" "Of course. You can ask me anything. I will answer you truthfully as long as I know the answer." Zhongheng nodded. "I want to know," Bai Qing looked into Zhongheng's eyes, "do you like me?" Zhongheng was stunned when he heard the question. "Ah, I didn't expect you." "Sorry, I'm so stupid, forget I asked." Bai Qing's head fell, seemingly heavy with embarrassment. "No, I meant, I didn't expect you to be so brave. I should have been the one to ask you. What is your answer?" "Yes, of course. I like you too," Zhongheng answered affectionately. Bai Qing covered her mouth when she heard the answer. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm just overjoyed, Bai Qing croaked between her tears. You are the only one that stayed by my side after the unspeakable tragedy that happened to our household. Ah, don't sweat it. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Zhongheng stretched out his hand again to touch Bai Qing. This time, she did not step away but instead allowed him to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. Before he could even retract his hands, new, warm tears fell and wet his index finger. It was then that Zhongheng became suspicious. However, at the next moment, he saw that Bai Qing walked half a step towards him, plunged directly into his embrace, and sobbed, "This is the first time I confessed to a boy. You don't know how scared I was. I thought you'd reject me." Zhongheng pat Bai Qing's back with a comforting but reassuring touch. "Hey, don't cry. It's something you should be happy about." He then stuck his head out of the newsstand. "That car is gone. Let's get out of here." "Okay." Bai Qing looked up. She had finally stopped crying. "I will follow you wherever you go," she said with determination and resolute. "Well, they have taken control of this place. Let's go a little further by cab." Like all young lovers, the pair walked 300 meters hand in hand. Initially, Zhongheng wanted to get a cab there, but Bai Qing insisted on going another 200 meters further. After a while, Bai Qing's face suddenly flushed. I want to go to the bathroom." Zhongheng raised his head and looked around. There seemed to be no public toilets nearby. "Let's go to the internet cafe first. It is very close. It will only take us 10 minutes to get there if we get a cab. Can you hold on a little longer?" "I'm at my limits," Bai Qing whispered. Zhongheng frowned. Patiently, he replied, "There is a ramen restaurant in front of us. Let's go there." "Great." Bai Qing nodded. When the two arrived, Bai Qing let go of Zhongheng's hand. "I will go in myself." "Okay." Zhongheng then stood in front of the window and watched Bai Qing enter the restaurant. Bai Qing said something to the waiter before going to the bathroom. The waiter then pointed her in the right direction. She waved to her newly minted lover standing outside the window. Bai Qing entered the cubicle, instantly locked the door, and tears inexplicably formed her eyes again. Despair had hit her hard this time. If the aliens replaced Zhongheng, there would be no way for her to run. She thought about calling the police, but would the police believe what she said? Director Xiao intended to break off the relationship between her and Zhongheng, but her deduction was undoubtedly reasonable. Bai Qing's only source of information so far was Zhongheng, not to mention that no conclusive evidence had been presented to her yet. Compared to accepting such a bizarre story, everyone would be more willing to believe that her trauma had caused her to come up with such a beautiful lie to numb herself. And sooner or later, she would be replaced by the aliens anyway. Or she might even follow in the footsteps of the Planetary observation team. Bai Qing turned on the faucet and let the sound of the water conceal her sobbing. That being said, she allowed herself to cry for only half a minute before quickly washing away the tears. After that, she started to look for a way to get out of this place. However, a familiar voice came suddenly from outside the toilet door. "How are you? Feeling better? I'm coming out soon. Hang on a little bit." Bai Qing did not expect Zhongheng to come in so quickly. She had crept to the bathroom's window as she talked, only to realize that they were equipped with one of those anti-theft nets. Leaving the place via the window was out of the question. Again, Bai Qing started to feel impending anxiety plague her guts. On the other side, Zhongheng was getting suspicious of her. So he placed his ear against the bathroom door to eavesdrop on Bai Qing. After a while, he heard the water disappearing and the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Zhongheng then took a half step back and returned to his original position. When Bai Qing opened the door, she barely managed to squeeze a smile on her face. Failing to escape, she had to pretend that nothing had happened before she walked out. "What's the matter? Feeling unwell?" Zhongheng looked at Bai Qing's reddened eyes. "No. I just thought of my mother again. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Zhongheng held Bai Qing's hand as he spoke. He felt that her hands were colder than before but figured she must have just run them under the cold water. Let's go. In the eyes of the waiter at the ramen shop, the two looked like a young couple in love. Couples in the honeymoon stage usually stuck with each other all the time. Life's pressures seemed to be all but forgotten, and they freely enjoyed the lovey-dovey period. None of them could see the fear buried deep in Bai Qing's eyes. Bai Qing did not want to go to the internet cafe that Zhongheng mentioned, but she did not know where else to run to. Chapter 689. Bayberry and Ashtray. When subjected to tremendous pressure, one human would react differently from the other. Some would wail, kneel, or beg for mercy, some put up the final fight to save themselves, whereas some would remain calm, looking for the opportune moment to escape their captor. Bai Qing felt like helpless prey caught in a spider web. She realized that she needed to escape immediately from this fake Zhongheng. Once the victim ensnared by the web struggled, however, its body would inevitably touch the silk strings, the slightest of which would alarm the hunter at the other end. And the most critical problem was that she did not know who else she could trust. The waiter at the ramen restaurant? Or the driver in the cab? Whose side were they on? Were they capable of saving her? Bai Qing glanced at Zhongheng. The latter replied with a smile. After exiting the ramen restaurant, the two continued sticking to each other like young lovers that had just fallen in love. This time around, Zhongheng did not let Bai Qing leave his sight. Don't worry. We'll get to our safe spot soon. Okay. Bai Qing responded reluctantly. She could feel that the hunter was on the move and was slowly making its approach. It made her feel even more uneasy. She had no idea how long her disguise could last. The taxi driver complained about the heavy traffic and the rising property prices. Even though they were in the same car, Bai Qing didn't hear a single word he said. Her mind was somewhere else, knowing that she should be more intimate with Zhongheng to lower his guard. But she could no longer force herself to do such a thing again. She was on the verge of breaking down. Just a brief look of him would invoke great terror. So, Bai Qing tilted her head slightly and looked out the car window. Watching the endless traffic and pedestrians flashing by calmed her down a little. Since there were a couple of traffic lights along the way, the cab arrived at the destination later than expected. The driver pulled up by the roadside, and Bai Qing noticed that Zhongheng did not pay the cab driver with his e-wallet. Instead, he handed over a 20 yuan note. Keep the change. He then opened the door and was first to get off. Bai Qing got out after him, and the first thing she saw was the internet cafe Zhongheng had mentioned earlier. It was an old building, with a damaged signboard hanging outside saying Ronghua Internet Cafe. On the concrete steps at the entrance sat a group of suspicious-looking teenagers. They should be about Bai Qing's age, but they weren't in school at this hour. The boys in the group were smoking away, and their eyes lit up the moment they spotted Bai Qing. One of them raised his head. Are you looking to have some fun? Let me be your guide. But as soon as he said that, a figure blocked his view and warned him. She's my girlfriend. Zhongheng held Bai Qing's hand. When the boy saw Zhongheng stepping in, he threw the cigarette in his hand. He was about to mount a confrontation when a voice called out from the cafe. Don't cause trouble, Xiao Fei. Otherwise, you and your friend can't play for free in my cafe. Upon the owner's warning against starting a fight, the young man named Xiao Fei backed down. Zhongheng then brought Bai Qing in. Having only 30 computers, the space on the ground floor wasn't that large. Since it was still morning, only 7 or 8 patrons occupied the computers. The owner of the place, Zhongheng's friend, was an oversized man weighing more than 200 pounds. He was sat in front of the cash register at most times, working part-time as a cashier. When he saw Zhongheng and Bai Qing walking in, he nodded at them. The private room is ready for the two of you, VIP 3. Thank you. Zhongheng nodded and was about to go upstairs when Bai Qing suddenly said, when I came in just now, I saw someone selling Bayberry at the roadside. Can I buy some? Zhongheng and the owner looked at each other, to which the latter suggested, "I have watermelons and bananas here." "It's okay. I'll just buy it," Zhongheng said. Since they had now arrived at the internet cafe, Zhongheng figured that Bai Qing could no longer escape him. He started to lower his guard as a result. "You go to the room first. I will come in a while." Answered Bai Qing. "Just treat this place like your own home." "You can relax here," the Abyss owner added. Zhongheng behaved like a total gentleman, making sure Bai Qing had safely ascended to the second floor before leaving. As she stood in the corridor on the second floor and saw that there was no one around, Bai Qing quickly checked out her surroundings. And yet again, she found no way of escape. After noticing the security camera on the other side of the corridor, she wanted to linger there no further. With her head lowered, she walked into the room reserved for VIP 3. As compared to the dirty corridor, the private room was fully furnished. There were 2 computers and a small bed for the overnighters, though some questionable stains could be seen on the bedsheet. Bai Qing then looked around, picked up the glass ashtray on the computer desk, and held it firmly in her hand. After that, she stood by the door and leaned on the wall, waiting for Zhongheng to come into the room. Every second felt painfully long. On top of that, Bai Qing did not know how to escape the internet cafe even if she managed to stun Zhongheng. The fat owner must have been replaced by the aliens as well. Perhaps, asking the gang of teenagers outside for help was a good idea. She simply didn't do what she could do to convince them. Time dragged by, showing none the slightest mercy for frayed nerves. Finally, she heard footsteps outside the room. With every closing footstep, Bai Qing's heart thumped harder. This would all be over soon. She closed her eyes, raised the ashtray in her hand, and prepared to strike. The person outside the door knocked twice. Hearing no response coming from the room after a while, the person stretched out a hand and opened the door. At the same time, Bai Qing, waiting at the side, gritted her teeth before swinging the ashtray with all her might. The person, however, managed to stop her strike. After that, the man walked into the room and closed the door smoothly. The difference in strength between the two was simply too great. No matter how much Bai Qing struggled, she could not free herself from Zhongheng. She wanted to open her mouth and yell, only to be covered shut by Zhongheng's hand. "It's me." Bai Qing opened her eyes and looked at the face that made terrified her, and her body started to tremble even more. "Ask me that question." When he saw Bai Qing nodding at him, Zhongheng started to loosen his grip little by little. Do you like me?" Bai Qing asked while trembling like a leaf. "Sorry, I come from another world," Zhongheng replied, letting go of the terrified girl. However, Bai Qing was probably still scared to death. Although she didn't try to strike him with the ashtray again, she still had a hard time believing him. Zhongheng then pointed at the unused pocket on Bai Qing's shirt, and the latter reached in and took out a miniature tracker the size of a coin. Chapter 690. Snapshot. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you act alone," Zhongheng apologized. "I keep feeling that they have their eye on me all the time, which means they'd be attacking me first. Besides, we still have some time left." To my surprise, I didn't expect them to so quickly come up with a plan to attack us at the same time. "Did they attempt to replace you too?" Bai Qing was still a little frightened. "In school?" "Yes. The alien at workshop number 3 last night should have hatched by now. Theoretically, it would need some time to learn about our society before replacing me. However, it seems they've run of patience. Early this morning, they attempted to attack and replace me with the fake Zhongheng. They called me to the disciplinary office, but the discipline teacher was not there. The room was filled with those aliens. Fortunately, they had only slightly better combat power compared to a normal person. And they didn't even come up with any special attacks to subdue me." Although Zhongheng made it sound like it was no big deal, Bai Qing could imagine just how dangerous the situation was. "I see now," she replied. "Director Xiao from Children's Palace told me that you have been lying to me from the beginning. If I hadn't seen you using Lego bricks to build a CT scanner, I might have believed her. I think she knew I was pretending, so she found someone to follow me." After that, the thing appeared, pretending to be you and saved me. At first, I really thought it was you, but he failed to recite our secret code. Bai Qing started crying again. I was too scared at the time and could only act like it was the real you. I was looking for opportunities along the way to run from him, but each time, only dead ends greeted me. And it seems like they are everywhere now. It brought me all the way here. It made me believe that the aliens had captured you. It's okay. We are safe for now, Zhonghang said. Just in case, I put a tracker in your pocket secretly before we parted this morning. After dealing with the school problem, I called you, and I found your mobile phone turned off. When I looked at the screen, I saw that you had deviated from Children's Palace, which is why I came over as quickly as I could. I tricked that thing into buying me Bayberry. He might be coming back soon. As some thoughts crossed Bai Qing's mind, she started panicking again. And the fat boss downstairs. I think he is one of them as well. How did you come up? Once that thing steps into the cafe, they will know you are here. Relax, relax, I have a clear picture of the current situation, Zhongheng calmed Bai Qing. Rest assured, that thing won't come back to life again. It's lying in my trunk now. Bai Qing finally breathed a breath of relief. It was time to loosen up a little. After a while, Bai Qing reorganized what she wanted to say to Zhongheng. We have failed. Those things have total control over Children's Palace. Other than Director Xiao, there is a male teacher, probably one of them as well. If the 3 children really left something there, it is probably in their hands already. Yeah. Zhongheng was in a relatively calm mood. After discovering that there was a problem with Bai Qing's position, he figured that Children's Palace must have fallen into the hands of those things. However, he didn't think that they had obtained whatever they wanted. If so, they wouldn't have been so rash. Attacking Zhongheng at school in broad daylight was taking a monumental risk, not to mention that Zhongheng's copy was only a semi-finished product. If he could not fool Bai Qing, there was a good chance he'd be exposed once he encountered Grandpa. The aliens are not in Children's Palace. Zhongheng thought for a bit. Otherwise, they would have found it by now. Maybe we have complicated the whole thing from the beginning. If there weren't some item that could deal with alien tree beneath the workshop number 3, the 3 children would have never risked their lives to hide it. It's been a question I have been thinking about. If the item exists and is so important to them, why would they kill those 3 children before they locate the item? They could have imprisoned the children and tortured them to find out the item's whereabouts. Even with professional training, continuously withstanding high-intensity torture would be difficult, to say the least. Not to mention they are only children. I am confused. Are you trying to say that the item doesn't exist at all? Bai Qing asked. No. Judging from their actions and reactions, I'm pretty sure that that item exists. However, it cannot be destroyed nor retrieved. So the aliens had to use every means necessary to prevent its existence from coming into light. What sort of object can't be destroyed and retrieved? Bai Qing asked, her eyes landing on the computer on the side. Then she thought of something and exclaimed, the internet. Do you think that those 3 kids posted the method to kill that alien tree online? This is the most reasonable explanation, isn't it? Zhongheng said, if you want to spread any news, the internet is the best place to do so. Once you post something online, someone's bound to read it and record it down somewhere. Even if they delete the original post, there is still no way to stop what has happened. So, they can only kill the source and nip the bud spreading to avoid it from getting known. They misled me from the beginning and made me think they were looking for something tangible. The college student was deceived as well. Whether it was the river or Children's Palace, there were no useful clues buried there. On the contrary, the people that visited these 2 places would be automatically included in their elimination list. But now that the original post has been deleted, how can we know who has seen the content, and how do we get in touch with them? Leave it to me. Zhongheng turned on one of the computers. As long as the information was once posted on the internet, there will be digital footprints. Do you know Baidu snapshots? In layman's terms, Baidu will keep on unleashing Beta Spider while obtaining data. Beta Spider is an automated program that accesses and collects various data on the internet. They would then build a database index. When Beta Spider reaches a new website through a link, it will download and store the website's homepage and corresponding pages. Whenever a user searches for the term through the Baidu search engine, Baidu will extract the cache data from the database server. And this is Baidu Snapshot. With this function, we can quickly locate keywords and view the old web pages. If we are lucky, we may be able to see deleted and unauthorized posts. After Zhongheng finished speaking, he saw that Bai Qing's mouth was wide open. And she was dumbfounded. It took a long time for Bai Qing to come back to her senses. She then exclaimed, "Since when you become so good at utilizing technology?" Chapter 691. Voyager 1. It's all just basic knowledge. You can easily learn about them with a little online research. Zhongheng entered the keywords as he said. He typed in a combination of two words, alien plus Cretaceous, but only nonsense showed up in the search result. He saw conspiracy theories like, the horrible truth, aliens killed dinosaurs. Evidently, the information he wanted might be located in this pile of garbage news. There was even an article that went with the title, Aliens Have Already Visited Earth, and 11 pieces of evidence that prove the Chinese are the ancestors of aliens. Naturally, none of these proved any useful. So Zhongheng recalled Lin Cix's weekly journal again. He changed the keyword combination this time and typed in alien plus disaster plus access denied. Simultaneously, to prevent anyone from deleting anything from the database, he used a VPN to access the internet this time. Although Google had withdrawn itself from China, its algorithms still grabbed information non-stop from Chinese websites. Zhongheng could take advantage of it to complement Baidu Snapshot. This time around, he found something worth a read. He then turned on both computers, and after spending 10 minutes with Bai Qing reading through the posts, he found only one that could be useful. It was a short horror science fiction story written by a professional author, and it happened that the forum did not remove it. The author seemed to really put his passion into the account, yet only a few comments were below it. Most of the words there, however, served to criticize. "I don't think it will work." "You can't say that." Maybe the author had been replaced by an alien. That's why his writing is so bad. It makes sense now. That explains everything. Bai Qing could not help but send a reply. "I think it's quite a good idea, and it'll be even better if you just keep writing. You can do it." However, it seemed the author had a hard time dealing with the negative comments. His last login was 3 weeks ago, and he had never visited the forum since. Zhongheng noticed the previous comment, though. It was posted only 1 day ago, and the person's username was Voyager 1. The comment made no sense at all. "Are you Femi Paradox? So, you were using that thing to write science fiction?" Zhongheng looked at the ID and saw that the person was online. So he sent Voyager 1 a private message. "Can you talk more about the Femi Paradox?" "Wait a moment," replied Voyager 1. After about 2 minutes, he sent a second message. "My boss was just watching us. I don't want him to know that I'm looking at other things during working hours. You want to learn more about Femi Paradox? Can't you just search it on Baidu?" "No. You mentioned something about a science fiction novel earlier." Oh, you're referring to that thread. I think you might have got the wrong person. That guy does not belong to this forum. He used the same username on Dubin as well. He is a very mysterious guy. He only logs in from 5:30 to 6:00 every day, and you'll never see him before or after. He's as punctual as a robot. Zhongheng silently pondered upon it. If this ID belonged to Lin Cixi, it made sense that she would only come online at a particular time since her parents restricted her computer usage, a common practice for most families with young children. The peculiar behavior had made her even more mysterious among the forum members. "What do you know about her?" Zhongheng asked. You're saying that Femi Paradox is a girl?" Speaking of which, I don't remember she has ever mentioned her gender. I don't know her too well. She usually comes online when we get off work. I remember she was a very serious person. She would argue if she thinks she's right, and she would not give up until you surrender or it was time to go offline. I must say, though, she was quite knowledgeable. Some even suspected that she must be from some research institute or a school teacher. Oh. By the way, our group organized a stargazing outing a while ago. Femi Paradox asked a lot of questions and mentioned that she would come with 2 of her friends. Later, she told us that her family wouldn't allow her to join. At that time, we speculated that he was a married man, and his wife was quite strict. Zhongheng and Bai Qing exchanged glances. It appeared they found the right person this time. He continued typing. What is that set of things you mentioned earlier? Oh, didn't the 3-body problem win a prize last year? Communicating with aliens has become a burning topic recently. I remembered about 3 weeks ago, Femi Paradox posted something about this topic, saying she managed to decipher a part of a radio emission from space. What happened after that? Voyager 1 was very patient. Since he had nothing better to do, he continued explaining the whole thing. The so-called radio is actually some sort of electromagnetic radiation. It can penetrate interstellar medium, traveling even further to deliver information to distant galaxies. Scientists use radio telescopes to observe and study radio waves. The largest radio telescope in the world is the Arecibo Radio Telescope in Puerto Rico, spanning a diameter of 350 meters. But in the second half of this year, our country's 500-meter-wide fast radio telescope should be completed. It should then be the largest radio telescope in the world, proclaimed Voyager 1 with pride. I know what a radio telescope is, replied Zhongheng. Actually, I want to know how Femi Paradox deciphered the radio waves. Hold on. The enthusiastic Voyager 1 logged into Dubin, and 2 minutes later, he sent a shocking reply. The post has disappeared. What is its title? Zhongheng asked. It is called I deciphered a part of a radio emission. Femi Paradox said that she discovered that a part of a radio emission contained some crucial information. However, during that time, no one in the group believed her. Radio emissions are typically emitted by astronomical objects and carry no meaning. Since it is electromagnetic radiation, it can theoretically be used to store information. But it is hard to imagine an extraterrestrial life form converting a pulsar into a radio transmitter. Everyone thought she was joking, and for the first time, she didn't argue with us. After that, no one talked about it anymore. Zhongheng searched the post's title but found that it had been completely deleted from the internet. He remembered the man he met who had the skills to edit surveillance videos. It seemed that some computer expert was living among them. What should we do now? Bai Qing asked. This was a terrible feeling. Now that they were on the right path and one step away from the final answer, they became stuck in the last section. Before Zhongheng could reply, there was another message from Voyager 1. Well, it doesn't really matter that the post is gone. Anyway, I have learned her deciphering method. However, it can only be used to decipher that particular radio emission. After that, I cross-checked the radio emission found on the internet, but I couldn't find the radio emission that she mentioned. So, I figured she might have made the whole thing up. Chapter 692. Blue-green algae. Initially, Zhongheng and Bai Qing thought that the radio emission would yield a trove of information. Little did they expect that the only thing they would get was a word. It looked like Lin Cece had deleted all the other pointless parts, leaving only the part that represented the final answer. Blue-green algae. This is cyanobacteria. Bai Qing rummaged through the vocabulary in her head and found the right word for it. I know why the 3 children went to the river that night. Zhongheng sighed. They were collecting blue-green algae from the river. Blue-green algae was a common occurrence. Found everywhere, one could spot them growing in all kinds of places with water. Some blue-green algae could cause red tides in the sea and algal bloom in the lake after being polluted by nitrogen and phosphorus, causing serious losses to fisheries and aquaculture. However, few people knew that blue-green algae had a history of 3.5 billion years, making it the oldest living creature on Earth. Didn't you say that even an ICBM can't kill the thing beneath warehouse number 3? How can blue-green algae destroy it? I don't know either, Jongheng said. Pausing to think, he said, based on my preliminary guess, I think the blue-green algae harms the alien tree's cloning function. We now know that the tree breeds 2 different kinds of cicada pupae. The small cicada pupae produce the shadows latched to the 4th ventricle, and the large ones produce the human bodies. I don't think the tree can come up with them whenever it wants. The aliens have first to collect some of their target samples. It can clone a dinosaur during the Cretaceous period and humans in the present time, but what about ancient prokaryotes like cyanobacteria? Unfortunately, we don't have time to verify this conjecture. Give it a try since those things have started to attack us. They will not stop until they eliminate us because we are a great threat. And this may also be our only chance to eradicate them. Who? Bai Qing wondered what opportunity Jongheng was talking about. They seem to be fond of taking our place, pretending to be us and blending into human society. Maybe it's our turn to switch roles this time, Jongheng. Initially, Bai Qing did not understand Jongheng's last sentence's meaning, standing there stunned for half a second. Then, she had an epiphany, and her mouth dropped open. You want to venture into their nest by pretending that you are your own clone? Why not? Jongheng said. I eliminated the 4 men in the academic affairs office, found one of their mobile phones, called their superior, and told him that the task was completed. And now the guy who pretended to be me is in the trunk. Besides, you are with me now. Before they can find out, I can continue pretending to be my clone. Bai Qing blushed when she heard him say she was with him. After a while, she quickly added, this is too risky. What if those things use a secret code like us to identify each other? It will be risky, but this is our final fight. I have to go all out. It'll be an inevitable battle. Fortunately, we have the advantage of bringing the battle to them. Besides, we still have a trump card in hand. 2 minutes later, Jongheng walked out of the internet cafe with Bai Qing. She had been crying while the fat boss looked at them suspiciously. The thug named Xiao Fei outside the internet cafe could not help but spit on the ground when he saw them. What a waste, he cursed. Jongheng took Bai Qing away from the group, went to the van, opened the door, and got together. When the car door closed behind Jongheng, Bai Qing immediately stopped crying, and then asked in a low voice, how was my acting? Not bad, it should be wondering what happened to us. And it will notify the others soon, Jongheng replied quietly. Earlier, he actually thought about taking down the internet cafe owner but remembered the group of teenagers sitting outside. If he attacked the fat boss, they would surely come in to help him. Jongheng was not afraid of those brats, not wanting to make the situation worse lest it could negatively impact future plans. He then lifted the blanket in the trunk to reveal his clone. Although Bai Qing was mentally prepared, she was still freaked out by what she saw, stumbling 2 steps backward. Seeing Jongheng in front of her was a horrifying scene that she would never forget. Jongheng's clone was tightly bounded in the trunk, and his mouth was sealed. He could only move his eyes. Let's discuss a deal between you and me. Jongheng sat down in front of it, and at the same time, ungagged the clone. Unbelievable, you are safe and sound. According to the comparison of human strength, for adults should be able to subdue a minor like you easily in a small room, the clone replied. Instead of showing fear, it showed a hint of curiosity. Instead of entertaining the clone, Jongheng pointed at Bai Qing. Let me guess. You should be the one who pretended to be her mother, right? I know you have powerful learning abilities, but it doesn't make sense that you could understand the human society in one night and learn all kinds of human expressions. Unless you have lived in human society before. You are brilliant. A smile formed across the clone's face. The way you act and think don't match your age. None of your peers behave like you. This doesn't make sense at all. We checked your background and found out that you are just an ordinary high school student. Your parents are working abroad, leaving you and your grandfather here. How did you possess such strong fighting skills and investigative abilities? More importantly, most would start doubting themselves when they encountered another life form like us. You, however, seem to recognize our existence from the beginning. I don't remember coming into contact with you before. This question aroused the curiosity of Bai Qing as well. She noticed that Zhongheng seemed to be a little different from what she remembered. However, she could not tell the differences in details. Zhongheng did not answer. He then said, "I'm the one asking you a question. You don't get to ask me anything." "What difference does it make?" sneered the clone. "You two can't run forever. You killed 2 teachers and 2 staff members in your school. Even if we don't replace you, the police will find you. As for you, my daughter," the clone's gaze fell on Bai Qing. "You know that you alone are not strong enough to go against us. If you don't want to live in fear, better just obey us. We don't need you to worry about our future." Zhongheng was unusually calm. "Let's talk about you and your tribe first." Chapter 693. Don't be so sure. Zhongheng's clone curiously glared at the knife stuck in his thigh, his face showing no sign that he was in any pain. "It seems I have to take back what I said before," he said calmly. "You are no smarter than your peers. Since you already know what I am, you should know that such torture wouldn't affect me. If you are intending to use such means to extract information, I advise you not to waste your energy. No, don't get me wrong, I did this because I wanted to. There is no other purpose." Zhongheng stopped for a moment. "Okay, let's go to the next topic. Before that, let me ask you a warm-up question." "And what would this question be?" The clone rolled his eyes. "I want to know what medium you use to contact your people." "What do you mean by the medium that I use?" The clone rubbed his chin on his shoulder. "Think about a bat's ultrasonic sound wave." "Oh, you must be worried that I might have told the others about my capture, right?" The clone grinned. "But you already know the answer to this question, don't you? You deliberately captured me and went to the internet cafe for a while. Besides saving your little girlfriend, you wanted to see if my people were aware of our differences. You are quite smart. Although pointless, you did buy yourself some time to escape. However, you will still not end well." "Really?" Zhongheng didn't comment on the reply. He then asked the second and most important question. "Where did you keep the people you guys have replaced?" "Interesting, but what makes you think those people are still alive?" "You better answer me now," Zhongheng emphasized. "Otherwise?" The clone laughed when he heard that. "Admit it. You have no means to threaten me. The reason why I am willing to chat with you is that I'm feeling bored." "Better not be too sure," said Zhongheng. He opened up the side of his school bag and took out a tempered glass jar. Inside the jar were 4 hideous creatures that looked like the unholy child of a 3-eyed dinosaur shrimp and a lamprey. They scurried along the glass wall of the jar, trying to open the lid. Zhongheng had sealed the jar with some tape, and there was no escaping for those tiny monsters. The moment Bai Qing saw the peculiar creature, she almost threw up her breakfast. She had no idea how Zhongheng could hold the glass jar without his hand twitching. "Come and say hello to your allies." Zhongheng had captured these 4 alien life forms after killing the 4 people that ganged up on him in his school. He had to crack open their heads to locate them. Although the clone's expressions were well controlled, the revelation must have had a significant impact on him since he had stopped talking. "With all due respect, you guys are much weaker than I thought," Zhongheng said. "I exerted a little strength on one of your allies, and his calf broke. High-level life forms have always paid more attention to the development of intelligence," the clone said. "We don't need strong bodies to be at the top of the food chain. Humans perceive dinosaurs as apex predators with advanced physical functions. To us, however, they are nothing but prey." "I find that hard to refute," Zhongheng said, "but when I put you into this glass bottle, I wonder if you can still say it out loud with confidence. If you're using them as blackmail, forget about it." "We don't value interpersonal relationships as much as you humans," chirped the clone, his emotions seemingly sorted out. Really? Why did your allies risk their lives to rescue you last time? Zhongheng turned to Bai Qing. Help me get the gas, he said to her. Mouth covered, the latter dug out a can of portable liquefied gas from the package on the side of the backpack, then plugged in the portable stove and handed it to Zhongheng. This thing was usually used for cooking in the wild, allowing for the convenience of a proper fire without the luxury of a real kitchen. Zhongheng put the tempered glass jar on it and ignited the portable cooker with a lighter. After a while, the rapidly rising temperature began to irritate the four ugly creatures inside of it. They started to tackle the glass jar even more violently. However, as Zhongheng's clone said, perhaps they added all their attribute points to intelligence that resulted in their lackluster physical fitness. As a result, their bodies couldn't match up to the strength of the tempered glass jar. After a while, they stopped moving. All four aliens gradually dropped to the bottom of the glass jar, with their limbs curled up like cooked cockroaches. Zhongheng didn't assume that these things would die so easily, though, judging from the corpse from the freezer, they would enter a state similar to hibernation or apparent death once their body went below their adaptive temperature. Enough, the clone suddenly spoke. For the first time, he was angry and began sounding warnings. You gain nothing by annoying us. It depends on how cooperative you are. Tell us the whereabouts of the people you replaced, and I will turn off the fire. The clone lowered his head in thought. It seemed he was weighing the pros and cons of the choice he would be making. Okay. I want to know what you guys have planned for me as well, Zhongheng added. The moment he ended, the clone's mobile phone rang. It should be the owner of the internet cafe. He was going to ask him why he brought Bai Qing out. Zhongheng put the phone next to the clone's ear. You know what to say, right? 10 minutes later, not did Zhongheng discover the whereabouts of those they had kept alive, but he now gained a general understanding of the aliens' organization. That said, most of them were irrelevant. Zhongheng knew that his clone would never divulge the secrets beneath Workshop Number 3 since it was the crux of their survival and reproduction. Even if Zhongheng killed it and his four allies, the clone would still refuse to tell him anything. In fact, even if it knew that Zhongheng had been to Workshop Number 3, mum would be the word. Till the end of the conversation, Zhongheng never once mentioned the glass factory and blue-green algae. This confused the clone to a certain extent, making it think that Zhongheng and Bai Qing were still unaware of their core secret. Under such circumstances, it was willing to sacrifice some intelligence in exchange for a chance for him and his allies to survive. Chapter 694. Disguise. The most crucial question now laid before Zhongheng and Bai Qing was whether they should destroy the alien tree beneath Workshop Number 3 or save people first. Judging from the information obtained by Zhongheng, these two places were quite far apart. Emotionally speaking, when Bai Qing learned that her mother was still alive, she wished to get there immediately to rescue her. On the other hand, she knew very well that once they saved her mother, the glass factory's aliens would be alerted. In terms of priority, the glass factory was more critical. That was because most of the aliens were gathering there, and if they were well prepared, even Zhongheng would not be able to deal with so many at once. If they went to the police for help, they had no way of determining if the aliens had infiltrated the force. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Bai Qing said, "Let's act separately. You go to the glass factory, and I'll go to rescue my mother." This was probably the only feasible solution at this stage. Zhongheng nodded and did not attempt to stop her. He just said, "I will give you both the locator and the camera. Just keep an eye on the place for now. Once I deal with the problem in the glass factory, I will get to you as soon as possible. Remember, make no contact with them until I arrive." "Yeah." Bai Qing grabbed the bag that Zhongheng handed to her. After experiencing so many horrible experiences, she was no longer your ordinary high school girl. The final battle was just around the corner too, and she had decided not to let it affect her anymore. After Zhongheng finished, he thought for a while, then said, "Turn around." Bai Qing then quickly turned around upon his request. When that happened, Zhongheng took out the Lego blocks, assembled a chainsaw, and then inserted the infinite building block to materialize it. While his fake stared at him in fear, Zhongheng put the gag back into the clone's mouth and started to crack open his skull with the chainsaw. Once the brain was exposed, the thing in the fourth ventricle wanted to escape, but Zhongheng quickly used a plastic box to scoop it up and put it into the glass jar. He cleaned up the blood on the ground and covered the corpse with a blanket. He then handed the blood-stained glass jar to Bai Qing. If they want to attack you, use this as a bargaining chip. Bai Qing turned around and was taken aback by the glass jar's contents. The thing inside was disgusting. That was the last straw. She couldn't hold it in anymore, grabbing the trash can handed by Zhongheng and vomited in it. Sorry, Bai Qing apologized between gagging. It's okay. There is still some time left. You have to get used to being with them before you leave, said Zhongheng. He also informed Bai Qing about other matters that needed paying attention. After that, he put on a new set of makeup on Bai Qing before they parted ways. Bai Qing went to find her mother, while Zhongheng first drove to the river, collected a bottle of blue-green algae with a mineral water bottle, then returned to the glass factory. It had only less than 3 hours since those creatures ganged up on him in the school. Carrying his bag, he walked towards the gates of the glass factory. This was the second time he came here. This time, he entered through the front gate instead of climbing the wall, even nodding at the guard on duty. Initially, the guard wanted to stand up, but halfway through, he sat down again. He just sat there and watched Zhongheng walking into the factory. He met many workers along the way and recalled what he saw the night before, and they passed him by like he did not exist. As expected, they still behaved the same way. If the bosses of other factories saw this scene, there was a high probability that they would cry. This was probably the working environment of their dreams. Zhongheng did not encounter any problems until he walked to warehouse number 3. As compared with last night, security here was even tighter. An outpost had been added, and a team of security guards stood there patrolling the area every 5 minutes. When the leader saw Zhongheng walking over, he said, "Stop, why are you back? It's your duty to stay with that girl. You are not supposed to leave her side." Zhongheng said, "I underestimated her. I don't know what went wrong. She seems to recognize that I'm not the original Zhongheng. She pretended not to doubt my identity and ran away when I was not paying attention. She escaped. Does number 2 know about this? I called and told number 2 about it. Fortunately, I managed to grab some of her hair before she ran away," Zhongheng went on. "Number 2 told me that I could start to clone her." Zhongheng made a huge bet here. He knew that number 2 was the person responsible for coordinating the operation. During his previous conversation with the fake Zhongheng, he never mentioned the thing under workshop number 3. Zhongheng figured that the alien tree would need something like hair or blood to clone someone. It seemed the lucky rabbit foot worked this time. The guard's leader did not ask him any more questions after that. Not only did he step away from him, but he even took out the remote control and opened the gate for him. Zhongheng nodded at him and walked into workshop number 3. But the next moment, the other man reached out and stopped him again, with only one word. "Wait." Immediately, Zhongheng started to get anxious, worried most that these people would attempt to verify his claims by checking with number 2. If they did that, his lie would be immediately exposed. After a while, 2 security guards came over with a rabbit. The leader of the guards retracted his hands. All of them then entered workshop number 3 with the rabbit. Before they arrived at the underground entrance, another guard was already there to remove the conwasher for them, revealing the secret entrance. Zhongheng knew that he would be trapped underground if his identity was exposed. All they needed to do was to move the conwasher back to its original position to block the exit. Without stopping, Zhongheng followed the 2 security guards in front of him. Zhongheng could still smell the familiar and strange fragrance around him. The ferns from the Cretaceous period were still around. The stairs continued to descend, and at the very end was the door covered by the ugly vines. One of the security guards walked up, using the rabbit as a sacrifice. The vine started to move faster and faster until the sarcoma on the branches eventually exploded, and countless tiny tendrils stretched out of it. Like a mosquito's proboscis, they pierced into the rabbit's body swiftly. Another security guard quickly opened the door while the vines devoured the rabbit. Chapter 695. Grand Opening. A strange knocking sound came from the center of the hall. At the same time, millions of microscopic ash particles floated everywhere in the air. Fortunately, this was Zhongheng's second time coming here. Hence, he was not surprised by his surroundings. The two security guards beside him showed no expression too, and they did not stop moving after opening the door. They stood on both sides and walked into the hall with him. It seemed like they wanted to stay until the cloning ceremony was completed. The three of them walked into the hall and stopped before they entered the attack range of the ugly vines. After that, Zhongheng saw his two companions lying down on the ground with their foreheads pressed against the floor and their legs spread apart, looking like a toad. At the same time, their bodies started to tremble in the same rhythm. Their trembling frequency coincided with the knocking sound around them. Zhongheng wondered if this was their way of communicating with the weird alien tree in the middle of the hall. Whether or not it remembered what happened last night, Zhongheng was not planning to wait any longer. This was his limit. After that, he took out a bottle of blue-green algae. While the two security guards were still performing their weird ceremony, he opened his handbag silently. The guards noticed that something was not right with Zhongheng. One of them raised his head, only to be greeted by a small wrench. Zhongheng had smashed his forehead, rendering him paralyzed. These things would hide in the fourth ventricle and pilot the human body, and they were usually in a very safe spot. The bodies they controlled, however, were no different than that of an ordinary human being. In other words, once a heavy blow had been delivered to the brain, they would be unable to pilot the body even though they were still alive. The second security guard reacted very quickly. After witnessing his companion's tragic situation, he rolled on the ground and managed to dodge Zhongheng's next attack. Immediately, he turned on his walkie-talkie. Instead of panicking, Zhongheng quickly blocked the exit to stop the guard from leaving. The moment the guard remembered that the signal could not travel out from this place, it glared at Zhongheng and asked, "Who are you?" "Good question." "I have been looking for the answer," Zhongheng replied. While talking, he walked to the second guard with a wrench. The latter took a step back, which brought it closer to the ugly vine's attack range. The creepers began to move like a shark that had detected blood. The second guard knew he could not move back any further, so he turned to look at Zhongheng and growled harshly. "You know our secret. No one will let you leave this place alive." "I know you never intended to let me go too," Zhongheng said calmly, facing the security guard who leaped forward. Immediately, he swung the wrench in his hand, this time managing to hit the opponent's cheek, smashing his teeth twice. An ordinary person would have been dead on the ground upon receiving such a severe blow and injury. But as long as Zhongheng failed to attack the enemy's brain or spine, the creature could still fight. It was why the guard was still able to move. He stretched out his hand to strangle Zhongheng's neck, while Zhongheng grabbed its collar with his other hand. At the same time, Zhongheng managed to deliver a second blow to its eye accurately and destroyed it, its blood splattering all over Zhongheng's t-shirt. After the attack, the creature had been severely weakened. Zhongheng immediately delivered the third blow and fourth blow. When he finally let go of the wrench, the guard's head had already been unrecognizably deformed. There was no way he could continue his choke hold. Zhongheng wiped the blood off his face. With such a brutal attack, the alien hidden in the fourth ventricle was probably squashed. Then, a system notification came in. Successfully found and killed an alien. Proxy war score, a +5. Visit the character panel to view the related information. After spending so much effort, Zhongheng finally killed his first alien in this quest. However, he did not finish off the other security guard, now paralyzed, and instead went back to where his bag was and took out the algae bottle, hidden in the deepest part of the bag. Zhongheng divided the algae into 4 portions. The first was thrown at the ugly vines, the second on the alien tree in the middle of the hall, and the third at the spot where the alien tree spit out ashes. As for the last portion, he reserved it for future use. The blue-green algae were more effective than he thought. When he threw the third portion into the tree's cavity, the ashes it spat suddenly increased by at least tenfold. Zhongheng had to use his clothes to cover his mouth and nose. It was suffocating in the hall now. At the same time, its bark also began to peel off. Previously, Zhongheng saw how the alien tree would heal itself by shedding off its old bark. This time, it looked like it had contracted some skin disease. Zhongheng then killed the paralyzed security guard in the shortest time possible, which garnered him 5 points. At that time, the ashes and fallen tree bark had flooded the hall and was up to his ankles. Zhongheng's line of sight was almost completely obstructed. Even the filter lens wouldn't function in this place. Rendered with little option, he was forced to find his way to the door blindly and through memory. At the same time, he noticed that the vines on the door had become very irritated. They began to climb up the steps, wanted to escape the basement. However, since the vines were all part of the alien tree, they couldn't leave this place. After crawling a certain distance, they could not move further. Zhongheng leaped among the sarcomas, managing to dodge 2 attacks aiming at him. And he had finally escaped the basement. But for him, the battle had just begun. The security guards noticed the abnormality when they saw him coming up alone, not to mention that he had bloodstains on his body. They did not say a word to each other, and they started to jump at Zhongheng at the same time. Zhongheng took out a Lego mini submachine gun from his bag. The leader frowned, wondering what he was about to do with the toy gun. The next moment, he saw Zhongheng inserting the infinite building block into the gun's last empty slot. And the next thing he knew, he was shelled by a rain of bullets, mercilessly hitting all that stood at the front line. However, the system reminded Zhongheng that he had only scored 5 points, which meant he had only killed an alien. He tried to aim at their heads as much as possible, but the fourth ventricle was not that big, and the location of the aliens inside was not fixed unless he had a considerable amount of ammunition. Otherwise, attempting to kill all of them would prove to be a massive challenge. Chapter 696. Fear. Those things did not expect that their ally would suddenly turn to them. When Zhongheng opened fire, they were caught off guard. What surprised them the most had to be the toy mini-submachine gun that mysteriously came to life. Considering stringent gun control laws, an ordinary person would be hard-pressed to get his hands on such a powerful weapon. Not to mention Zhongheng was only a high school student. It was difficult to connect his accurate marksmanship to his age. The security team outside workshop number 3 was utterly stupefied by Zhongheng's first attack wave. If they were ordinary humans, they would have been killed on the spot. The human body was like a shell of sorts to these aliens, and they wouldn't die as long as their brains or spines didn't get hit. In fact, one of the 10 aliens who charged at Zhongheng got lucky, getting shot only in the chest and leg. Although his gun was only 20 centimeters away from the enemy's head, Zhongheng decided to stop shooting. He would never miss his target at such close range, but after seeing that there were still so many of them to be dealt with, he decided to reserve ammunition. After all, the micro-submachine gun in his hand was made of Lego bricks, and there was only 1 magazine left. Thus, he blocked the enemy's hand with the submachine gun, and before the alien could launch another attack, Zhongheng grabbed his knife with the other hand and stabbed it into its temple. With a grunt, Zhongheng pulled out the knife, now entirely coated in blood, and watched his enemy collapse in front of him. Unfortunately, he received no notifications from the system. Suddenly, a guard came out of nowhere and crawled to Zhongheng to grab his leg. His cheek had been pierced by a bullet earlier, but it seemed like it did not affect him too much. So, Zhongheng fired another shot at him. Not long after he took down the group of security guards, a couple of factory workers ran to him the moment he walked out of the workshop. Whether men, women, or children, all ran mindlessly to Zhongheng as if unafraid of their impending death. Zhongheng did not expect that he would get to enjoy killing zombies in a quest. These things could endure pain very well, and other than the head and spine, they had no other weaknesses. Simply said, they could keep attacking even after they had taken multiple shots, the reason why Zhongheng thought these creatures were like zombies. They were actually more like the zombies from Zombie World War instead of the Walking Dead series. Hence, after emptying half a magazine at them, he only managed to slow a few down. By the time he realized it, the bogies on his right side had almost gotten to him. Unlike other shooters, close-quarters combat happened to be one of Zhongheng's specialties. After the previous battles, he had found a quick and lethal way to deal with them. All he needed to do was to break their necks and render them paralyzed. The method had a shortcoming, though, and that was the alien in the fourth ventricle would still be alive. With the skull's protection, it would be easy for Zhongheng to kill them right now. His most pressing goal at this stage was to escape this place. Not wanting to deal with hundreds of enemies simultaneously in the glass factory, Zhongheng decided to retreat and paralyze them first. At such times, the wrench would be better than the knife. It took Zhongheng less than 3 seconds to break the necks of 2 people. That, however, bought him no time, as the other enemies behind him were almost onto him. In the end, Zhongheng was forced to open fire, in which the system sent him a couple of notifications as he gunned them down. Taking advantage of the small window of time, he climbed to the roof of workshop number 3. It was at that time that he could see how good they were at reanimating their human shells. Those that came out of the cicada pupae earlier were better at piloting the bodies. These ones followed Zhongheng up to workshop number 3's roof. There were also some with worse motor coordination, seeing how they had to climb slowly, and there were some who just couldn't come up. After Zhongheng got on the roof, he did not run immediately. Instead, he waited a while and kicked the first 3 zombies that appeared off the ledge. He then took a look at the factory and found out that there were enemies in almost every direction. Clearly, the trouble he had caused in workshop number 3 had angered those things. If they knew what he did underground, they would probably be even more furious. Unexpectedly, all the aliens abruptly stopped moving, frozen solid as if the power was cut off from them. Zhongheng thought that he had come to a huge wax museum. At the same time, he received another system notification. Even in such a critical moment, Zhongheng could not ignore the notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Successfully finding and destroying this pupae tree, cutting off the alien's means of reproduction. Proxy war score, a +100. Visit the character panel to view related information. Zhongheng figured that the pupae tree mentioned must have been the thing under workshop number 3. Related to the reproduction and survival of the alien, the pupae tree's great significance to them was self-evident. Zhongheng was not surprised that he was rewarded with 100 points. In many sci-fi movies and games, all the other bugs would die after the brood had been killed. However, Zhongheng was wrong. This was not a movie, after all. All the aliens around him somehow knew that the pupae tree was destroyed. Seemingly realizing that their tree had been destroyed, the horde instantly broke out into a frenzied state when they awoke from their slumber. They raised their heads in unison and glared at Zhongheng on the roof. Although no one said a word, Zhongheng could feel that they were probably not too happy now. In fact, right at the next moment, the aliens started to climb the roof in an even more furious manner. Some even set up a firefighting ladder to climb the roof. At least hundreds of them surrounding workshop number 3, all having a single goal in mind: kill the man that destroyed the pupae tree. Zhongheng finally understood what it meant by poking a hornet's nest. It now seemed he would have to be on a constant run and fight for his life for the remainder of the quest. Who knew how many had infiltrated society? Even if the pupae tree was destroyed, those still breathing were enough to hunt him down. This problem, however, was something to be dealt with in the future. For now, Zhongheng had to figure out a way to leave the glass factory to join Bai Qing to save the imprisoned citizens. Seeing more and more aliens climbing up the roof, he did not intend to stay any longer. He smashed the head of the alien who charged at him, then ran towards the wall as he emptied his clip. This wasn't the time for reserving ammunition. The remaining bullets managed to create an exit. Unfortunately, the enemies were one step ahead, blocking the exit before Zhongheng could get to it. At the same time, more and more enemies were closing in from 3 other directions. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, a strange idea suddenly appeared in Zhongheng's mind. Even he himself did not know why he would make such a move. He stopped running, stretched out one of his hands to face the enemy in front, and closed his eyes. The world seemed to come to a pause. After that, the horde of charging enemies suddenly stopped and fell to the ground like broken puppets. This strange domino effect happened to the enemies who were still climbing the ladders as well, their faces filled with indescribable fear. As for Zhongheng, he seemed to have experienced a nightmare. When he opened his eyes again, he was drenched in sweat. His body and mind were exhausted, but he knew that it was not the time to rest. He mustered the last ounce of strength he had and jumped towards the wall. Chapter 697. Did you know? Zhongheng stumbled across the road after escaping from the glass factory. A large truck almost hit him. Luckily, the driver managed to stop in time. He poked his head out and started cursing, but when he saw the submachine gun, his attitude changed as quickly as he started mocking. Bystanders gawked in terror at Zhongheng's submachine gun and the fact that he was covered in blood. Right now, he looked more like a monster than those things in the glass factory. Some had even taken out their phones and called the police in secret. Zhongheng couldn't be bothered anymore. Not long after he escaped from the glass factory, he heard the sound of something hitting the wall from behind. That should be the aliens that were going after him. He assumed that they must have jumped down with him but failed to control their strength as they leaped over the wall. The sound they made, however, gave Zhongheng another boost of adrenaline. Although he was physically exhausted, it was not time to rest. He looked around, and it took him half a second to remember where he parked the van. While he ran there, the aliens had already rushed out of the glass factory. He instantly ignited the van's engine, switched to reverse, and rammed the two aliens who had caught up to him. Amid the frantic screams of bystanders, he slammed his foot on the gas and fled the scene. With his driving skills, it would be difficult for the aliens to catch up with him, at least for now. When Zhongheng saw in the rearview mirror that he was getting further away, he took out his mobile phone to call Bai Qing. Bai Qing answered the call almost instantaneously. She sounded a little nervous. What happened? Why do they look angry now? I might have just wiped them out, said Zhongheng without mincing words, from the other end of the phone. Bai Qing was silent for a moment as if attempting to process what she just heard. How long will it take you to come to me? She asked after a pause. 45 minutes. Zhongheng glanced at the map. I don't think they'll be waiting that long. I saw them packing up, and it appears they are planning to evacuate from the stronghold. I have no idea what they do to their prisoners before they leave too. What do I do? I have a bad feeling. I will hurry up. Just stay where you are and wait for me, Zhongheng said. This time, Bai Qing did not answer immediately. There was only silence. Zhongheng could hear Bai Qing's breathing becoming more rapid. She answered after a while. You said that their bodies are very fragile, and you accidentally broke one of their legs while putting them in the bottle. Yes. I know what you are thinking now. Please don't do it. It's too dangerous. The jar I gave you is only to be used in the direst of situations. You are not supposed to do something risky with it. But you can't get here right away. Only I can delay them from evacuating, Bai Qing said. When you were in the car, you threatened one of them using his kind trapped in the jar, and it worked. Yes, but at that time, I hadn't destroyed their nest yet. They are not the same now. I've never seen them so furious before. In the state that they are in, we have no way of predicting their behavior. They might do something that surprises us. But my mother inside the facility. I can't just sit here like this. I promise you I am coming as quickly as I can. Did you know? She suddenly interrupted him. When I asked the alien that question, for a moment, I was actually pleased by its answer. I think that might have been the only time I could listen to you say that. Upon saying that, Bai Qing abruptly hung up. When Zhongheng attempted to call her again, her phone had already been turned off. No longer bound by traffic rules, he had no choice but to drive as fast as he could. After all, he had already run in the streets with a submachine gun and reversed his van into two people. Time was quickly running out. The police should be locating him soon, and he had to help Bai Qing save her mother before getting arrested. However, his biggest problem now was not the police or the aliens. Zhongheng still could not explain what happened earlier on warehouse number 3's rooftop. He had no idea why he did what he did at that time and why those aliens collapsed one after another. What was worse was that the fatigue did not seem to go away with time. He noticed how this had severely affected him physically and mentally. To be more precise, it came from the deepest part of his soul. All he wanted was to look for a place to close his eyes and have a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, the current circumstance had forced him to stay awake. In an attempt to suppress his increasing drowsiness, Zhongheng emptied a handful of chewing gum into his mouth. 40 minutes later, he arrived at where Baiqing was, a half-completed construction site in the new district. It was just as Baiqing had described, even the guards were gone. Zhongheng opened the door, and almost lost his balance when he got out of the van. He leaned on the door and shook his head, trying to fight the fatigue. Grabbing the pestilence bone bow and Paris arrow from the passenger seat, he walked into the construction site. In this state, his archery skills would be affected to a certain extent. It was the best time for the Paris arrow to showcase its ability. His greatest fear was that the aliens had killed Baiqing and the prisoners before they left. If that were the case, he would be one step too late. It would be almost impossible to go through another round of hot pursuit with aliens with his physical and mental condition. Although he did change cars halfway, the police should still be able to locate him soon. Zhongheng drew his bow, carefully circumventing the small dirt hill in the center of the construction site, and walked towards the concrete building in front of him. Only 66% completed, its top was not sealed off, and the scaffolds hadn't been removed as well. When Zhongheng walked to the elevator, a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart. He saw a shadow getting bigger and bigger beside his feet. Before he had time to think, he immediately rolled sideways and avoided the ash cart barreling down from the sky. The cart fell from the 11th floor and landed where he stood earlier. If he had not dodged it in time, Zhongheng would have been squashed into a pile of mincemeat. Before he had time to stand up, two shadowy figures sprang out from the back of the building and attempted to stab him with the iron pipes in their hand. Chapter 698. Last Battle. Zhongheng evaded the first iron pipe, then blocked the second using his pestilence bone bow. Although the bow was made of bone, it was still a grade B game item, and when it collided with the iron pipe, it made a screeching sound. There were, however, no scratches on it. The pestilence bone bow's original owner probably did not expect anybody to use it to block an iron pipe. Judging from the truck that fell from the sky and the two attackers that ambushed him, Zhongheng realized that the whole thing had to be premeditated. They were just waiting for him to come here and make him pay for what he did to the pupae tree. They wouldn't have bothered him if he were in perfect condition, but his mental and physical state were almost at their limits. When the attacker struck at him with the iron pipe again, Zhongheng failed to avoid it entirely, and it cut a deep gash into his arm. He felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, his speed and reflexes half a beat slower than usual. Fortunately, he had gained a lot of combat experience after completing so many rounds of quests. Even if his combat effectiveness was partially weakened, Zhongheng felt that he might defeat two opponents that were immune to pain. Their attacking style, though, would be difficult for Zhongheng to deal with. The two iron pipes were more than 1.5 meters long. It was almost impossible for an average person to carry the heavy pipes on their own, but for those aliens, they did not seem to have any troubles using it to fight. Having the advantage of the lengthy pipe allowed them to fight from a safe distance. Whether a knife or a wrench, Zhongheng would have difficulty attacking them after losing his agility. He couldn't find an opportunity to use the pestilence bone bow and Paris arrow to attack them too. The enemies seemed to have made up their minds and wanted to use this method to exhaust Zhongheng bit by bit. Zhongheng, on the other hand, couldn't find an opportune moment to retaliate for the time being. He could only keep on avoiding and blocking their attacks. Not only were his arms injured, but his chest and waist had been hit as well. Fortunately, they were just minor cuts. After Zhongheng tackled another wave of attack, he started to pant. On the other hand, his two opponents were tireless, and other enemies were watching him from above. While dealing with the opponent in front of him, he had to watch out for incoming attacks from above. The two enemies seemed to be intentionally pushing him to the corner. Once his range of action was restricted, he knew perfectly well what would happen to him next. Although aware of the other party's intentions, he had no other option but to retreat to the trap that the enemies had prepared. Now, the time for him to strike back had finally arrived. After Zhongheng finishing counting down in his mind, he threw away the pestilence bone bow in his hand and drew the empty submachine machine. It was time for it to transform back into a Lego toy, and in that split second, Zhongheng inserted the infinite building block to materialize it again. He raised his arms and aimed at the head of the enemy in front of him, and just as the iron pipe was about to stab Zhongheng, the alien fell dead. The other enemy did not survive the shot that Zhongheng fired at him as well. Zhongheng's marksmanship was clearly not as good as before. Fortunately, little time was spent aiming since both enemies were not too far away. And no one could outrun a bullet. If he were not exhausted, he wouldn't have had to resort to this method. Suddenly, Zhongheng received 2 notifications from the system. However, this was not the time for him to calculate his current score. He quickly rushed upstairs since those aliens were still there. In other words, Bai Qing and the rest of the imprisoned people were still alive. To get there as soon as possible, Zhongheng chose to take the elevator. However, he knew those things would not allow him to get up so easily. As expected, when the elevator came to the 6th floor, a sack of cement fell from the sky, landed on the elevator, forcing it to come to a halt. And not long after that, another cart of bricks fell from the top floor and landed on the elevator. This time, it snapped the cable, and since they had removed the anti-falling device, the elevator was now in free fall. A thunderous crash reverberated throughout the building when the elevator slammed into the ground, the massive impact completely deforming the metal box. One could only imagine what would happen to the people inside. Hence, as the people on the 11th floor waited for the dust to settle, Zhongheng had already climbed up from the other side of the wall. Undeniably, Zhongheng had taken a considerable risk by choosing this method to go upstairs. Supposedly, it was an easy climb, but his current condition significantly restricted him. As such, it took him a lot longer than usual to complete the climb. Considering how high he was from the ground, he would have fallen to his death if he missed one step. Zhongheng knew that the aliens must have arranged to ambush him at every point, so he had to surprise them by using an unconventional method. Indeed, this would mess up their plans. Another piece of good news was that it seemed only a few aliens had been deployed to deal with him here. Otherwise, there would have been many more than just 2 people ambushing him downstairs. Although Zhongheng's hand slipped twice as he climbed up, he eventually arrived on the 11th floor safe and sound. After entering the building through the cement window, he walked in, trying to make as little noise as possible. At the same time, he silently observed his surroundings. After walking for about 20 steps, he came across a load-bearing wall and saw a guy lying on the stairs with a modified nail gun in his hand. This should be the only lethal weapon they could get their hands on for now. A nail gun could become lethal after a slight modification. He wasn't in a hurry to shoot the enemy, though. Seeing that his presence hadn't been noticed, Zhongheng marked the location in his mind and continued to move forward along the wall. He walked another 10 meters before finally seeing the prisoners that the aliens had replaced. Their faces were sullen, creased with anguish from the terrifying experiences they had to endure. The college student was among the prisoners. Bai Qing and her mother were among them too. Zhongheng was relieved to see that they were safe, but now they were in a comatose state. The alien in charge of guarding them had a lighter in his hand, and beside him were 4 empty gasoline cans. The alien was surprised to see Zhongheng. Before he could light the prisoners on fire, Zhongheng opened fire, hitting his head accurately. After he pulled the trigger, the other enemies that were waiting to ambush him from the other side rushed over as quickly as they could. Instead of looking for cover, Zhongheng knelt halfway and fired the remaining 20 bullets. When the smoke finally cleared, he was so exhausted that he did not even want to move his finger. As wails of the police sirens grew louder, Zhongheng knew that he had to be on the run again. Chapter 699. Superman. Bai Qing, let me have a look at your math workbook. I have 2 wrong questions to correct. Okay. Bai Qing heard Kai Jiao's voice, put down the pen in her hand, and took out the math workbook from her school bag. She handed it over, but continued holding on to it. Yes? Sorry, I got distracted. Bai Qing apologized and let go of the book. Were you thinking of him again? Kai Jia took the workbook and raised her eyebrows. Yes. Bai Qing automatically glanced at the seat beside her, but some other girl had occupied it. 3 months had passed since the battle at the construction site, and that was the last time she ever saw him. When she opened her eyes again, she had already arrived at the police station with the other survivors. As expected, no one believed the story they told the authorities. The 4 bodies found at the construction site had been curiously stolen that afternoon, and when Bai Qing told the police about the glass factory, they hastily deployed a special forces team to the location. When they got there, however, the factory had already been emptied, and they found nothing beneath workshop number 3. The good news was that her mother's body and the other aliens had disappeared at the same time. Due to lack of critical evidence, and since her mother was found alive, the criminal lawsuit against her father was withdrawn. All that happened before seemed like a bad dream. Everything went back to normal miraculously after Bai Qing opened her eyes. On the other hand, Zhong Heng was charged with illegal possession of guns and ammunition, driving without a license, hitting a pedestrian with his car, and suspected homicide. Getting rid of all the charges would be near impossible, so after calling his grandpa one last time, he disappeared. The police were not too concerned. Hunting down a high school student with no social experience could not be easier for them, not to mention the presence of security cameras everywhere in modern society. A high school student like him couldn't be on the run forever. However, what happened next went beyond anyone's expectation. Zhong Heng's escape was clean and flawless, like a drop of water falling into an ocean. Even after trying a myriad of investigative methods, the police still failed to catch a glimpse of him. That guy is really as good as you said? Kai Jia asked. Yes, I sometimes wonder if he is from another planet. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how he could fight those things on his own. Is he like the Superman from Krypton? Kai Jia curled her lips. Are you trying to be Louis Lane? Bai Qing blushed. I just don't know how he is doing now. If he is really as good as you said, you don't need to worry at all, Kai Jia said. Maybe he's returned to Krypton in his spaceship. Seeing Bai Qing's expression, Kai Jia paused, and a grin appeared on her face. Oh, you are not really worried about him, are you? You are wondering why he didn't contact you after so long. I can see that you miss him a lot. I'm not missing him. What are you talking about? Bai Qing picked up the book and pretended to smack Kai Jia with it. The latter turned around, ran away, back to her seat, and picked up her school bag. I'll make a move. My sister and I are going to get our nails done tonight. You can carry on thinking about your Mr. Superman. When everyone in the classroom was almost gone, Bai Qing packed her books and looked at the unrecognizable seat beside her before leaving the building. Once she left the gates, she strolled to the bus stop with her school bag. She had been feeling restless recently but couldn't figure out why. Bai Qing remembered the feeling she had when she was stalked around Children's Palace. 3 months later, the same feeling struck her again. Bai Qing quickly turned around and looked behind her. However, it was the peak hour where everyone had just gotten off work and school. The street was crowded, and she could find nothing unusual around her. So she could only tell herself that she was paranoid. The trauma that she has been through must have made her oversensitive. After that, Bai Qing came to the bus stop as usual, where she saw a man wearing a mask and a hoodie. Although he didn't look at her, Bai Qing felt that he looked somewhat familiar, only that she couldn't remember where she saw him. The bus that she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Bai Qing and other passengers swiped their cards and got on the bus. Right before the door was about to close, the mysterious man stepped into the bus as well. Bai Qing could not help but stare at him again. The familiar feeling kept on lingering in her mind. She was on the verge of recognizing him. After that, she subconsciously took a few steps forward, moving away from him. She then looked out the window, trying to stabilize her emotions. And it did work. After a while, her mood improved, until she saw a law firm on the street. Then, she finally remembered who the mysterious man was. He used to be her father's defense lawyer. They had met before, but she had a bad feeling about him. Especially his emotionless eyes, they made her extremely uncomfortable. After experiencing a series of bizarre incidents, Bai-Ching did not think that it was a coincidence that she met him here. When the bus stopped at the next stop, she quickly squeezed her way through to the door and got off the bus. However, this was an area she was not familiar with. She had no idea where she was and could only choose a place convenient for hiding. A shopping mall was nearby, so she headed in, walking through the cosmetics and jewelry counters on the first floor. Upon arrival at a fire exit, she opened the hinge door, and outside was an open-air parking lot. Bai-Ching was looking for an exit, but she saw the mysterious man standing there the next moment. Not bothering to hide his intention this time, he walked towards her instantly. Bai-Ching turned around and ran into the mall, but then she found out that the door could not be opened. She shook the door lock vigorously, desperately trying to attract attention to herself. However, the closest counter was still far away from the fire exit. Seeing that the distance between her and the mysterious man was less than 20 meters, she could only give up and run to the back of the parking lot. The masked man took out a knife from his briefcase and followed her. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "It's time to make him pay." Chapter 700. To Friendship and Memory. It's not enough that he destroys our entire species. In the past few months, he has been chasing and killing whatever we have left, the mysterious man said bitterly. Thanks to him, my people have been becoming fewer and fewer. With the pupae tree gone, we can no longer reproduce in this world. He still refuses to give us the chance to spend our lives hidden among humans quietly. If this is the case, we will also kill all who are related to him and let him have a taste of loneliness. Bai-Ching had backed up all the way to the rear of the parking lot, and she had no more space left. She looked around, spotted a fluorescent tube, and grabbed it from the trash can. If she were still the old her, she would probably be fearing for her life right now. She was still a little scared after experiencing the alien incident 3 months ago, but at least she was not trembling in fear anymore. And she could make use of objects that were around to protect herself. She was uncertain, however, if the fluorescent tube could help defeat the alien in front of her. Seeing the masked man approaching her slowly, Bai-Ching held on tight to the only weapon she could rely on. The masked man seemed a little disappointed by her reaction. According to what he knew, Bai-Ching should have been shivering by now, desperately attempting to explain that she had nothing to do with Zhonghang. After taking a closer look at her face, he realized that she had accepted the reason why he had come to her for revenge. Although there was no one in the parking lot now, the masked man wanted to waste no time. This was, after all, a public parking lot, which meant there was a constant flow of people here. Hence, he picked up speed and dashed at Bai-Ching, wanting to end the fight as soon as possible. And the battle ended as fast as he expected. After running less than 5 steps, blood gushed out of the back of his head. A bullet that had come from nowhere penetrated its head, going through the alien, was latched on the 4th ventricle. The masked man's eyes were filled with unwillingness and bewilderment, and at the same time, a touch of fear. However, in the next second, the alien was unable to control its body anymore. It fell beside Bai-Ching's feet. Seeing blood and brain matter spattering out of the bullet wound, she did not scream in fear but instead showed a touch of joy. Immediately, she dropped the fluorescent tube in her hand and looked around. "It's you. You are here, right?" No one answered her question in the parking lot. "So you plan not to see me for the rest of your life?" Bai-Ching hollered loudly. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid that I will ask you that question? Am I scarier to you than those things?" After a while, a voice finally emerged from the roof next door. Zhonghang replied helplessly, "Let's talk about the other matter later. This guy has an accomplice in the mall. He couldn't go after you while locking the fire exit at the same time. I need you to help me to load the body into the car first. I will go and deal with the other guy." He then threw down a car key from above. "Okay," Bai-Ching said happily as she grabbed the keys. After a pause, she seemed worried that Jong-hung would leave without repeating goodbye. She added, "I miss you very much." "I know." After his reply, Jong-hung disappeared from the roof. A quarter of an hour later, the two met again in the parking lot. Initially, Bai Qing wanted to run to Jong-hung, but a Ford Mondeo drove past her and blocked her way. She had to wait for a while before running to Jong-hung. This time, she was no longer as reserved, pouncing onto him and hugging him like a koala. The latter had to reach out and hug her to prevent her from falling off. "I knew you hadn't left yet," Bai Qing said. The Mondeo's driver found a parking space. Then the family of three got out of the car and saw the intimate scene between Jong-hung and Bai Qing. Immediately, the father quickly covered the eyes of his youngest son. And the mother shook her head repeatedly. Teenagers nowadays know no shame. This is a public place. Usually, Bai Qing would blush when she heard this kind of comment, but now she was drowning in the joy of reunion. Although under criticism, she still did not stop hugging Jong-hung. She was even brave enough to reach out and touch Jong-hung's cheek. "Am I dreaming now? Are you really back?" "Yes, I'm back, but I can't stay for long. I still have to deal with a body in the women's toilet," Jong-hung replied. "Sometimes, I do wonder if you will return to Krypton after saving Earth," Bai Qing sobbed with teary eyes. "When I am done with them, yes. I am afraid I will be away for a long time." "How long will you be gone?" "Forever. Something like that. That means the secret code that we had between us is more than a secret code, right?" "I'm sorry," Jong-hung apologized. "No, you don't need to apologize to me. You saved me and my life. You are my hero, even if I'm the only one that knows about it in this world," Bai Qing said. After that, she moved closer to Jong-hung and placed her luscious lips on Jong-hung's lips. It was a quick and soft peck, like a dragonfly skimming above the water of a pond during the summer. Bai Qing's face finally turned red this time, and she murmured, "So this is how it feels like to kiss." On the bar lounge deck, Jong-hung woke up from the proxy war's quest. As compared to the past, he found out that his body had not undergone any changes. After what happened on the roof of workshop number 3, Jong-hung had been trying to study what happened to him. But after trying several times, he failed to replicate what he did previously. After that, Jong-hung also checked on his game items and confirmed that none had been responsible for what happened to him. Putting the weird dream that he had into consideration, the wet and dark seaside town and the strange-looking old man was perhaps more noteworthy to him than the quest itself. "You look good today," the bartender said. "Saw an old friend." "I guess so." "You look delighted today too." "Why?" "Oh, because my old friend is coming back too. I've been waiting for him for a long time." The bartender's eyes were filled with joy when she talked about the person. After that, she made 2 glasses of cocktails as fast as possible and passed one of them to Jong-hung. "To friendship and memories, the 2 most beautiful things in the world," she toasted. "Shouldn't you be drinking this with your old friends?" "It doesn't matter. Drinking with you is the same. He doesn't like drinking very much anyway." The bartender lady took a sip of the cocktail, then frowned slightly. "Is it too sour? I think I put too much lemon juice in it."